Chapter 1, Born in Naruto World. Chapter 1 Born in Naruto World. Konoha's 47th year, the Third Ninja World War is underway. Konoha, Iwanan Village, and Yunan Village gathered on the battlefield, fighting life and death for each other's benefit. Entangled by hatred and driven by interests, the meat grinder of war continues to operate day and night, and what appears every day is the horrible state of corpses spreading across the wild. In the direction of the battlefield in the northwest, there is a dense forest that is only 1 kilometer away from the battlefield. A refugee-like young man, with a confused expression on his face, sat up from the ground with his head in his hands. The boy was about 7 years old, his face was yellow and thin, as if the wind could blow him away. Tien's Higuo? A familiar name, I seem to have heard it somewhere before. The young man muttered, touching the back of his head, looking around. He tried to find the memories related to Tien Higuo from the chaotic mind, so as to determine his current location and call for help. But it was immediately forced to stop. What? Without warning, a swarm of memories suddenly swarmed. It filled his head like a duck filling, causing the boy to kneel to the ground with his head in his hands, howling in pain. He just felt that his head was about to explode, and his soul was constantly being torn and reorganized, no more than the pain of even fingering and torture. Gradually, he lost his will. 20 minutes later, I actually came across the virtual world of Hokage. It's incredible. In other words, I will live as a member of this world. As if he had just crawled out of the water, the boy was completely soaked all over, lying on the ground, squinting and whispering. His name is Zhang Xuanling. In his previous life, he was a designer with a bit of skill, and he worked for 4,000 to 5,000 a month. Barely able to survive in that cruel world, with a wife who specializes in dancing and a daughter, the family is also considered harmonious and happy. But unfortunately, a car accident changed everything. His daughter and his wife left first. That year, he was 20 years old. Naruto is one of his favorite animes in his previous life. It runs through his junior high school and high school, watched it over and over again, and didn't stop until he entered society. Although he can't describe everything, he is familiar with the basic big events. Battle of Godwukun Bridge. Battle of Kikyo Mountain. Dashimaru defected. Tsunade runs away. Konoha collapse plan. 3 Ninja Wars. When he watched these plots in his previous life, it was just the state of others, but he didn't expect that one day he would really come into this world. This is a world where strength is respected and kills people without blinking. Can I really live here? Not to mention the existence of horror like Lord Madara, now even a ninja can kill me. Zhang Xuanling sat leaning against a tree, looking at the sky with a wry smile. There are also scary guys in the dark like Danzo, Osameru, Uchiha, and Kurozutsu in the dark. I hope I won't be taken by them, otherwise, they will die soon. Is the original owner called Feikyun Yi? It's a good name, but it's just a fake if you don't have any strength. He glanced at his weak self and couldn't help sighing. That's all, if you have come, you will be at ease. Now that you have come to this world, let's live hard. From now on I will be the knight of the village. There are too many rules and regulations in the previous life. In this life, I can't say I have to go around, so I know how long a cannon fodder like me can live. Every boy has a martial arts dream in his heart. Yet is no exception, so this is one of the reasons why he likes watching Naruto's bloody anime. However, it's not enough to have blood. The most important thing in Naruto world is blood. To have a good blood is 10 times harder. Ye suddenly thought that Hokage was a world of bloodlines, and couldn't help shook his head and sighed. He has no blood. He who has seen Hokage clearly knows how important it is to have a good bloodline in this world. Not everyone can get ahead with hard work like the 4 generations of Hokage wave Feng Shuman, Metkai, and Xiao Li. After all, they all have good masters. In the world of Naruto, there is no blood, it may be busy for a lifetime, and it is just a trick. Right round eyes. Roll your eyes. The power of the tail beast. Which one of these is not a strong one, and the minimum strength is also a particularly high level of forbearance. Not to mention the power of the wooden escape to calm the troubled times, and the reincarnation eye that is strong enough to destroy the world, the reincarnation eye. Hey, it's said that being a traverser has the benefits of a traverser. Why didn't it show me at all? Somehow, I will light the detonation talisman. It's not self-defense, right? After searching the whole body carefully, Ye sighed again. I wish I could live over 20 years old. Otherwise, like the fourth generation of Hokage, I would die young. Yeheshi prayed. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter a war chaos here, kid, come with me. Read more at wuxiax.com. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind Ye, low and full of magnetism, and it made people feel like being stared at by a poisonous snake. Who? Ye only felt like his body was being pressed by a mountain, and the air became thicker in front of this person, and the flow rate slowed down. The terrifying murderous intent like the waves hit his face, making him unable to breathe, and his face flushed. An incomparable sense of fear surged from Ye's heart. Are you you and are you he? Unfathomable. Who is this guy? He can have such a terrifying effect only by his aura. Is this the strong man in the world of Naruto? Ye tried hard to turn away, but his neck seemed to be frozen, completely unable to move. Oh, it seems that it is a good experiment to be able to maintain such a sense in front of me. The master of that voice suddenly walked to the front of Ye, with an indescribable charm, and raised his chin. Orochimaru. Ye finally saw the appearance of the incoming person, and suddenly couldn't help but breathe in, and uttered 3 words in horror. Long black hair flutters in the wind, sharp purple eyeshadow on his pale face, and yellowish-brown snake pupils are shocking. A big knot is tied at the back of the white kimono, log wooden shoes, and Konoha's forehead is worn on his head, exuding a trembling cold air. Who is it if it's not Yuan? Hey, you actually know me. It seems that you are not an ordinary kid. This makes me even more interested in you. Hearing this, Yuan's eyes flashed, and his tongue licked his lips. Call out. Before Ye could react, she saw Yuan's neck suddenly stretched out and bit into Ye's neck like electricity. What? The moment he was bitten, Ye felt that his body was injected with some energy, and it was cold and very comfortable. But immediately, this energy rushed wildly in his body like a running wild horse, with a flame-like temperature, as if it was about to cook him. He couldn't help kneeling on the ground again, gritted his teeth and howled. The bruises on his face exploded, the teeth creaked straight, and even blood was oozing out. What? What? Shimaru looked at Ye's reaction with interest, and Gujing was silent in his eyes. For him, Ye is nothing but a guinea pig. It is Ye's honor to be able to contribute to his experiment. In terms of his strength and status, he has this capital. Only the howling of night was left in the whole forest, which was terrible. Ye only felt that he was undergoing the torture of scraping and skinning. The intense pain caused him to dig his fingers into the ground. He scratched his fingers, blood was pouring out, and he didn't feel the slightest pain. On Ye's body, red lines were slowly engraved, and gradually spread throughout Ye's body, exuding hot steam. Did it fail? That's right, after all, it has just been developed, and there are still too many imperfections. Seeing Ye's gradually being eroded by the curse, a look of disappointment flashed into Shiwan's eyes, and he turned and left. And Ye has become a crimson double-winged monster. However, what Dashimara didn't know was that just after he left, Night body suddenly flashed red. The curse that covered his body slowly faded, and then turned into a 3-hook jade pattern on his neck. In the 47th year of Konoha, the appearance of a young man in an unremarkable forest will bring turbulent changes to this turbulent ninja world. This year, many things happened. For example, Kakashi was promoted to Shangren when he was 12 years old. Gaara was born and became a man of strength. the Battle of Shinryukun Kiao ends and so on. After Oshimaru left, Ye was still in a coma, and a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Ye. The black figure is wearing a dog mask, with red tattoos like tree roots on his arm, and a standard knife behind his back. It is Konoha's famous root organization, the Konoha terrorist force dominated by Shimura Danzo, who has the dark title of ninja. The black shadow put his hand in the knight's nose, and after probing the knight, he rushed towards the depths of the forest, and soon disappeared in the forest. Subsequently, after several fierce battles, the Third Ninja War that lasted for 2 years finally ended with Konoha's victory. And this battle allowed the name Golden Flash to spread throughout the ninja world, and it became a nightmare in the ninja world. Kill Iwanin hundreds of Shinins in an instant. Defeat Unionab combination. Cut off the supply of Iwanin food and grass. Lead the 3 wars to victory. Everything is so yearning. And the rise of the golden glitter also allowed Konoha to ease the talent shortage caused by the collective departure of Sunin. Konoha once again proved his strength through this war and established an unshakable pinnacle position. Right round eyes Kakashi. Golden glitter wave Feng Shui gate. Shinobi Sarutobi. The dark Shimura Danzo of the ninja world. Pig deer butterfly. The Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan. For a time, Konoha can be said to be full of talents, and the stars shine. However, the man who once frightened the entire ninja realm, although it has been more than 7 years, still made the Konoha people regret it. Konoha White Fang Sakuma Hagaki. It's a pity that he died in Konoha's own hands. Konoha Orphanage. Ye came to Naruto world for a few months, but he found that he was really ordinary and couldn't be ordinary anymore. He didn't have opportunities, golden fingers, or what other traversers should have, which made him feel very unwilling. I am helpless, how can I survive in this world? Is it true that I can only be cannon fodder for a lifetime? Sitting on the steps, Ye murmured unwillingly, he didn't want to be a fool. Just as he was thinking about it, a section of red scripture popped up in his mind and formed 4 large characters autonomously. It filled his entire mind, as if it was about to burst his head, and it was extremely painful. But this time, Ye held back the pain and silently gritted his teeth. His teeth squeaked loudly, and his mouth kept beating low and beast-like moans, and his face was pale and scary. The pain did not last long, and disappeared after 2 minutes, but Ye was already covered with sweat, as if he had been fished out of the water. But Ye has no time to worry about the sweat all over his body. This is 9 Suns true scripture. Because he discovered a big secret, when he read the 4 big characters in his mind along the memory, his pupils instantly shrank into needles, and his face was shocked. He laughed ecstatically in his heart, haha, 9 Suns Sutra, Golden Finger, my golden finger is finally here. How powerful the 9 Suns scriptures are, he knows best. The most important thing is that the entire Zhuyang Zhenjing is composed of ancient Chinese characters, which the people of Hokage world can't understand at all. Even if you catch him, searching for his soul is useless. Only he can practice. Chapter 2, Graduated in 3 years. Chapter 2 Graduated in 3 years. Time, more than 3 years passed slowly. In the past 3 years, several major events have happened, and Ye's ability to survive can only be said to be a pity for personnel, 90% of the advance preparation plus 10% of luck. Konoha 48 years. In the second year that Yaun came to Konoha, all the top 12 Konoha were born. Of course, the Kyuubi rebellion is also coming as scheduled. The hero of the 3 world wars, the Golden Flash feared by the ninja world Heifeng Mizuno and his wife Uzumaki Kuna died heroically, leaving behind the orphan Uzumaki Naruto, who was disgusted by the people of Konoha Ninja Village. 3 generations of Hokage were in danger, and once again came out as Hokage, provoking Konoha's beam. Shocked the eyes of all forces, and reintegrated Konoha. But afterwards, Shimura Danzo obtained half of Konoha Ninja Village's right to speak through the root organization, and secretly dominates Konoha. On the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Ye finally knew what a strong man was and what strength was. The seeds of becoming stronger were planted in his heart and became an inexhaustible driving force for his future efforts. Ye finally learned a truth: in the ninja world, there is no strength, there is only a dead end. It's not unreasonable that Nine Tails are known as the strongest tail beast, and the power of the poor Konoha is nothing, and in the end it can only be sealed. 10 tails are not available, and no tail beast is his opponent. Konoha 50 years. Konoha ushered in a period of soaring development. Among them, the most dazzling one is the genius Itachi Uchiha. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 7 and caused a sensation in Konoha, but it also paved the way for the later Uchiha clan massacre. Regardless of whether it is 3 generations or Danzo, the Uchiha clan will never be allowed to be too strong, so as not to cause Konoha's power imbalance. Konoha 51 years. I don't know if it's because of the welfare of the Traversers or the 9 Sons scriptures. Ye's talent is actually slowly improving. He enrolled in school at the age of 8. After only 3 years, his chakra volume broke through the lower level. At the graduation ceremony, the clone technique and shuriken all passed, and they graduated smoothly. On the day of graduation, the night passed by was dull, like him who graduated in 3 years. Konoha Ninja Village can be said to grab a lot, and of course it won't cause any disturbances. Hey, it's a graduate. It's not easy. I didn't expect that I still have a good ninja talent. Maybe this is the legendary Traverser welfare. Sitting at the entrance of the Konoha orphanage at night, resting his cheeks with his palms. No one knew that the night Hinata was taken away. He followed behind, but he didn't dare to follow too closely. Because if he is discovered, he will be finished. He is not stupid enough to hit a rock with an egg, and if he wants a hero to save the United States, he must have the ability to save the United States. And in the end, it still ended with the death of Hyaganike, and Hyaganiji was also stamped with the mark of the bird in the cage. Brother Yet, you are so amazing. You graduated in 3 years. I will definitely be like you when I grow up. Graduate in 3 years, become a glorious ninja, and then use your own power to protect Konoha. At this moment, a 5 or 6-year-old girl suddenly rushed over and squeezed into the embrace of the night like a swallow returning to the nest. The fleshy little hands gripped Yi's clothes tightly, as if they were afraid of falling. They looked clingy. You're here again, Wei, how many times have you told you, don't yell and influence others to rest, why don't you listen? Yi looked helplessly and lifted a certain girl in his arms, shook his head and said helplessly. Hee, people miss Brother Yet, why, Brother Ye doesn't like Wei. Hearing that, there were teardrops in Wei's jewel-like eyes instantly, crystal clear, and with her timid appearance, it really made people not willing to be harsh at all. At a young age, she already looked like a beautiful woman, but for Yet, who had a soul in her 20s, she was completely immune. Oh, okay, how can I hate you? Take it, your candy. Read more at wuxiax.com. Upon seeing this, Ye couldn't help sighing, took a fructose from her arms and stuffed it into her fleshy little hand. This little girl is called Wei, just like him, an orphan in the war. Because Ye helped him out once and stuck to Yet, he was like a follower from then on. As long as Ye returned to the orphanage, he would immediately appear next to Yet. Cut, it's really unpleasant to be occupied by you again, big brother Yet. At this moment, a young male voice broke the atmosphere of the two. I saw a boy with a nasal mucus and some dirt on his body, holding a new puppet in his hand, standing in front of the knight. Big brother Yet, congratulations on becoming the Syoren. This is my gift to you. Please accept it. The boy handed the puppets in his hands to the knight, and said nervously. Hee, thank you, Lu Wan, I like it very much. Ye couldn't help warming his heart, and smiled and accepted the puppet. Haha, you like big brother Yet? Lu Wan said with a smirk, touching his head after hearing this. Well, if you have nothing to do, I will leave first, and I have to go and take my forehead. This is a good thing. He got up at night and patted the dusty road that didn't exist on his hands. Ah, brother Yet, you are leaving now, I haven't given you a gift yet. At this moment, a voice rang from the corner in front of the knight, and a child similar to Ryumaru came over and complained. Hee, don't worry, Minjai. It's not too late for you to give it to me later, I won't run, I will always receive your gift. Ye smiled and walked to Ming Yat, touching his hair. These 3 children were all the people he helped, and then mixed with him because of Ye's charisma. As for why he followed Yat, it was probably because Ye liked to laugh so much. Every time they smile, they feel a burst of warmth and safety in their hearts. And this may be why Ye has such a good popularity. After all, although Ye is not Yushu Linfen, he is indeed a handsome man. Silver eyes and white teeth, broken hair and sword eyebrows, slightly pointed and white face, and tall body. Coupled with the hanfu modified from the previous life, Ye looked like an elegant brother, and he couldn't see the appearance of a ninja at all. And handsome people always enjoy some special treatment, don't they? Well, don't stay overnight, brother must remember, my gift may be beyond your expectations. Hearing Ye's answer, the child named Minjai lowered his head in disappointment, then immediately raised his head and said to Yat. Well, I must remember. After all, this is your gift, how could I forget it? After listening, Ye gave a thumbs up. Ye in the orphanage is very famous, and he is the Prince Charming in the hearts of many little girls. In the previous life, he was a warm man, sunny and humorous, and he had a chivalrous heart that was brave and brave. He is the same in this life. Everyone in the orphanage has received his help more or less. And Lu Wan, Ming Yat, and Wei are the representatives among them, and they have become his little followers. Ye stepped outside and walked out of the nursery. Lu Wan, Wei and Ming Ye looked at Ye's back, full of worship. Hope you can forgive me, I really don't want to lie to you. Ye's inaudible sigh came, and it was quickly annihilated in the air. Ye lied to the 3 of them. He was not going to take care of the forehead. A ninja would give it to him, and he didn't need to take it. The place he is going is the root organization under Konoha. And the master of Gen is someone who doesn't want to meet at night. Shimura Danzo, like a hidden poisonous snake, chooses people to eat. You can never imagine how poisonous his heart will be. He doesn't need to take action at all, there will be many subordinates to complete various tasks for him. Taking out the paper tone in his arms, Ye smiled sadly, 3 generations of Hokage, you really are just a hypocrite. Ye's evaluation of the 3 generations of Hokage is complicated. On the one hand, he admires Konoha as the leader who saved Konoha from danger and made Konoha recover quickly after the 3 world wars. Even if it was Union's planting and framing, he felt that the 3rd generation of Hokage did the right thing, and it was the right way to hold back temporarily for the sake of long-term benefits. After the 3 world wars, Konoha, as the first shinobu village on the bright side, naturally had no doubts about his strength. But at that time Konoha had already fallen into a crisis of internal emptiness. Although there are 2 big forces, the Hyuga and Uchiha clan, they are really at a disadvantage compared to Union. It is unwise to go to war with Union at this time. Union has a full 3 shadow level combat power, as well as many warriors, and the combat power is very strong. Even if Konoha's united efforts repelled Union's attack, it was only the result of the snipe and clam fighting, and the fisherman's profit, and it would only cost the other 3 ninja villages for nothing. The 3 generations of Hokage chose to forbear, and the policy of calming people would inevitably be described as weak and incompetent. But at least it completely saved Konoha, allowing Konoha, a big tree with many holes, to have time to breathe. This is a strategic choice that is conducive to Konoha's development, and someone will always understand it. But on the other hand, the 3 generations of Hokage squeezed Heiki Sakumo, forced Tsunade away, and led the persecution of the Senju clan. Tolerating Danzo's big behavior is absolutely intolerable at night. Moreover, he is by no means fraternity for everyone as he seems. At least, people like Ye are not within his range of fraternity. After all, there are only a few people he can care for. Otherwise, Danzo would definitely not be able to transfer him from the graduates of Zyuren to the roots. This is a serious challenge to Hokage's dignity. How could it be possible without his approval? 3 generations of Hokage are a successful politician. This is how Ye evaluated the 3 generations of Hokage. As the leader on the bright side, he must be flawless and without any stains. And all the dark things, of course, were dumped to Danzo. Of course, Danzo was also willing to help him. After all, the two are just embarrassed. It's just that the 3 generations of Hokage's methods are clever, and Danzang's methods are too direct and dark. After being sold by the 3 generations, they also helped the 3 generations count the money. And this is why Naruto is the Sarutobi Hitachi, not Shimura Danzo. A Hokage can't do without political skills. I'm really curious, what on earth do I attract Tuanzang so that he wants to transfer me to the root? Ye found the root base, and after showing the proof, went inside. Chapter 3, Join the Root Organization. Chapter 3 Join the Root Organization. Dark and humid, cold and depressed. The first impression of the entire root organization for Ye is these 8 words. Orderly and orderly. This is the second feeling of night. It is also the origin of the depressive atmosphere. Master Tuanzang, come here to report at night. After arriving at the destination, Ye knelt on one knee and said respectfully, bowing his head. In front of him was a middle-aged man sitting in a chair with a gloomy look. A pineapple head with broken hair, wearing a white kimono, with a cross-star scar on his chin, and a crutches, exuding a cold breath, like a poisonous snake, 2 guards standing behind, one fat and one thin, like tree roots not moving at all. It is the darkness of the ninja world, the ruler of the dark world of Konoha Shimura Danzo. Well, Knight, you are here. I have been looking forward to you for 3 years. I have let you relax for 3 years, and you should also let you take care of yourself. For a lazy student like you, you should go to the roots to experience and practice. Otherwise, how to become a powerful pillar to protect Konoha? Danzo said, with an unquestionable tone, echoing in this empty underground, like a grand bell, thrilling. However, your strength really surprised the old man. This is almost comparable to the genius of Uchiha's family, very good. Danzo's eyes suddenly opened and closed a gap, flat. He glanced at Ye. Haha, Master Danzang, you really can count on me. I'm just a fresh graduate, I can't afford to exalt me like this. Hearing this, Ye couldn't help but shake her body and was shocked in her heart. But his complexion remained unchanged, and he raised his head and said with a smile. He said in his heart, as expected of a man called the darkness of the ninja world, even if I haven't transplanted the interpillar cells and the writing wheel eyes, is it so terrible? What a terrifying insight, my hidden strength is actually seen by him. I have come out, where did I reveal it? It seems that you have to be more careful in the future, he can't let him discover too much of my secret. Yes, Ye also hid his strength. Although he only has the chakra capacity of Xianren, his strength is comparable to Zhongren. However, he has always been low-key, so no one has discovered the abnormality, but he did not expect to be discovered by Danzo. What is going on here? This is of course due to an old story. When he knew that he had a 9 Suns scripture inscribed in his mind, he tried to cultivate, but he didn't expect to succeed once. After that, he was surprised to find that the density of chakras running through the 9 suns was 3 times the purity of ordinary chakras. In other words, with the same ninjutsu, he could exert 3 times the power of others. This is why he only has chakra, who has only shinobi, but has the strength of Zongnan. The 9 Suns scriptures he cultivated are divided into 5 layers. Every time he breaks through a layer, his strength will rise by a stage, and the greater the improvement in the later. If calculated by the strength of Naruto world, Ye draws this conclusion: the first layer corresponds to the strength of Zongren, and the second layer corresponds to the strength of Shangren. And once he breaks through the fifth floor, Ye guesses that he will instantly become a character like Uchiha Madara. The chakra roaring like the ocean gave the knight the illusion that it could pierce the sky. And the curse seal that Yuan gave him was actually suppressed by the 9 sun scriptures, and it was greatly weakened. Ye could feel that as long as he broke through the third layer, the curse seal would immediately lose its effect. The 9 sun scriptures are as horrible. Okay, Yun, take him to the curse seal room. As for his code name, he will be called Lan. For the time being, he will be assigned to the subordinate of Pitbull. He will perform the task immediately. Lan, don't let me down. Danzang directly issued after the order. Yelian had no chance to resist. Remember, Blue, as a member of the Roots, you have no past or future. You no longer exist in this world. The only proof of your existence in this world is the title of Blue. Everything about you, it's the root. You can only follow my orders. Even Hokage can't mobilize you, you know. Danzo said, letting out his whole body and acting on Yi's body. If Ye didn't agree, he would the feeling of killing the knight on the spot. Kainaha is fine, Danzo is doing things. For some reason, this sentence suddenly appeared in Yi's heart. It was said by a friend in his previous life, and it was widely circulated on the internet. Yes, Lord Danzang. Although he wanted to refuse, the situation was better than others, and Ye had to temporarily agree. But this humiliation, Ye remembers, one day, he will give Tuanzang a good look. Now Danzo doesn't take him seriously. In the future, he will let Danzo not even be qualified to give him shoes. Don't bully the young man, read more at wuxiax.com. Very well, I am very pleased that you have such a mentality. Hearing this, a smile flashed across Danzang's face. Let's go. The fatter man on the right of Tuanzang walked to the knight and said coldly to Ye. Upon seeing this, Ye Chao Tuanzang fisted back, and followed this person. Of course he who has seen Hokage knows who it is. Yun in the mountains, the master of the mountain clan, is very good at the art of heart turning, heart disturbing. Danzo's right hand, like Yuan Zixin, is trusted by Danzo. As for Danzo's tongue curse technique and self-binding spell technique used to control these people, he didn't worry at all. In front of the 9 sun scriptures, everything is floating clouds, and even Uncle Snake's curse seal can't help him, let alone Danzang's curse seal. In the world of Naruto, Uncle Snake curse imprinted attainments says second, and no one can say first. He represents the pinnacle of the scientific community. But Ye didn't dare to relax his vigilance. After all, he was shocked by Danzo just now. He didn't dare to be proud at all and look down on the people in this world. Unexpectedly, in the curse seal room, after the 2 curse seals were carved that night, the curse seal of the earth in his body immediately began to operate, expelling all these curse seals, declaring his sovereign status. But Ye did not completely drive out the 2 curse seal powers, and it would be over if any flaws were discovered by Danzang. Danzo will never let him go. There are only 2 chakra properties of the night, thunder and fire. Ye suspected that these 2 powerful and pure powers were caused by his cultivation of the 9 yang scriptures. However, when he knew that his attributes were of these 2 types, he couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this the attribute of Urjuzi? In the original book, Uchiha's orphan, Suzuki Uchiha, known as the 2 pillars, has these 2 attributes, isn't it? Speaking of which, apart from the darkness and no human rights, Ye does not exclude this place, because there are many secret methods that cannot be obtained on the bright side, including many escape methods and sealing techniques that Ye most wants to learn. Of course Danzo was not afraid that Ye had learned the seal technique to unseal the spell seal. In fact, the spell seal had nothing to do with the seal technique. Unless there is such an accomplishment as Kakashi's seal of evil. However, it was obvious that Danzo would not allow Ye to come into contact with that level of sealing technique. So Ye became a member of the Roots after graduation. As the king of the Konoha underground, the strength of the Root organization is naturally extraordinary. Although it is not comparable to the power of Hokage, it also has 1,500. Among them, there are at least 300 or 400 strong people at the ninja level, including Special Upper Ninja. Special Upper Ninja is a term between Upper Ninja and Middle Ninja. And a person like Ye who has the strength of 9th Ninja, no more than 1,000. This is how Shimura Danzo can be called the darkness of the ninja world. And if such a huge organization wants to be completely managed, it is naturally impossible to rely on Tuanzang alone. In fact, Shimura Danzo followed the management method of the Anbu, and after streamlining some positions, formed a unique hierarchical system of Jin. From top to bottom, they are Minister of Root, Minister of Division, Captain of Team, Captain of Team. Among them, the Minister is naturally Shiken Danzo. The squad leader has the right to lead 5 people. The squadron leader leads 10 squad leaders, the branch ministers lead 15 squad leaders, and the 2 branch ministers directly belong to the leader of Shimura Danzo. And the new Knight of Jin, of course, is an ordinary member. Lan, your task today is to reach the east of fire to kill the bandits. Remember, you can't leave a living. Fighting Dog, the leader of the night team, said coldly to Ye, like a piece of ice, exuding rejection. The indifferent breath of people thousands of miles away. Yes. Ye knows that once he becomes a member of the Root organization, there is only one answer sentence he can have, yes. This is the same as the saying in the army in his previous life that soldiers take obedience to orders as their bounden duty, there is no future, no past, and even his existence disappears. The only thing he can do is to continue to contribute his own strength to Danzo. Ye decisively took over the task, but the pitbull couldn't help but glance at him in surprise, a look of interest flashed in his eyes. Are you bandits in the east of the country of fire? You are really unlucky. You were actually spotted by Danzo. After Ye Yun walked out of Konoha from the specific exit of the route, there was a sudden leap in the ocean, heaven, and earth. Gao Renia Fi's sense of ease and freedom. However, this is only a momentary feeling. Ye knows that in this cruel and distorted world that kills people without blinking, one would never survive without a cruel heart. Even the sunny and warm Naruto Uzumaki in the original book has no shortage of human lives in his hands. As ninjas, this is the fate of Ye them. Call out. Stepping on the tree made by Senjozuma, Ye's heart was full of sighs. He was the god of ninjas. This power of changing a geographical environment with one hand was really shocking, powerless, and beyond hope. Senjuzu, Uchiha Madara, 2 terrible people. Ye sighed softly, but his figure quickly tore the air and rushed to the destination. The entire Konoha area was occupied by the lush forest. It took more than 10 minutes to walk at night before leaving the forest and reaching the Konoha border. With the ninja's rushing posture, Ye only feels a feeling of guilty rushing to her heart, but there is no way. Going to the countryside and doing the same, Ye feels that she still needs to integrate into the world as much as possible. 3 days later, a carnival feast is being held in a cottage in the east of the country of fire. The bandit boss, bandit second, and third in command gathered together, and a large group of vicious bandits gathered in the square, cheering and howling. Everyone's face was filled with terrifying grinning smiles, and the eyes were radiating green light that couldn't be seen directly. Greedy desires spread, adding a weird atmosphere to the whole feast. In the center of the bonfire, there are 2 tall and thick iron bars erected in the shape of a gate, with 7 or 8 children hanging on them. The faces burned by the hot flames are chapped and bleeding, like apples, with tears and tears. Struggling. Chapter 4, Killing Under the Night Sky, 1. Chapter 4 Killing Under the Night Sky, 1. Not far from these children, there is a group of adults who are similarly restrained. They have completely become a channel for these bandits to vent their violent emotions, punching and kicking, throwing, pushing, and stabs, and they are full of tricks. What? The screams of the men. Woohoo! With the cries of the children, the skin was peeled off in pieces. Fuck! Fuck! The tears of the girls crying softly. Ha ha ha! GG! The roar of the bandits. All kinds of sounds are gathered together like a symphony, and against the black sky, they seem so terrible, like hell on earth. The distortion of human nature is vividly reflected here. Any light depends on darkness, the two are not separated from each other, and no one can leave. In this world where human lives are humble like ants, being weak is the original sin. Without strength, he can only be slaughtered, and a beautiful face will only make himself more vulnerable to danger. The bandit boss looked at all this very intoxicated. This feeling of life and death, controlling the destiny of tens of thousands of people, is so airy. With a grinning smile at the corner of his mouth, "Don't blame me for being cruel, this is a cannibal world after all. Little ones, it's a banquet." The blood sacrifice flag. The bandit boss gave an order, and all the bandits underneath suddenly screamed, "Read more at wuxiax.com, puff. Puff. Puff." In an instant, the eye was full of blood-red color, and the blood drew a beautiful parabola in the air, and then splashed to the ground. The blood immediately aroused the fierceness in the hearts of the thieves, and each of them howled up to the sky like a hungry wolf, with a fierce look in their eyes. Then one after another rushed towards the target that he fancied. Accompanied by the horrified cry of countless women, and the sound of tearing clothes, this place has become hell. Then, the whole night was filled with crying and wheezing one after another. Woohoo! Stop, please. No. Haha. Strong enough. Be honest. Fear and joy are going on at the same time. No one can stop them, everyone is struggling. When night comes, the banquet has reached its final stage. The corpses were everywhere, and the devil was hissing. Yi's chest was instantly filled with anger, and a fire rushed into his head, making his eyes instantly red. Bloodshot covered his eyes, like Uchiha's clan, his whole body exuded unimaginable hostility, which was extremely frightening. He never thought that there would be such a dark thing in this world, so dark that he couldn't breathe normally, and he was suffocating and dizzy. The scene before him touched him too much. Rao is that he is ready to welcome this world, knowing that there are all kinds of oppression, darkness, deceit, and turmoil in this world. However, when all this happened in front of his eyes, he still couldn't bear it. All this subverted his long-time imagination, and his outlook on the world and life collapsed completely. "You guys, die for me. Si Wei Shenhai Nunyan. Art fire escape ho fireball." Yi's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the bandits, but they hadn't waited for them to react. Yebian had already sprayed out a hot red fireball over 5 meters in size, rolling towards them violently. Even the air was scorched and flowed, leaving a line of fiery burn marks on the ground. Chapter 5, Killing Under the Night Sky, 2. Chapter 5 Killing Under the Night Sky, 2. Hai Wei Wu Zi I Mao Wei Wu. Lei Dun Go. Yi's gestures kept on, and the seals were quickly formed again, with heavy shadows on his hands, and the 8 seals were completed in only 2 seconds. Suddenly, the dazzling light shone, illuminating the entire sky. In this dark night, the anger of thousands of thunder bursts, completely breaking the silence of the night sky. All the bandits only felt a bright light flashing in front of them, followed by a violent tingling and painful sensation, vaguely as if there was still a scorching smell, and then they lost their minds and fell to the ground. The light comes fast, and it goes fast. With one blow, at least 20 bandits were killed. What? The fireball slammed into the bandit, and immediately erupted with a screaming scream. The flames of human flesh screamed, and the flesh was scented. How fireball traversed the bandit camp all the way, and nothing could stop it. All the bandits who stood in front of it turned into a pool of scorched corpses under the terrifying heat of how fireball. The two ninjutsu cleared a path in an instant, and yet, like a dark night demon, was so scary. Damn, how come a ninja suddenly arrives? The bandit boss looked at Ye with fear and couldn't help cursing. Read more at wuxiax.com. Fun for me, he has only one person, I don't believe that he alone will be our opponent. At any rate, the bandit boss is also a cruel man who licks blood on the edge of the knife. Even if Ye is a ninja, what can he do? Ye dared to attack him, and he dared to attack Ye Yun. Hehe, dare to attack me? It seems that you haven't experienced the horror of ninjas. In that case, let you know what absolute strength is. Upon seeing this, Ye sneered, and stepped on his feet, just like an arrow from the string broke through the air and rushed towards the bandit. Puff! Ye holding his special blade, wiped the neck of a bandit. Thunder, an explosion, illuminating the shadow of Ye Yunfei's hand, and a rapid thunder and lightning spouted from Ye's mouth, tearing the bandit apart. His chest broke through and continued to pierce, killing 5 or 6 talents and disappearing. Lay done false darkness. Ye said in a low voice. After speaking, stepping on the shoulders of this corpse, he rushed to the other bandits. Puff! Ye is like a night elf, with a short knife stabbing out of a bandit's chest, bringing up a scarlet blood. Puff! Turning around, another line of blood splashed up, Ye turned into a phantom and disappeared in place. Damn it, how is it possible? This guy is just a 10-year-old kid, how could it have such strength, even if Zongren is no more than that? Seeing his subordinates were slaughtered by Ye crazily like ants, the bandit boss said in horror. The night is like a phantom, with ghosts and ghosts, every time it appears, it can bring a piece of blood, but it is like an art of deduction, and it is not handsome. Do you think about how you died? Ye suddenly appeared on the shoulder of a bandit, and a knife ran across his neck. Feian cut. A bandit slashed towards Ye with a knife. Ye felt the danger. He jumped over him, pressed his head, and the short knife made another silver light. After the sound of puffs, it was again. One fell down. In the past few years, Ye has strengthened his ninjutsu practice, but he hasn't lost his physical training. He deeply understands how important it is to have a strong body. And the 9 Suns scriptures are transforming his body all the time, so that he has never lost much ninjutsu in his physical exercises. Ye didn't know how strong his physical fitness was. Is this the feeling of killing? It seems that I don't reject killing. The first time I saw blood, I could be so calm. Sure enough, I am a cold-blooded person. Ye Fei leaped over the head of a bandit, thinking like this thought. Chapter 6, Killing Under the Night Sky, 3. Chapter 6 Killing Under the Night Sky, 3. Noon Hai Mao Wei. Ye Jian again, and at the same time, taking a violent breath, her belly suddenly swelled, and terrifying energy bred in her chest. Huo dun huo li huo. Ye Xin said. The flaming fist like rain, with a huge force capable of knocking steel out of the depression, flew towards the bandit in front of him, spreading to a range of 10 meters. Boom! Boom! The flame fist slammed the bandit away directly, making a dull clashing sound, the sternum cracked, and the immortal was already seriously injured. Give me to die. The thief boss didn't know when he suddenly came behind Ye, and the big knife smashed his head against Ye Yun. Base. Ye turned around to resist, and a fierce spark came out, like eyes growing behind him, the crisp sound of the collision of gold and iron, but it was so horrified in the ears of the bandit boss. It seems that you haven't felt the real fear yet. A terrifying force burst out of your arm, knocking the thief boss out. Ye Meng then retreated, biting the long knife in his mouth, and turning his hands into a mess. Phantom, and on Ye's body, chakra roared like a roaring ocean wave, thrilling. Zi Hai Wei Mao Chen Wu Si Shen Yu Chen Wu Hai Ren. 13 seals, 3 seconds. The longer the knot, the stronger the power of ninjutsu, which is the consensus of the ninjas. After the end of the seal, Ye's momentum catches up with special shinobu. Under this blow, confess to those innocent people. Ye said coldly. Lay done angry Thunder Tiger. When the words fell, I saw a dense thunder and lightning suddenly appeared on Ye's body, condensed into a thunder and lightning tiger, with thunder and lightning lingering around his body, illuminating the night sky. Read more at wuxiax.com. Roar. Thunder Tiger let out an angry roar, slammed on the ground, and sprinted towards the thief. What? 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 Help! Immediately after Thunder Tiger crashed into the thieves, there was a violent cry. Countless thieves were knocked out by Thunder Tiger and died like charcoal. At this moment, Thunder Tiger is the eternal in the entire battlefield. There is no one. The bandit boss was affected by Thunder Tiger and immediately turned into a charred corpse and fell to the ground. Boom! After the Thunder Tiger smashed through the bandit camp, it slammed into the bandits' camp again. There was a terrifying vibe. The bandit camp, which was more than 10 meters high, collapsed. The 10-meter thick column actually blocked it. Can't help the impact of Thunder Tiger. Give me to hell and repent. Ye carried a short knife and turned into a cold-blooded Shura, shuttled through the bandit camp, and shot every sinful life. Run, run away, this guy is not a human. He is a demon, run away. I don't want to die, I can't die here. Ye is too strong, so strong that it makes people fearful. The thieves finally realize that Ye is not something they can fight against. They wish they could have 2 more legs. At this moment, it doesn't matter what treasure is a woman, as long as life is still alive. Up. However, if you want to escape, where is so easy? Lay done go. Thunder and lightning like a spider's web quickly caught up with all the escaping bandits, wrapped their bodies, and brought them the call of death. Showing your back to the enemy, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Ye drew a sword aura, knocked the 3 bandits to the ground, and said contemptuously. Puff! This is a sleepless night. In this bandit camp, there is a one-sided killing, and the murderer is just a 10-year-old juvenile. People were falling down constantly, blood stained the earth red, blood flowed into rivers, floating bodies with open frightened eyes, and a thick bloody air puffed up the nose, which made people nauseous. No one was able to escape from the entrance of the camp. They all fell in the bandit camp, unwilling, afraid, and fell one by one. Yet, these people killed by one person didn't have the slightest idea of resisting, and they were all frightened by Ye's terror. Ha ha! Under the silent night sky, only Ye's laughter was left, and people couldn't help but get goosebumps. Chapter 7, Transition After the Killing, 1. Chapter 7 Transition After the Killing, 1. In the end, it ended with the bandits being wiped out, and the night was like crawling out of blood, a bloody Shura, thrilling. Ye's breath also quietly changed, becoming much sharper. Call! 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 Ye suddenly fell to his knees, panting with big mouthfuls, his face quickly turned pale, big beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and it ticked to the ground. Although he is already very strong compared to his peers, if he is placed in the entire shinobi world, he is still too weak after all. If you want to survive in this world, this strength is not enough. Ye supported his body. Tao. On the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, he fully understood the cruelty of ninja. If he didn't work hard, he would probably become a dragon and sacrifice one day without a name. If the 3 generations of Hokage opened his eyes, his name might appear on the Konoha Wailing Monument. But that's just maybe. Ye doesn't like to give fate to others, and it is better to control fate in his own hands. If it was the early stage, it would be okay, the force value is still normal, the shadow level is the top of the world, and elites like Kakashi can also deter one party. But the more the plot is pushed back, the more powerful ninjas, even the more powerful ninjas, the 6 ways of reincarnation, the 6 ways of Uchiha with soil, the 6 ways of Uchiha Madara, and the final appearance of Kagaiji. Read more at wuxiax.com. that kind of power that destroys the sky and the earth is something that ordinary shadow-level figures can resist, and power like him can only be used as cannon fodder. The story of Naruto World's continuous advancement is like a Damocles sword hanging in his heart, forcing him to continue to work hard. If you don't work hard, there is only one dead end. If according to the force value that later collapsed in the Naruto world, he would at least have to achieve the same strength as the 4th generation Raikage or Zi in the fairy mode to be able to protect himself. Otherwise, he can't guarantee his safety at all. Don't you see Kakashi, who has the strength of the shadow class, can only bully the miscellaneous fish in the 4 battles. Once he encounters a stronger opponent, he is no longer an opponent. Men have their own dignity, and yet is no exception. He wants to live a different self in this world. He didn't want his future results to be the same as these bandits or civilians bullied by bandits. That's it. Vomit. Yi's face suddenly changed, and his stomach rolled like tidal water, and a mouthful of white and yellow mixture splashed out of his mouth. After all, it was only the first time to kill. Although he had suppressed the nausea because of his anger, he still couldn't help it now. But through one killing, Yayun had already changed a lot. If he was a blunt knife before, then he is now a knife with a sharp edge, and he exudes a murderous aura, which is different from ordinary people. Sure enough, any change in the first murder in the novel is a lie. How could it not be vomiting? This is a sea of blood. The bloody air rushed to the nose, and Yi's stomach still couldn't help but churn. However, only killing can make a person grow up quickly. Although the root is darker, the speed at which one grows is indeed very fast. Ye said, standing up, taking out a seal scroll. Zhongshan the 3 thieves cut off their heads and sealed them in. This is a sign of the completion of his mission, and it's indispensable. Root. Task Room. This is the scroll for the bandit suppression mission. Yezhong said indifferently after handing the blood-stained scroll to the man in front of him with the grey elephant mask. Chapter 8, Transformation After the Killing, 2. Chapter 8 Transformation After the Killing, 2. Okay. The man took the scroll for the night, nodded to him, and died. Upon seeing this, Ye turned around and left. The route of doing things is very efficient. Master Danzo, I'm back. Although Ye hates this program, but there is no way, the form is better than people, and Ye must follow it. Well, it only took 6 days to complete this task. Yes, Lan, I didn't mistake you. Keep working hard. Hearing this, Danzang nodded slightly, his eyes closed, always exuding coldness. Breath. Should. Ye said, bowing his head, his tone was uneven and he didn't have any mood swings. Well, you go down and rest for a day, and then continue to do the task tomorrow. Danzo said. Yes. After Ye Ying made a sound, he flashed out. Hi Munya, I really let the old man picked up a talent. Sarutobi, you would never think of it, I have another talent who is no less talented than Kakashi, Hokage, I'm sure to win. Tuanzang's eyes were full of pride, and there was a little bit of shame in his pride. It is indeed Danzang. It is impossible to see the word sunshine from him. Read more at wuxiax.com. Lu Maru, Wei, Ming Yet, as long as these 3 people are under my control, yet, I am not afraid that you will not be used by me. Tuanzang smiled sinisterly. If Ye knows what Danzo just said, he is afraid that he will turn his face with Danzo immediately. After all, these 3 people are his few relatives in this world. Cut, really a stingy old fox, such a hard task actually only gave me 100 merit points. Ye walked toward the ninjutsu room, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. But forget it, a ninjutsu I've always dreamed of can finally be learned. After showing the certificate, enter the ninjutsu room at night. Those who were familiar with the road came to the scroll layer with the word thunder, and went straight towards the upper shelf of the bookshelf at night. If Ye didn't guess wrong, there should be a reduced version of Thunder done defensive ninjutsu in Union Village. As long as he learns this ninjutsu according to his own ideas, he is confident that his strength can rise to the next level. I found you, Thunder Armor. After searching, a slightly damaged scroll broke into the knight's field of vision. He was overjoyed and quickly took the scroll down. This is the good point in the route. As long as there is merit, there will be ninjutsu, and it will not be like the ninjutsu in the Book of the Seal. It is difficult to learn the rest, even Kakashi is the same, otherwise, he doesn't need to copy other people's ninjutsu. Why copy other people's ninjutsu? Because it is difficult for him to learn other ninjutsu himself. Thunder Dance Armor, D-level ninjutsu, forms a layer of electric current on the surface of one's own body to protect oneself, no offensive power, 100 merits. After opening this scroll that night, such a line of words came into Yi's eyes. But Yi didn't even want to see it. The reason why he exchanged the merit points he obtained so hard for such a seemingly useless ninjutsu is because he wanted to learn from some of them. As far as this ninjutsu is concerned, there is no power increase effect on Yi at all. At the same time, even such a scroll also has 100 merit points, and Ye Zhengzhen felt a pain. If it weren't for the need to learn from, how could Ye be cruel to do such a stupid thing? After all, it is a point to be able to save a little. Chapter 9, Transition After the Killing, 3. Chapter 9 Transition After the Killing, 3. D-level ninjutsu requires 100 merit points. Let alone the previous ninjutsu. For example, an A-level ninjutsu requires at least 100,000 merit points. This is the merit value that can be accumulated by killing more than 10 upper ninjutsu or doing S-level tasks more than 20 times. And even for shinobu, it is difficult to do this. And if you want to kill with one hit, you must master 1 or 2 S-level ninjutsu, which means you have to do hundreds of S-level tasks. This kind of difficulty is not ordinary. After all, it is not everyone who is Heiji Kakashi, who has such a terrifying S-level mission execution record. Most Shangren have never mastered an S-rank ninjutsu in their lifetime. Although Ye did not know the purpose of the 3 generations of Hokage, did not open the Book of Seals, and did not teach some common ninjutsu to the ninjas, but Ye felt that this was actually quite good. When there is difficulty, there will be pressure. In order to survive, people will work hard, keep climbing up, and constantly strive to strengthen their own strength for the sake of ninjutsu. In this way, the strength of the village is strengthened, and at the same time an atmosphere of hard work has been created. But Ye thinks that Konoha is still kind, like other villages, he hasn't even taught them the 3-sounding technique. Come on, only my own ninjutsu, Thunder Armor, shine your own light. In Yi's own lounge, after putting down the scroll rubbing of Thunder and Lightning Armor, Yi's eyes flashed brightly and pinched a child. Yin, the whole body was surrounded by thunder and lightning, read more at wuxiax.com, and the night body is surrounded by an orange enchantment. This is a silencer technique, a very common seal ninjutsu. Tsaizi. The whole lounge was lit up, and the knight seemed like a scion transformed into a scion. His whole body was wrapped in thunder and lightning, and his hair stood up. Hey, it really feels safe and secure. Is this the power of my improved Thunder Dune armor? It feels pretty good. It seems that there is no direction for me. Judging from the current chakra consumption rate, it should be able to block Zongnan's ninjutsu bombardment. Enveloped in Thunder Dune's armor, Ye felt an unprecedented sense of security. His whole body was numb in his body. Every cell seemed to be cheering. When I watched anime before, I was envious of the move of the 4th generation of Reikage AI. Now, I finally got my wish. It is not in vain that I have worked hard for 2 years and finally succeeded. Armor, can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The road ahead is still long, but at least now I have taken a firm first step. Ye clenched his fists, his eyes full of self-belief. But compared to AI's Thunder Dung armor, my Thunder Dung armor is too weak. It is a terrifying ninjutsu that can withstand Suzuki Susanoo, and I am afraid it will break if I hit it. Ye thought of the power of the 4 generations of Reikage's use, and his heart suddenly seemed to be splashed with cold water, and the trace of self-satisfaction that had just risen quietly extinguished. Keep on working hard, there are still many possibilities for Lei Dun's body protection. You can't just be complacent like that. Come on, quicken yet. Ye cheered herself up. After speaking, he sat down cross-legged and started to refine the chakra by running the 9 sun scriptures. For him now, 1 minute and 1 second can't be wasted, as long as he can practice cultivation. After 6 days of trekking, he also needed to calm his physical fatigue. The 9 sun scriptures have exactly this function. Time just passed a day in the night's practice. Ye cultivated for a whole day, but he didn't feel any fatigue. Instead, he felt refreshed, and the whole person was light and light. So, Danzo, what kind of mission will you send me today? Ye muttered softly in his heart. After the killing that night, Ye suddenly found that he liked the feeling of killing. He doesn't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but he knows that as long as he restrains himself and is not controlled by the murderous spirit. Master Danzang, come here to report. Kneeling on one knee in front of Danzang, Ye greeted softly. Well, very good, Danzo responded softly, throwing a scroll to Ye, and said, this is your task today. Chapter 10, Kill Mission, 1. Chapter 10 Kill Mission, 1. Upon seeing this, Ye immediately picked up the scroll and opened it to take a look, but when she saw the content of the task inside, her eyes widened in shock and her breathing became sharp. Lan, do you have any objections to this task? Upon seeing this, Tuanzang's face suddenly stern, and he asked angrily. No problem, Master Danzang, promise to complete the task. Knowing that Danzang is a person, he respectfully accepted the task immediately. But secretly, he involuntarily gritted his teeth. Ye knew that if he didn't agree, he would be killed by Danzo immediately. After all he needs are obedient subordinates, not ninjas who might threaten him. Shimura Danzo is such a person, cold-blooded and cruel. Well, I'm very satisfied with your thoughts and consciousness, go. Hearing this, Danzo immediately showed a satisfied smile, waved towards the night and said, changing his face faster than turning a book. Subordinates retire. Ye clasped a fist and disappeared into a phantom. Kill the B-class traitor Ili. In the scroll that Danzang gave to the knight, there are only so few blood-red characters. It's not that Ye lost control of his emotions, but because such a task was too stressful for him. He is just a ninja, even if he has the strength of a ninja, this does not mean that he has the strength to fight against a ninja at the ninja level. Read more at wuxiax.com. Zongren, their experience, chakra volume, and ninjutsu strength are all stronger than that of Ye. To give Ye a task like Danzang is tantamount to letting Ye go to die. Damn, old fox, please remember to me, don't let Lao Tzu stand out one day, Lao Tzu will kill you. Ye couldn't help cursing in her heart. There are still 10 years from the beginning of the official plot, and only 10 years are left for Ye Engzan to improve his strength. And yet, probably planned his life path for the next 10 years. At the age of 15, strive to become or possess the strength of Shangnan. At the age of 20, he broke through the shadow level and became a shadow level master. At the age of 25, he became a master like the 4th generation of Reikage, able to defeat the film class powerhouse. In the original book, Naruto Uzumaki took only 3 years from the beginning of the plot to the finale. He went from a worthless troublemaker to a super powerhouse at the pinnacle of the ninja world. According to Ye's plan, when he reached the film level strength, the plot was about to begin, but when he reached a strong like the 4th generation of Reikage, the plot was almost over. And if he wants to have the ability to protect himself after the plot begins, he needs to work harder. Try hard to reach the level of the 4th generation of Reikage when he is 23 years old. Therefore, Ye always feels very stressed and dare not let herself relax. Because he was afraid that after he slackened, he would no longer be able to maintain his previous momentum. It took Naruto Uzumaki only 3 years to finish what he might have to do in 30 to 40 years, or perhaps in a lifetime. He will not admit defeat. Ily, Konoha, Shinobu, Konoha defected to Konoha in 49 years and fled to the land of the land. Now he is active in the northern part of the country of fire. He is good at water escape and proficient in swordsmanship. There is only so much information about Ily on the scroll. After reading it, Ye just wanted to say, Danzo, you really can count on me. But there is no way. If you say it, it's like splashed water, it can't be collected. Even if Ye is not sure, she can only bite the bullet. Chapter 11, Kill Mission, 2. Chapter 11 Kill Mission, 2. Today's plan seems to have to use some means. It's just that the flesh hurts the detonation talisman that I finally accumulated. I have been working so hard for so long, and there are only a dozen of them, I hope not all of them. Let's use it up. Ye touched her chest, her small face condensed and said painfully. At the same time, at the Konoha orphanage, there was a situation that was very small for Konoha, but for Ye, it was intolerable. A few boys in expensive clothes who did not know where they came from were actually bullied to Minjai. On the heads of the 3 people, Lu Maru and Wei, they even tried to molest Wei, but they were stopped by Ming Ye and Lu Maru. But the 2 were naturally beaten by a crowd. When such things happen, it is naturally impossible for the pharmacist Ye Nayu, the dean of the orphanage, to ignore it. Although her appearance has made these arrogant children somewhat restrained, their skills are not weakened, and they continue to clamor, "You outsiders, don't know good and bad, don't understand the rules, lonely body, no mother's upbringing." Someone even threatened to say, "We must let Wei experience what it means to be afraid, unless she has never get out of the orphanage, otherwise, things like today will definitely happen again in the future." The pharmacist Ye Nayu was also affected. He suffered a few kicks on his body and even received a punch in the face. Anyway, these people don't know the happy and comfortable life they are enjoying now, who paid silently behind them. They will never learn to be grateful, they will only find their presence in others. As Konoha has a father and a mother, they naturally have the capital to say that Wei and their orphans have no father or mother, but a joke that he may think may leave a shadow on others forever. Read more at wuxiax.com. Of course, Ye didn't know all of this. If he knew that someone was bullying Wei, he was afraid that he would beat those people, so he didn't even know him. Northern Fire Country. Master Ily, we should start, the country of fire is not safe after all. In a cave, Ily, the target of the night, was sitting next to a pile of firewood, and a young man next to him said to him, "Well, that's right, let's go." After hearing this, Ily nodded, and then got up and put out the fire, and walked out of the cave. Ily is a man of about 30 years old. His stature is about 1.6 meters. He is not tall. On the contrary, he is a little short. He is slightly obese. He has 2 scars on his right eye. Alert! There are not many long hair hanging behind him, the national character face. The cut Konoha forehead is pinned to his head, he is wearing rags and linen, and he wears a big knife around his waist, exuding a touch of murderous aura. And not far from him, Ye was cautiously hiding, observing Ily through his detection equipment. Is this Ily? It looks very strong. Ye didn't keep staring at Ily, because he knew that if he kept staring at the enemy, he would be discovered. This is a tough guy to deal with, it's better to be careful. Ye said to himself in his heart, and looked at Ily again. Looking at his appearance, it should be the direction of Tien's Higuo. What? Does he want to go to Ashimaru? If that is the case, it will be even worse. Seeing this scene, Ye's heart suddenly became heavier. Does Shimaru, a strong man that he can't even reach right now, when he mentions this name, all he can feel is infinite pressure. Chapter 12, Kill Mission, 3. Chapter 12 Kill Mission, 3. After all, the first person who gave him life and death crisis was Ashimaru. And the strength of the Ashimaru really made Ye difficult to reach. It seems that I have to be a little more careful. If he really makes him take refuge in Dashimaru, this task will be even more difficult. If it is not completed, the old fellow Danzang will not let me go. Yezin awe-inspiring, whether it is Danzo or Ashimaru, he is definitely not what he can provoke now. Danzo, you really have a problem for me. Ye scolded in his heart. Well, what's the matter? I always feel that someone is peeping over there. Is it my illusion, but why the right eyelid has been jumping since just now? This is not a good sign. Ely stopped suddenly and touched his own eyes. As the so-called left eye wealth, right eye disaster, and right eyelid beating like this, it was not a good sign, but after looking around in secret, he found nothing abnormal. I hope it's my illusion. Ely is not a perceptual ninja. After observing for a few minutes without noticing the abnormality, he stopped observing. As for why he defected to Konoha, it was naturally because Konoha didn't have what he wanted, and what he paid was not proportional to what he got, such as freedom, strength, and ninjutsu. Ely's aptitude is not good, which can be seen from the fact that he is only Zhongren in his 30s. As for Zongnan, what powerful ninjutsu is there? Just a few B-level ninjutsu. But this requires a lot of sweat from Ely, and Ely is not a patient person. Call out. Ye suddenly disappeared in place, then appeared 10 meters away, and ran to a certain place quickly. The information that should be collected has been collected. To deal with Ely, he needs some preparation. Although the opponent is only Zongnan, he is also a strong Zongnan level. Don't look at the original Zongren like a miscellaneous fish, there is no sense of existence at all, but that is because the opponents they face are too strong, and they are always Ashimaru. People of this level, they are not strange like miscellaneous fish, read more at wuxiax.com, but for the current night, Zhongren is definitely a huge threat. After all, he was just a Xiaren with the strength of Zhongren. Master Ely, why do you think there are wars in this world? Why can't people sit down and talk about it? The one beside Ely suddenly asked as he was on the way. Haha, it's nothing more than an imbalance of interests, Jean Shishiro, you remember, as long as there are people in this world, the war will never end. Ninjas are just the creatures of war. Therefore, this is also the powerful people. Give us the reason why we are coming, and we are going to be reprimanded. Upon hearing this, Ely said mockingly. Oh, then if someone can end this war one day, then Master Ely won't have to flee everywhere. Jean Qilang raised his head and looked at Ely with expectant eyes, waiting for his answer. Haha, Jean Shishiro, don't worry, this day will never come. Thinking that the ninja god Senjujima was such a strong and powerful figure, didn't he still not bring peace to the ninja world, and now, where can I find a ninja stronger than him? After listening, Ely laughed out loud. But what he meant was obvious. Jean Qilang's ideas could always be fantasy. Oh! After hearing this, Jean Qilang lowered his head aggrievedly, followed Ely in a depressed mood, without saying a word. Upon seeing this, Ely shook his head, stopped talking, and hurried away silently. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. In the woods, the night and the forest blended together perfectly. Seeing Ely when he reached the turning point, his heart suddenly became tense, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. You must step on it. Ye prayed in his heart. However, he did not notice the abnormality in Jean Qilang's eyes. Boom! A blast of thunder blasted, and the forest blazed with a dazzling light, which lifted the earth. Billowing mushroom clouds rose, strong winds blasted, stroking the leaves, and bending the trees, making a loud noise. The flock of birds rose up in fear, forming a spectacular scene. Did you succeed? Ye asked himself in a low voice, and he succeeded in this way. He has a strong sense of unreality. Chapter 13, Difficult Engagement, 1. Chapter 13 Difficult Engagement, 1. Call out. Suddenly, a phantom exuding fierce murderous aura passed through the smoke and flew towards Yi's head. I knew it was not that simple. Upon seeing this, the stone in Yexin fell to the ground, jumping to avoid it. It's really impossible for a Zhongnan-level powerhouse to be killed by a few detonating talisman. Ye said in his heart during the dodge process. In the original book, Nara Shikamaru can kill Hijuan, a strong man with elite strength, with the power of Zhongnan, and it can only be said that Hijuan himself is looking for death and the magical magic of the protagonists. In front of Nara Shikamaru, who has such a high IQ, it is not easy to hide, but to show his skills to Nara Shikamaru. This is not what it is to die. What does he rely on to kill Asma? Strange abilities and immortality. But when he was seen through by Nara Shikamaru, didn't he lose to Nara Shikamaru soon? Of course, if someone was as smart as Nara Shikamaru, he might be killed before he could take advantage of the weakness of the flying section. Not why, just because Nara Shikamaru is one of the protagonists, that's all. Hehe, it's so risky, I didn't expect your excellency to be so young. After the smoke cleared, Ili finally saw the appearance of Ye and couldn't help but praised in surprise. Haha, strength has nothing to do with age. Although there is no grudge against you, I want your head. Ye has never been a long-winded person, pulling out the short blade from his waist and rushing towards Ili. This short blade is a blade-type short knife, made of pure steel. The whole body is straight and exudes a cold light. The blade does not completely extend a shallow groove, only the tip of the blade is slightly curved upwards, and the blade is engraved with two small characters Yayu. This is the most favorite blade model in the past life. It is a reduced and modified version of the Tang sword, especially suitable for assassination, but the frontal engagement ability is also first class, and it is simple and easy to use. Read more at wuxiax.com, base. Yayu hit the kunao, making a harsh roar, and sparks flew. Water escape water dragon bomb. Ili shook back into the night, and Kiwa was thrown into the sky. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a huge amount of chakra rushed towards his feet with Jai frantically. Lay done angry thunder tiger. Upon seeing this, he knew the Knight of Elites, and immediately responded with his strongest thunder dance move so far. Hey! With the neigh of thunder and lightning, a ferocious thunder and lightning tiger appeared behind the knight, illuminating the gloomy forest. Gurulu! The two of them completed the seal almost at the same time. Behind Ili, there was a stream of water as large as a water tank. After many streams were converged and compressed together, a small faucet was formed. Roar! The dragon head flew to Yi's face like lightning, making Yi's scalp numb for a while. Let me see how Shui Dun fights Lei Dun. Ye controlled Thunder Tiger to rush towards the water dragon in front of him. Boom! The Thunder Tiger and the water dragon slammed into each other fiercely, which immediately caused a violent shock, and the thunder light splashed everywhere. But what surprised Ye was that Ili's reaction speed was so fast. When the lightning was transmitted to Ili through the water dragon, he disappeared with a bang, leaving only a piece of smoking wood. It is one of the 3 body techniques that Konoha must learn for admission. Call out! Seeing this scene, Ye didn't have time to be surprised. As if he had sensed something, he turned around abruptly, with the short blade protecting him. Base! Ili suddenly appeared in front of the knight, holding kunao in his hand, and stabbing him in the head. Chapter 14, Difficult Engagement, 2. Chapter 14 Difficult Engagement, 2. I didn't expect your reaction to be so fast, but it is a pity. If your experience is a bit richer, I might really be planted in your hands today. Ili's power suddenly strengthened, driving the knight into a disadvantage. Among them, before Ye could react, a whip leg was rapidly enlarged in his eyes, hitting him heavily on his chest and knocking him out. Call out! Crack! The knight was like sandbags, breaking through the air at a swift speed, hitting a tree hard, and smashing the trunk of the tree that was hugged by one person. Ahem! Puff! Ye felt this pain for the first time, and after sitting up, he spouted blood frantically. Just now, this foot had already kicked off several of his breastbones. Water escape, water cut. Ely didn't give Ye a chance to react at all, launching ninjutsu again, and a large stream of water came out from under his feet to hold him up, stepped on the stream, and then lifted his leg. A sharp water blade broke the ground. The lasing shot went straight towards the knight. Puff! Ye was shocked, clutching his chest, and quickly got up to avoid him, but no matter where, it was too late. A piece of meat was suddenly cut off his left arm, and blood splashed. What? Ye Pain exhaled, and his face instantly paled. Although he had thought about the experience gap between himself and Ely, he didn't think it would be so much worse. Read more at wuxiax.com. Call out. Like ice skating, Ely rushed towards the knight on the water, and the next blade of water could strike at any time. Cut on the water. Sure enough, Ye didn't have time to react, and Ely rushed in front of Ye, raising his leg, and another sharp water blade drew out. This blade of water forced Ye-yun into a crisis of life and death. Damn, don't underestimate me. Thunder done thunder armor. At this time of life and death, Ye's potential was also stimulated, and his hands actually broke through the shackles of 1 second and 4 seals, which used to take 3 seconds. Ji-yin, at this moment, actually completed it in 1 second, and was immediately wrapped up by a violent thunder and lightning. Boom! But Ye was hit and flew out, and he didn't even have a chance to activate the instantaneous spell, but even so, he still gritted his teeth to maintain the lightning armor. However, under the envelope of lightning armor, the damage he received was indeed greatly reduced. But because it was the first few times of use, the thunder and lightning on his body surged out of the earth uncontrollably, covering both of them like a net. Hiss! Standing on the water, Ely suddenly let out a painful cry, and a few electric lights flashed across his body. This is affected by the night thunder and lightning armor. Damn, this guy is actually a thunder ninja, just to restrain me, even if the strength is not as good as me. I can't underestimate it. Upon seeing this, Ely quickly relieved the ninjutsu, and hurried back. Ahem! Ha! Ha! This is a ninja at the Zhongnan level. It makes people feel so stressful, but I like this kind of stressful feeling. Ye stood up from the ground, gasping for breath, looking at Ely's eyes full of fighting spirit. Call out! In the lightning armor mode, Ye-yun's attack power and speed have been increased terribly, and the speed of instantaneous surgery is at least 3 or 4 times faster than usual. Lay done false darkness. Ye-yun suddenly appeared in the sky above Ely, but his hands had already finished the seal, and his mouth opened to eject a strangely fast electric light. Damn it! Ely didn't dare to fight against the seal, so he could only use the instantaneous technique to evade. Chapter 15, Difficult Engagement, 3. Chapter 15, Difficult Engagement, 3. The battle was reversed in an instant. The reason why Ely was able to make Ye so embarrassed just now was because his experience was better than Ye. And now, because of attribute restraint, he didn't dare to directly confront Ye. It can be regarded as equalizing the gap between the two. No way, who made him only have water attribute chakras, and he didn't learn a ninjutsu with other attributes. Lay done go. Ye entered a special state, as if he could see the traces of Ely's movement, aiming at the air behind him and slapped it heavily on the ground. Call out! What? As soon as Ely appeared, he saw Ye heavy beating on the ground, thundering everywhere. There was no time to react, so he was wrapped in manic thunder and lightning. Lay done false darkness. Ye-si didn't let go of the opportunity, her hands quickly sealed, and a burst of thunder came from her mouth, knocking Ely out. What? What? However, after releasing these 2 ninjutsus, Ye was panting with his knees on his knees, his face turned pale, and the big beads of sweat ticked down. Only 40% of the chakras are left, so save some use. Chakra, who was spying on the body at night, said in a low voice. Affected by the 9 sun scriptures, his chakra volume is 3 times that of the average Zhongren, which is infinitely close to Shangren, and this is also the capital for him to dare to release the angry thunder tiger. Highway midday, the handprints of walking on the ground came again at night. Call. Call. Read more at wuxiax.com, call. On the other side, Ely got up from the ground, also panting with big mouthfuls, sweat kept falling, as if crawling out of the water. Lay done go. Upon seeing this, Ye quickly sealed the seal again, pressing heavily on the ground, and Dian Mang quickly rushed towards Ely through the water, without giving Ely a chance to evade. Wow! However, when the lightning hit Ely, Ely suddenly turned into a pool of water and dispersed. What? Upon seeing this, Ye's pupils widened in disbelief, and said aloud. Shui Dun Shui Rui wears a gun. At this moment, Ely's voice suddenly sounded behind Ye, and there was also a fierce sense of crisis. A water blue spear pierced the air quickly, hit Ye and knocked him out. Puff! It just felt like he was hit by a hammer. The tremendous power made his chest feel extremely stuffy, and a mouthful of blood spurted out again. And the lightning armor on his body disappeared because of too great power. When is it? Ye gritted his teeth to stop his retreating figure, and dug out a long hole in the earth, which was quite frightening. Hey, of course it was launched the moment I was knocked into the air by you. As a water escape ninja, where there is water is my battlefield, you are too careless. Ely sighed and laughed. Call out. So, please go to death. A talent like you can't make you grow up. If you grow up, it must be a nightmare in the ninja world. Ely launched the instantaneous technique and appeared in front of the knight, shooting out 2 flying shadows with flames. Needless to say, there is only one item with such an effect, detonation charm. What a joke! Upon seeing this, Ye's eyes widened in horror, but he didn't have time to get up and escape. Call out! When the flames rose from the ground, Ely disappeared in the same place as a phantom. With his chakra amount, he could only use the instantaneous technique more than a dozen times. Boom! The violent roar resounded throughout the forest, and a dazzling firelight rose up, quickly evaporating the water on the ground, and the terrifying heat crazily evaporated the leaves, making them brown. Even the nearby trees were overturned and flew out, and the ground was directly blasted out of a huge pit. The trees far away were also bent over by blowing, and the leaves were trembling constantly. Call! Call! Ely appeared 50 meters away from the explosion site, suddenly fell to his knees, panting for breath. His face was extremely pale. Chapter 16, Successfully Killed, 1. Chapter 16 Successfully Killed, 1. Amidst such a violent explosion, the little devil should have turned into a fan. Even Shang Ren can't fight such a terrifying explosion. Ely said to himself, but still did not completely relax his vigilance. The ninja's battle wins and loses only in an instant. Before the final confirmation of the death of the enemy, you must not relax your vigilance. However, it's a pity that the kid Kanchikiro was killed in this way. I originally wanted you to be a gift for me to join Dashimaru. It seems that I have to find another one again. Ely looked at lying on the ground Jean Kiro, whose eyes widened in disbelief, couldn't see the slightest sadness in his eyes. However, even if that kid is not dead, I am afraid he will be seriously injured. Forget it, let's take a look first. Be careful. Ely cautiously came to the center of the explosion, but what he saw was a bloody scene of broken limbs and arms, and his heart suddenly relaxed in half. After several more careful investigations, he can be completely sure that Ye has been bombed to death. I have to say that you are the most talented young man I have ever seen. If you grow up, you will inevitably become Konoha's mainstay, but unfortunately, you did not grow up after all. Ely had to admit that Ye's fighting talent very strong, he can see his progress every second. However, geniuses who have not grown up are not to worry about. Call out. Yi stepped and flew towards the branch with strength, and after landing on the branch, he stepped heavily and flew to another tree. In a blink of an eye, he rushed out a distance of more than 10 meters. However, just as Ely took the 5th step, a huge fireball measuring 5 meters in height suddenly shot from below him, with a terrifying high temperature, causing the air to be distorted, the leaves withered, and the sound of transpiration. Read more at wuxiax.com. The timing of this fireball was so good, it was when he just flew up and couldn't afford to find a place to settle. Who is it? In the face of this sudden attack, Ely didn't slow down at all. He quickly took a breath after the seal, and spouted a turbulent stream of water, slamming into the fireball. Hey! Water and fire are not tolerant. The moment the fireball hits the water, it reacts violently, and bursts out a burst of scorching steam that is invisible to all directions. It makes a loud noise and envelops the two of them. The sultry airflow makes people very fascinating. Uncomfortable. Who the hell is attacking me suddenly? That kid should have been bombed to death. Under such an explosion, he definitely has no possibility of surviving. Ely analyzed in his heart. But just when he had this idea, a white light suddenly tore open the mist, illuminating his eyes. Lay done go. There was a voice in the mist, exuding awe-inspiring murderous intent. Not good. The moment he heard this voice, Ely's face suddenly changed, and he yelled badly in his heart. He just wanted to withdraw and retreat, but saw that the lightning had struck his upper body and couldn't avoid it. What? Dense thunder and lightning are like a spider web, completely enveloping him. The powerful thunder and lightning are running freely in his body, destroying his meridians, and slowly taking away his ability to move. Can't help but exhale in pain. The violent lightning strike also produced a huge amount of heat, so that Ely's body exuded a burnt smell, pungent, and the burnt scars walked sporadically, making him look like a spotted deer. Damn it! Ely gritted his teeth and cursed loudly, but he couldn't move his body. He could only watch the figure less than half his height approaching him quickly. Chapter 17, Successfully Killed, 2. Chapter 17 Successfully Killed, 2. Goodbye, Ely. Ye rushed in front of Ely, the short blade wiped Ely's neck, and opened his carotid artery. Puff! Suddenly, blood splashed out like a fountain, dyeing Ely's eyes and night vision. You, won. Ely's sturdy body fell backwards and fell heavily to the ground, splashing dust on the ground. Puff! Ye did not hesitate, and the short blade slashed a circle around Ely's neck, and then cut off Ely's entire head, and sealed it into the special seal reel for root. What? 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 After doing all this, Ye will no longer be able to hold it and fell to the ground, spreading his limbs limply, panting greedily, and even his vision became a little blurred. Read more at wuxiax.com. It's a tough battle. There are still 30% of chakras left, but the body seems to fall apart, and 3 ribs have broken. Now, it may be a few days to lie in the hospital bed. Ye touched her chest and sank. Place, couldn't help but smile wryly. He didn't dare to use force, because as long as he used force, it was painful. Being able to kill Ely, Ye Shen knows how much luck is involved. If Ely was not deceived by his illusion and disguise, Ely rushed to dash Yuan without too much exploration. Ely did not know that he still had Lei Dun Chakra's information, coupled with the water mist. He is the one who died today. The stacking of multiple lucks allowed him to finally solve Ely and successfully complete the task. However, there is a saying that goes well, luck is also a kind of strength, at least, isn't it the kind of luck that others have no night. The forest returned to peace again, only the traces left on the ground told everyone what happened here. 5 days later, in the maintenance room of the root organization, Ye was lying on the bed with a bandage all over his body, and his face finally recovered some blood. It has been 2 days since he came back. At the moment of handing over the task, he could clearly see the surprise in the eyes of his small team leader Fighting Dog, it seems I was surprised that I could kill an enemy of Ili's level. And Danzo gave him a rating of good. It doesn't sound like a big compliment, but you should know that Danzo generally doesn't compliment others easily. Not bad, it's already a high praise. Whether others believe it or not, the almost fatal injury on Yi's body can't deceive anyone. Therefore, Ye also got 5 days of sick leave, which naturally aroused the envy of others. You know, in the root organization, it's generally difficult to have a holiday unless you get special approval from Danzo. If it hadn't been for me to make a silly move and use Huodun to divert his attention, I am afraid he would not be killed so easily by me. Lying on the hospital bed, he analyzed the process of fighting Ili at night. When he remembered that he had killed Ili by luck, he didn't feel much joy in his heart. Sure enough, intelligence is very important, and keeping a few hands is also very important. In this world, it is best to have some tricks to press the bottom of the box. Ye stretched out his hand to block the slightly dazzling candlelight and couldn't help but said. I don't know if it was because of joining Root that he actually started to like the dark and quiet environment in Root. No matter, maybe I'm a gloomy person in my bones. The first time I killed someone, I could be so calm. Ye couldn't help but laugh at himself. Chapter 18, Successfully Killed, 3. Chapter 18 Successfully Killed, 3. However, life and death fighting is indeed the most important way for people to make progress. There is no one. It is just a fight with Ili. My understanding of Lei Dun has become a little deeper and my experience has become more enriched. I believe that when I get better after that, the strength can rise a lot. However, the cultivation of physical skills is still not enough, and we must continue to strengthen the cultivation. After all, the body is the capital. Only when the body is strong can there be more chakras and pure chakras. Yeze said to himself. Well, after leaving the hospital, I will continue to practice ninjutsu and physique. As for illusion, there is no shortage of illusion masters. Shen Ye knew the importance of the 3 ninja fighting methods of ninja. As a qualified ninja, one must be proficient in 2 of them, and the other must be proficient. Otherwise, ignoring any of them will become a fatal weakness. He doesn't want to be like the Maitreya in the original book, but as a master of physique, he is an idiot of illusion. Or a ninjutsu master like Ashimaru is a weak illusionist. However, I think I should still have a little talent for illusionism. After all, my mental power is beyond the strength of ordinary Zhongren. The illusion skills used by Zhongren will definitely not trap me. Yeze said confidently in his heart. He has spiritual power beyond Zhongren, of course not only because of being a transcender, but the deeper reason is because of the tempering of spiritual power by the 9 Sun Scriptures. With the 9 Sun Scriptures in hand, he doesn't need to learn too many illusions, he only needs to continuously improve his mental power, and then learn a little handprint to relieve the illusions. After all, illusion is not as ever-changing as combat. It depends on who has the strong mental power. Correspondingly, illusion skills or illusion resistance are strong. The reason why Ye didn't learn too much illusion was because his main focus was on ninjutsu and physique. If you want to distinguish the importance of these 3 methods, it should be the ratio of Ninti Magic 541. With the 9 Sun Scriptures in hand, his physical strength doesn't need to be worried at all, he just needs to constantly temper his skills in battle. Therefore, although the knight seems to have to take into account the 3 ways of ninjutsu at the same time, the most important time is ninjutsu. Read more at wuxiax.com. After all, only ninjutsu cannot be obtained through the practice of 9 suns. 2 days later, Konoha's 7th training ground. Lei Dun Angry Thunder Tiger. Yi's hands were completely transformed into phantoms, and the seal was created within 2 seconds. The violent thunder and lightning completely wrapped Yi, and then condensed a ferocious thunder tiger, which rushed towards the 2-meter boulder in front of Yi's body. Boom! The thunder tiger turned into a white phantom and slammed into the boulder. After a bang, the boulder was torn apart, but Thunder Tiger, still strong, continued to rush towards the rocks behind. Boom boom! Thunder Tiger smashed 3 boulders in a row, and then it was able to bear the lack of strength afterwards, stopped and disappeared, but the whole ground was already in a mess. Huo dun huo liu. Yeja Ian again, and then spewed a fist-sized rain of fire from his mouth, blasting towards a fixed target. Boom! Needless to say, compared to a week ago, Ye is already too proficient in this trick. 7 targets have been crushed by 5, and the other 2 have also been crushed by some corners. When Ye can completely smash the 4 targets, he will not be far from fully mastering this trick. After all, this is just a sea-level ninjutsu, and it is not difficult for Ye. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. After Ye gasped for a breath, the seal began to form quickly again, and a powerful momentum rose from his body, causing the air to stagnate slightly. Ye Kuang took a breath, his belly suddenly enlarged, the fire attribute chakra surged up to his throat, his body leaned forward, and a huge 7-meter-high fireball ejected from his mouth. After falling to the ground, it slammed away, like a balloon with the temperature of the sun, emitting a super high temperature, making the air distorted and blurred, and it was so hot that people would not dare to open their eyes, as if the face is like a little sun. All the stones along the way were roasted and broken into powder, and the target used for practice was roasted into dry charcoal, emitting a crimson light. Even the earth was burned into crystals, with a slight maroon glow. How Fireball Technique, the strongest fire escape ninjutsu Ye can master at present. Chapter 19, Daily Practice, 1. Chapter 19 Daily Practice, 1. It sounds surprising, but the fact is, with all the merits of Ye now, it is only enough for him to master so many ninjutsu. Having a self-made B-level ninjutsu is already great, after all, he is now a ninjutsu. Only when you really live in this world will you know how difficult it is to get a ninjutsu. Even C-level ninjutsu is not something you can get casually. Wanting to be like the protagonists, a ninjutsu above the C-level may only exist in fantasy. Fei Cut. After a short rest, Ye drew out the short blade from his foot again and began to practice swordsmanship. For Ye, swordsmanship is his physical skill. Call out. I saw Ye suddenly jumped up, his arm quickly crossed the sky, and a dazzling cold light flashed by, and the air suddenly filled with fierce murderous intent. Drink. Ye Zong turned back and recalled all the battles with Ili in his mind, imagining that Ili was standing in front of him now, fighting him in a life-and-death battle. Ye began to prance continuously, and used all kinds of dodge tricks like a spirit ape. Chopping, slashing, stab, and cutting are obviously just simple basic moves, but a different feeling erupted in Ye's hands. Read more at wuxiax.com. The tricks are sharp and deadly, and the air constantly emits sharp screams, and the cold light shines, making people chilling. Ye can't wait to abandon all the extravagant things, leaving only pure killing skills. Ye's most admired is a strong man like Heiji Sakumo. Ninjutsu is invincible, and the killing is frightening. Suddenly, the fierce murderous intent that filled the air became stronger and stronger, and it began to make people feel some skin tingling, but Ye seemed to have fallen into a situation of epiphany, and he kept waving his short blade with selflessness. Ye only feels this moment, as if he has 2 hands teaching him. He can clearly know which of his actions are wrong, which needs to be improved, and which are redundant. His sword skills began to become simpler, but his power continued to rise. If anyone who is practicing swordsmanship sees this scene of Ye present, he will definitely scream out in exclamation, the state of selflessness. The state of ecstasy is actually the unity of nature and man, which means that the cultivator suddenly arouses the potential deep in his mind at a certain moment and reaches a situation that exceeds the current attainments of the cultivator. The state of selflessness is definitely the realm pursued by every cultivator. After all, as long as you immerse in, every second is precious. Moreover, the longer the immersion, the greater the improvement in strength. Yet she was not only limited to the practice of swordsmanship. He who had not much chakra left, his hands began to form quickly, and the extremely powerful ninjutsu was released from his hands. Lei dun go. Art fire escape ho fireball. Lei dun false darkness. Huo dun huo lai huo. Thunder dun lightning strike armor. Lei dun angry thunder tiger. Yes seemed to be manipulated, the hands kept forming the seal, and he couldn't stop at all. The stone mountain in front of him kept shining with red and blue light, trembling and crackling, and smoke billowing, and the momentum was very loud. Even the 3 generations of Hokage were alarmed. Naruto office building. The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi were watching this scene through the technique of telescope, the technique of voyeurism, and his eyes were full of surprise. Chapter 20, Daily Practice, 2. Chapter 20 Daily Practice, 2. This child, I remember it was brought back by the roots 3 years ago. I didn't expect that it has grown to this point in just 3 years. It seems that the will of fire has someone to succeed. Such a good seedling, I would have been dug out by Dan Zhang. After all, I am old, and my vision is not good. 3 generations of Hokage looked at the knight in the mirror, shook his head and laughed at himself, but a trace of relief flashed across the old face. When the older generation keeps getting older, the younger generation becomes the new heir to the will of fire. The smooth transition between the old and young generations is the best, otherwise, it will definitely be a terrifying blow to Konoha. Any power will pay great attention to inheritance. In order to develop and grow, inheritance is indispensable. But it doesn't matter, it's just a child, and I can save it back. 3 generations spit out the flu, and their muddy eyes were full of wisdom. Let Danzo control the root is the result of his deliberate indulgence, but he will never allow Danzo to grow bigger. Kakashi was like that in Yamato, but it should be the same at night now. Ye must face him, Konoha Hokage's authority cannot be challenged. Of course, more than 3 generations were disturbed by Ye's cultivation. Almost the entire Konoha executive sensed the momentum erupting from Ye cultivation at the same time, and almost all of them dispatched their subordinates to the location of Ye to investigate. Among them, Tenzo is naturally included. Read more at wuxiax.com. What? Although he was very reluctant to quit this state, but there was no way, chakra at night had been consumed completely, he felt like he was useless, and he couldn't afford to give up at all. It's just a few minutes of practice, at least the results of the usual weeks, this state is really amazing. Ye lay on the ground and panted, but smiled with satisfaction on his face. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. You can't waste such a good opportunity. Ye struggled to get up from the ground, crossed his legs into a meditation posture with his hands, pinched a Xian, and began to refine the chakra. However, what no one knows is that Ye refined the chakra according to the 9 sun scriptures. The chakra extracted from the root of the 9 sun scriptures possesses the most rigid to pure attributes, and the thunder and fire 2 escape techniques also have the same characteristics, and the 2 can be mutually beneficial. Therefore, the escape technique used by his special chakra will be much more powerful than ordinary Zongren. But from the appearance, you can't see anything wrong. Of course Ye knew that the 3rd generation of Hokage had a habit of peeping into the village, so since he dared to show up under the 3rd generation of Hokage's eyelids, he must be prepared. But now it seems that everything is as Ye expected, without revealing the slightest flaw. The reason for doing this is only because Ye wanted to tell the 3rd generation of Hokage that he had missed it back then. Originally, he could graduate comfortably, become a ninja, and then split into teams, under the leadership of the ninja, slowly accumulate experience, and then become ninja, and a member of the Guardian Konoha. Ye hadn't planned to do anything earth-shattering. After all, he is not a diligent person with lofty ideals. Like Nara Shikamaru in the original book, he is relatively lazy, and can even be said to have no ambition. However, all of this was shattered by the nod of the 3rd generation of Hokage. He was forced to join the dangerous roots and began his toiling life. Chapter 21, Daily Practice, 3. Chapter 21 Daily Practice, 3. I used to have such a good feeling for Konoha, but now, I don't have any feelings for this place anymore. 3 generations of Hokage, you are old after all, without the sharpness of your youth. So much so that Konoha exudes a strong twilight atmosphere. Aspiring people can't get a platform to show their talents. If it weren't for the attack by Ashimaru, Konoha might really be over. Yeze said in his heart. The top is weak and incompetent. Just like the 2 old guys Mito Minyan and Zhuan Xiaochun, they have little ability but they still occupy a lot of resources. He doesn't have much foresight, but he still likes to intervene in everything. All day long, he only knows to fight for power and make a good Konoha smog. Without the support of the 3 generations of Hokage and Shimura Danzo, Konoha would have died long ago. Of course, these words are only spoken in the heart, but Ye will not speak them. Now I take care of the 3 ways of ninjutsu and phantasmagoria at the same time, but of course the most powerful technique is spiritism. I have to learn this technique, so that I will not be so hard on the road in the future, and I will fight more. A helper. However, psychic beasts are obviously not so easy to find. Don't you know what my future psychic beasts will look like? After reading the original work, of course, you know that psychic beasts are not easy to find, and most of them are not strong. Unless it is a psychic beast like the 3 great immortals, or a special psychic beast of the Sarutobi clan, most of the other psychic beasts have only auxiliary functions and no fighting ability, but it is better than nothing. But what Ye wants is a powerful psychic beast. It seems that I have to look for more information about the psychic beast when I go back. There is also the removal of illusion madra, this must be skilled. Ye opened his eyes, let out a clear breath, and stood up from the ground. Read more at wuxiax.com, Twilight Sunset. Ye has stayed here for 2 hours. Excluding the practice time, it took more than 10 minutes to refine the chakra at night. Sure enough, the amount of chakras has increased a lot, and the quality has improved a lot. Feeling the not very powerful sense of power coming from his body, Ye couldn't help closing his eyes, intoxicated by this feeling. However, compared to the powerhouse like the 3rd generation of Hokage, after all, it is still too weak, and we still need to continue to work hard. Thinking of the terrifying strength of the 3rd generation of Hokage, the excitement in Ye's heart suddenly disappeared. There's still 1 day left. It's okay to go back and see Ryamaru and the others. They should be still playing now. Yezawa was wearing casual clothes instead of Gent-specific clothing. Since it is a vacation, it must look like a vacation. And yet, I really don't like the Root Organization combat uniform that looks like a tights. Konoha orphanage. You, a bereaved dog, dare to bite me, and beat me fiercely. I want him to know why the flowers are so red. Ryamaru, who was missed by Ye, was surrounded by several arrogant children at this moment, and Wei and Mingye were also pressed to the ground. They couldn't move. They could only look at them, but they couldn't do anything. You mourning dogs, Konoha kindly took you in, but I didn't expect you to be so incompetent. When we saw us, we didn't say hello. Do you look down on me? Tell you, if the 3 of you don't give me an explanation today, I will make it difficult for you to move in Konoha. The leader is a 9-year-old arrogant boy who looks like a boss, threatening the entire orphanage, but some people dare to refute it. Yakushi Yeneyu stood at the door with a struggling expression. As the head of the former Konoha Medical Center and the head of the Root Organization, she could not participate in these children's affairs, but seeing her child being bullied so much, her heart hurts like a knife. Everyone is the same person. Why should I salute when I see you? Why do you think you are superior? But Ryamaru doesn't need to think so much. Even if he is constantly kicked and beaten by others, he still doesn't let go of angrily. Stop it, don't fight, he will die if you continue to fight, please, stop beating him. Wei was held to the side, crying helplessly. She kept begging for that boy, I hope he can stop. Dean, please say something, Ryuan, he is about to die. Wei turned her gaze to Yakushi Yanayu, and begged expectantly. Haha, it's useless if you ask anyone. You dare to resist, beat me, and beat me fiercely. I don't believe it anymore. You dare to be stubborn. But Wei's pleading had no effect. The arrogant young man looked indifferent, instructing the thugs beside him to continue to destroy Lu Maru, beating him with unconsciousness, and blood under him. Enough, you should also have a limit, give me a face, stop. Yao Naiyu finally couldn't stand it anymore, and he stopped. Humph, your face is worth a lot of money, you can also stop, kneel, give me 3 beeps, how about it, woman, it's a good deal. Hearing this, the arrogant boy laughed. Chapter 22, The Era of Grandpa Fight. Chapter 22 The Era of Grandpa Fight. Okay, I agree, let them stop. After hearing this, Yakushi Yanayu only struggled for a while and then agreed. Compared with Ryumaru's life, her dignity can be temporarily put back. Her current identity is just the dean of the Konoha orphanage, an ordinary person. Of course it is impossible to teach or threaten these children. What's more, this kid is obviously dependent, otherwise, they would not dare to be so arrogant. These people have been here for so long, and there are no Konoha ninjas coming to preside over justice. It is enough to see them. The forces behind are tough. Light places are naturally accompanied by darkness, and Konoha is no exception. People who are weak are always bullied, right? Unless you have enough power to make others afraid to mess with you. Where there are people, there is oppression, and oppression will always exist with the existence of people, and will not disappear. Haha, okay, refreshing, you guys stop, come and watch this good show. Upon seeing this, the arrogant teenager laughed triumphantly and stopped his actions. Dean, don't. Seeing this scene, Ming Yet, who was locked up by a few people, raised his head and shouted, his eyes covered with bloodshot eyes because of anger, and his teeth clenched and rattled, extremely hideous. Read more at wuxiax.com. President, don't, do, as he said, do it. On the ground, the dying Ryumaru also spoke, but his voice was extremely small. Tell you in advance. If you don't do it, you have to think carefully. My anger won't be so easy to calm down. Upon seeing this, the arrogant young man's face immediately became gloomy and threatened harshly. Don't worry, I will do it. After listening, Yakushi Yanao gave him a faint glance. And her 2 assistants, the 2 middle-aged men and women who looked very vicious, stood helpless in the crowd, with anxious expressions on their faces. What to do, why this kind of thing always happens to us, are we so easy to bully? The middle-aged man clenched his fist and said unwillingly. Is there any way, that is the grandson of the consultant, who dares to provoke? After listening, the middle-aged woman beside him said angrily. It's all here to watch the excitement. The dean of the orphanage knelt to a child, pass by, don't miss it. The arrogant teenager didn't think the matter was small enough, and opened his throat again and attracted a large group of people watching the excitement. Everyone talked about everything, some of it contempt, some of admiration, some of unrestrained, and some ridicules. It being ridiculed by so many people onlookers, like watching a monkey, even if the pharmacist Yanayu has a good temperament, he can't help but feel a little angry. The palm of her hand hidden in her sleeve squeezed, and a trace of unnoticeable hostility flashed across her face, but in the end she was concerned about something and gave up the struggle with a sigh. Just when Yakushi Yanayu was about to kneel down, and the arrogant young man showed disdain, the air suddenly became heavy and became quiet. I think it is so lively, it turns out that a few mice came in, it's good. A cold voice suddenly sounded from everyone's ears, chilling, and the scene instantly quieted down. The crowd involuntarily divided a path automatically, as if they were afraid of something. A young man with a face full of anger, wandering towards the center unhurriedly. At this moment, it seems that even the air has become heavy. Chapter 23, The lesson must be more profound. Chapter 23, The lesson must be more profound. You guys are very happy. Ye walked to the side of Yakushi Yanayu, toughly stopped Yakushi Yanayu's movements, then turned around and looked at the arrogant boy condescendingly, with a smile on his face. But the arrogant boy only felt that his body was pressed by a mighty force, and he couldn't move at all. I glanced around at night, and when I saw the miserable situation of Ryumaru and the others, the smiles on their faces increased, and a sharp murderous intent flashed in their eyes, saying, "Dare to hurt Ryumaru seriously like this, and let the dean kneel in public. Fuck, good, very good, very good." Ye slowly squatted down, stretched out his hand to grab the arrogant boy's neck and lifted him up. He didn't see him doing anything. There was a flash of light on his body. All the thugs beside the arrogant boy suddenly fell with his eyes blank. Unconscious. "Hey, you let me go. Do you know who I am? You dare to be such an opponent? I tell you, I'm the consultant Mito, the grandson of Minion. You still have room for maneuver when you put me down, otherwise, I will let you hang around in Key Village." Even though he was caught up and out of breath, the arrogant young man was still confident, speaking words that threatened Yet, put him down, we can't afford it. Yanayu, the pharmacist on the side, also persuaded him, looking at Ye with a worried expression. The arrogant boy was overjoyed when he heard it. He thought that Ye would listen to her and put herself down. However, Ye refused directly, and said coldly with a murderous face, "Dean, don't worry about it, this matter must have a result. No matter who it is, dare to touch my relatives, I must make him pay double the price." As if possessed by a demon, his eyes were red and bloodshot inside, which was extremely frightening. The arrogant young man couldn't help but shudder, and he didn't dare to look at him at all. Ye's eyes were not at all personal, like wild beasts. He had never seen this expression on a person. How about Mito Minion's grandson, can he bully others casually? It seems that you don't know my temper. Ye looked at the arrogant young man, and a devilish smile came out from the corner of his mouth. Read more at wuxiax.com, crack. Slowly, Ye stretched out his hand, hooping the arrogant boy's arm like iron tongs, and then there was a sound of broken bones, very crisp. "What?" The arrogant young man suddenly screamed like a pig, his face was full of pain, and his eyes couldn't help showing a look of fear. "It is these hands that just bullied the 3 Minjai people. Hehe, can't bear it anymore? It seems that you are just ostentatious. You dare to insult a ninja who was born and died for Konoha. Without her silent contribution, how can you live a safe life today? Can you be here to show off your power?" Ye loosened the arrogant boy's soft arm, and took his other arm. Crack! There was another sound of broken bones, and another scream of the arrogant boy, sharp and ear-piercing like a pig. Bah! I saw a cold light flashing, a bloody nail fell to the ground, and the arrogant young man screamed like a pig, and tried to withdraw his palm several times, but was tightly held by Ye's palm. The surrounding crowd continued to watch the excitement, and no one was brave enough to see righteousness. Because they are innocent and unjust. You said, how about removing your third leg? Ye whispered softly in the ear of the arrogant young man, like a winter wind. No, you can't do this. The arrogant teenager suddenly exploded and yelled. What a joke, the third leg is gone, what's the point of being alive? What about the orphanage? They are human, and you are human. What is the difference between you? You think Konoha is your family, and the 3 generations of Hokage and his grandson dare not be so arrogant. I know, you dare to be so bold, for sure it's your grandfather who is domineering. Ye stretched out his hand and tapped on the chest of the arrogant boy, and injected some chakras. Chapter 24, What about Medomonitis? I won't eat this set. Chapter 24, What about Medomonitis? I won't eat this set. What? The arrogant young man directly bounced and screamed, and the veins on his forehead bulged out, but because he was carried by the night, he could only twist his body with constant pain, like a caterpillar. But what is surprising is that he did not pass out due to severe pain. However, this hand just now was not ninjutsu, but the acupuncture technique in the 9 Suns scriptures. Only this one, except him, no one can relieve it. And the place he just clicked is an acupuncture point above the gate of death, which can increase the senses tenfold, and as long as some chakras are injected, it can directly invade the heart. Death. And this is just a means to stay at night. After all, Mito Minion is so powerful that he has a hostage in his hand and can definitely win a certain right to speak. With the character of the 3rd generation of Hokage, he must be partial to Mito Minion. This is no need to think about it. Stop, you brave guy, let him down for me. Just when Ye was about to cast a spell on the arrogant boy again, a furious voice suddenly came over. You don't need to watch the night at all, you know who this is coming. Besides the guy Mito Minion, who else is there? Sure enough, the first person to bear the brunt was the old guy Mito Minion, who spoke to Ye with a commanding tone, as if he had to execute it after he spoke. Read more at wuxiax.com. I have seen 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Danzang-sama, 2 consultants. Yakushi Yenai suddenly leaned forward and said to the back of Ye. Hearing that, Ye smiled slightly. The battle was great. He stopped, turned around with the arrogant young man like a chicken, looked at the 4 big guys in front of him, with a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Master Danzang, you are here. Ye leaned slightly towards Danzang, saying hello. Why, Ryamura didn't see you coming when they were bullied. Now this guy will come right away as soon as I am bullied. It's really fast. Hokage, the advisor. Ye's mouth sneered. There was boundless anger in his heart. Such a thing happened. As Hokage's Sarutobi Risen unexpectedly did not rush to the scene to stop him at the first time, but the arrogant young man rushed to the scene as soon as he was bullied. But how did he know that the 3 generations helped him wipe his butt because of the huge movement he just made, so as to avoid any turbulence, which delayed things here? 3 generations don't say, Ye doesn't know, misunderstandings sometimes happen like this. Pharmacist Yenai squatted on the side to help Lu Wan deal with her injuries. As the former head of the medical hospital, her medical skills are naturally not bad. With her treating Lu Wan's wounds, she is not worried that Lu Wan will leave sequelae. But depending on his injury, it is not easy to heal. Crack. Thinking of this, Ye's expressionless face strengthened the power in his hands, and the arrogant teenager suddenly uttered a scream like a pig, which was extremely ear-piercing. If this arm is not treated in time, it will almost be useless. Hi Munya, do you know what you are doing now? Is it possible that you want to bear the charge of killing your compatriots? Quickly put the child down for me, so it is good to discuss, otherwise, Konoha's law will never allow you. Mito Minion shouted threateningly. Hehe, if I let him go, it would really short-circuit my head. Hearing this, Ye laughed and said, completely free from Mito Minion. And the strength in his hand has strengthened a lot again, making the arrogant boy's face suddenly painful to pig liver. You quickly put him down, otherwise, I want your life. Upon seeing this, Mito Minion suddenly became anxious, and yelled in disregard of his image. Give it to me, take him back. Mito Minion shouted sharply to the ninja beside him. Chapter 25, Public Revenge of Mito Monitis. Chapter 25 Public Revenge of Mito Monitis. If that's the case, let me give it to you. Upon seeing this, a faint light flashed in the corner of Ye's mouth, and after injecting a large amount of chakra into the boy's body, he threw the arrogant boy to Chong. The ninja who came here. It's impossible to keep this guy anyway, it's better to throw it away. As long as the chakra in his body is not removed for a day, the knight will always have the confidence to confront Mito Minion. Hokage-sama, what do you plan to do with this matter? To be honest, I'm really a little curious. He patted his hands at night, raised his hands and grabbed his hands, and was controlled by the dark part without any resistance. But through the series of actions just now, Sarutobi Hizaki dared to treat him as an ordinary child. Behind him gathered people from major families in Konoha village, most of whom knew each other at night. For example, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizu, the pig deer butterfly Naralukasa, Akideo Dingza, Yamanaka Uaki, Inyazuka Hana of the Inyazuka clan, Yunushiwei of the Inome clan, and Kakashi, Kai, Asaima, read these young generations. Danzo, yet is at your root, what do you think is better? I have to say that the third generation of Hokage is really an old fox. It was him who obviously asked, but he threw the pot to Danzo. If Danzang's answer is not good, and he is kinder, he can take people's hearts and let ya be grateful to him, and thus be dissatisfied with Danzang. Read more at wuxiax.com, and if Danzo doesn't say anything, he treats it leniently, and it can also make ya feel grateful to him. Ya must admit that he can't learn this method of playing football, and he can't learn it. As a member of the Roots, he should have a decision in his heart from the moment he starts his hands, right? Of course, Danzo is not a simple thing. After a glance at yet, he said lightly, just like how the three generations of Hokage deal with it. What the two said was meaningless empty words, and there was no specific decision to express at all. After all, I didn't mention the key points. There is no clear expression on how to deal with the night. The ball finally returned to the hands of the third generation, which made the third generation of Hokage feel very depressed, because he did not achieve the desired effect. However, before dealing with me, Hokage-sama, should you say that, maybe next time another consultant's grandson will come to our orphanage to sprinkle. The villain in our orphanage is light, but can't offend the people in the village. Ye smiled and said with white teeth. Yet, what are you talking about? Everyone is Konoha's children, why would I see my children being bullied? For this question, the three generations of Hokage took a stern look at Ye and brought this issue up. Past. Haimu-Nyi, your behavior today has already constituted a serious crime of intentional harm, but you are still loyal to the village, and silently paid for the village. I won't care about you anymore. These tasks are all handed over to you. The task level is B. I believe that you will be able to complete it with your ability. It can be considered as a test for you by the village and our high-level officials. The time is 1 year. If you complete these tasks within 1 year, today's things will be wiped out. Of course, if you haven't done it, then all your past credits will be wiped out and you will start learning from the ninja school again. How about it? The guy Mito minion spoke suddenly, his eyes filled with retaliatory smiles, then he took out a scroll from his arms and threw it to the night road. Chapter 26, The Three Generations of the Face-Changing King of Hokage. Chapter 26 The Three Generations of the Face-Changing King of Hokage. Advisor, he is just a child. The B-level task is a bit too much for him. In case of any accident, it will be a life of 9 deaths. Is it possible that you will send him to death? Upon seeing this, pharmacist Yenaiyu couldn't help but feel anxious and couldn't help but speak. As a former Konoha assassination elite, he knows the sordid darkness of Konoha's top leaders. Okay, Yenaiyu, that's it. The moment he joined Gen, his life was handed over to Konoha. Ninja is a profession that dances on the edge of the knife, isn't it? Besides, I believe he must be mentally prepared too. However, Danzo directly interrupted Yenaiyu, with a strong tone that made people unable to refute. There was something wrong in his eyes when he looked at Ye, but Ye did not understand how he had offended him. Of course he didn't know that he was used by Danzo as a punching bag. If he knew it, he would have the heart to choke Danzo. Yenaiyu, the pharmacist. The work of comforting these children is left to you. I believe you will be able to satisfy me. Minion Mito watched arrogantly at Yakushi Yenaiyu's command, and then walked to the side of the third generation triumphantly. Yakushi Yenaiyu couldn't help but want to rush to beat him. Hee, knight, that's good, it's not bad to let you go out and practice. However, if you feel that you can't hold it anymore, come back, Konoha will always be your home. The third generation of Hokage began to play the emotional card again, looking like a good man. Read more at wuxiax.com. If not as a traverser, you might have been really confused by him. This one can be said to be the deepest in the city and the strongest among the 7 Hokage, and he can be called an old fox. The fall of the Senju family, Tsunade's departure, and the death of Heiji Sakumo are inseparable from him. This old man can't be regarded as a benevolent master. Yes, Hokage-sama, I will. Hearing this, Ye pretended to be grateful, wishing to tears in her eyes. Okay, let's deal with this matter like this, Minion, don't you have any opinions? Sandai looked at Mito Minion again, asking his opinions pretentiously. Well, you handled it well, I have no objection. Minion Mito nodded, expressing satisfaction with the ending. In his heart, Ye was already a dead person. He originally intended to let a senior shinobu to complete this task, but whoever caused the knight's bad luck happened to hit the gun. By the way, Mr. Counsel, if your grandson sometimes has a sudden chest pain and nosebleeds, it is definitely not accidental, it may be a disease. At this moment, Ye suddenly reminded him kindly. Also, when I come back, if I see anything wrong with one of them, it's not as simple as chest pain and nosebleeds. A cold light flashed in Ye's eyes, and Mito Minion smiled. After speaking, he didn't give Mito Minion the slightest chance to react, so he stepped on it hard, turned into a phantom and rushed outside to perform the so-called mission. Damn it, this guy! Hearing this, Minion Mito immediately squeezed his fists, and said bitterly in his eyes. Minion, you should also take care of your grandson. If this matter happens today, if it happens again in the future, don't blame me for not keeping the comradeship. After Ye left, Sandai suddenly turned around and warned Mito Manyandeo with a serious expression. Of course, I will also send a medical ninja to boy for treatment. Don't worry, he is just a child, what powerful means can he have? 3 generations knew the truth of the big stick of radish. After giving Mito Minion a stick, he immediately gave him a radish, so that he could not complain to himself. Chapter 27, Left Behind by the Night. Chapter 27 Left Behind by the Night. Okay, I beg you. After hearing this, Mito Minion opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. At last, he could only sigh with complicated expression. Humph. However, Danzo snorted a little dissatisfied, then turned and left. Okay, it's all gone. 3 generations of majestic scans for a week, dispelling the crowd. Let's go. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately left in groups, and the scene suddenly appeared empty. Medical room. How is it, did you find out anything? Sandai and Mito Minion stood outside the medical room. When the medical ninja came out, Sandai and Mito Minion immediately asked. There is a group of powerful chakras lingering around the injured heart, and over time, it continues to invade and assimilate the heart. Furthermore, using chakra as nutrition, it slowly grows in the injured person's body. With our current medical capabilities, it is difficult to completely remove it. Unless you find Tsunade-sama or let the surgeon dispel it yourself, otherwise, the wounded will be life-threatening. However, the medical ninja's answer surprised the 2 of them. What? So terrible! Mito Minion roared excitedly, read more at wuxiax.com, does Konoha have the same case? The 3 generations were relatively calmer and asked. This kind of chakra is something we have never seen before. It is 3 or 4 times stronger than a normal chakra, and has the characteristics of burning, like a flame, and has the ability to swallow and assimilate the injured chakra. If this chakra is allowed to completely assimilate the chakra of the injured, the injured will ignite spontaneously because they can't resist this chakra. The medical ninja told the two of the situation he had deduced, but they couldn't help taking a breath. Is there a way to suppress this kind of chakra? I can't let it keep growing in the injured person's body. 3 generations asked tentatively. There is a way, but it can only be delayed for 1 year. At the latest 1.5 years later, if the patient is not treated, the patient will die from the burning of body organs. Even if Tsunade-sama returns, it is useless. Moreover, once the operator dies, then this chakra will burst out immediately, taking the patient's life. The medical ninja informed the two of the final restrictions, but left them in a daze. Too overbearing. Neither of them would have thought, especially for the 3rd generation. He didn't expect Yi's methods to be so straightforward and cruel. No wonder he was confident when he left. He thought he was young and energetic, but he didn't expect it to be someone else. The thought that his grandson's life was in Yi's hands, Mito Minion suddenly felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. If Ye died, then his grandson would also die, then the mortal missions he gave Yepe were like cursing his grandson to die. Mito Minion can only pray, and I hope that this kid will be lucky and be blessed by the nobles, and will be able to return safely in a year. Otherwise, Konoha would not be able to find anyone who could heal his grandson. Comprehensive enough and amazing. Such a mature mind is not like an 11-year-old child. He is really a terrible boy. Is his existence lucky or unfortunate for Konoha? 3 generations looked at Konoha outside the glass. But my heart is extremely solemn. The belonging of Yi's camp has become his biggest concern. If Ye can inherit the will of fire, then it is Konoha's luck. With the support of Yi's talent, Konoha will surely prosper. But on the contrary, if Ye did not inherit the will of fire at all, but became a person like Ashimaru, then he would consider his attitude towards Ye in the future. The threat must be wiped out in the cradle as soon as possible. There can be no more big snake pill, and Konoha can no longer bear this kind of loss. Chapter 28, on the combat method of diving into the fog. Chapter 28 on the combat method of diving into the fog. Sarutobi, this fellow Fiamunyi, absolutely can't let him stay in the village anymore, otherwise, no one knows who his next goal is. This guy is flustered, and everything depends on his mood. Things like boy must never happen again. For Konoha's sake, people related to Himuraya and him must be controlled. Minion Mito said under the guise of being good for Konoha, but in fact said with a bad heart. What you said makes sense, but I feel a bit wrong to just make a decision like this. Minion Mito's words happened to hit the 3 generations' thoughts, but he was not Danzo after all, and said hesitantly. Hey, Sarutobi, you are the benevolence of a woman. You must do it when it is time to do it. If it is inconvenient for you, then let me and Danzo come. I believe he will agree. Upon seeing this, Mito Minion snorted dissatisfiedly, and said in his heart, is there any hesitation, isn't this what you want to do? If you lied to others, you can't lie to me. Well, but you must not go too far, and cause his backlash again. That kid is not a person willing to be manipulated. The 3 generations groaned for a while before agreeing, and reminded at the same time. But the 3 generations will not know that the power of hatred often makes a person lose his mind. Mito Minion may not necessarily listen to him. But Danzo has always been a cruel person, in his eyes there are only people who can and can't kill. Even if it was his relatives, as long as he hindered his plan, he could raise the butcher knife mercilessly. Hey, I hope my decision won't be wrong, otherwise, I will be Konoha's guilty man. Looking at the departed Mito Minion, the 3 generations took a long, frowning cigarette and said worriedly, read more at wuxiax.com, he could feel the violent breath emanating from Mito Minion. Ye would not know that the backhand he left behind when he left was pushed by the medical ninja, further angering Mito Minitis. He regarded himself highly and underestimated the enemy. He would not have thought that the 3 generations would agree to the request made by Mito Minion. After all, it is because of strength and influence. If Ye has the strength and holds a force, then he will not be what he is now, but unfortunately, he has neither strength nor power. Mito Minion, you really want me to die? Each of them is comparable to A-level missions, fortunately you pretend to say that it is only B-level. Hehe, the first one is to sneak into the Wuyan village to investigate their reality. It really looks at me. In the road, the Night Unwinding Scroll could not help but sneer after seeing the mission above. He is just a ninja now. Although he has the strength of ninja, it is almost impossible to sneak into the hidden village of fog. Once discovered, Ye will be chased by the entire mist. Mito Minion, you wait for me, when I come back alive, I will kill you. Ye swears after putting away the scroll. To sneak into the mist, he must plan well. This is one of the 5 great shinobu villages, not an ordinary force, and it is still the reign of the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura. This is a ruthless man who created the Blood Mist Land with his own hands. During his time in power, Wuyan village became an isolated and closed existence. It can be said that it is extremely difficult to sneak in. After all, he doesn't have the strength of Uchiha Itachi, and a single Amaterasu can burn Yakura seriously. Although Yakura said that his strength was only mid-level in the shadow rank, he was also a strong man in the shadow rank after all. For the current night, he can only look up. What's more, there are still 7 ninja swordsmen who have not completely disbanded. Terumi Mei, Ching and others are here. No matter what, Ye must be careful and careful. After thinking and meditation for a long time, Ye thought of a more feasible method, but when this method was implemented, Ye was a little uncertain. Border of water country. Ye disguised herself as a wandering child, begging on the streets all day long. Since you can't sneak in directly, then there is only indirect way. He remembered that in the original work, some ninjas in the hidden fog village would select some wandering children with decent qualifications, bring them back to hidden fog, and engrave them with an indelible seal technique, and then train them as their deputy to assist in combat. Chapter 29, Mixing with Terumi. Chapter 29 Mixing with Terumi. Ye intends to try this, and at the same time, while waiting, he can also think about other ways to enter the hidden fog village, as well as the follow-up behavior after entering. However, what he didn't know was that from the moment he stepped into Wuyan village, he had been found with dirt. It's just that Ketu doesn't think the night can make many waves, so he didn't take the night too seriously. As far as the soil is concerned, as long as it does not affect his plan, what does it matter if he appears in the hidden village at night? What wave can the ants set off? But what makes Ye frustrated is that he waited for a full week, and he didn't see the Misty Ninja come out to select talents, so he couldn't help but wonder if he had done a stupid thing. This method is actually it came out of his head. But just when he was about to give up, the appearance of a beautiful shadow made his mind about giving up suddenly be thrown out of the clouds. This is a young woman. His body was hot and he was wearing a purple cheongsam, and he was slashed above his thighs. During the movement of the lotus step, large areas of snow-white skin were exposed to the air, exuding an orchid-like fragrance of virginity. The brown hair on his forehead intertwined into a loving shape, and his eyes were lazy, making it hard to remove his eyes. After this woman appeared, the beggars on the street forgot to pretend to be pitiful and continue to beg, and the businessmen forgot to care about the price. Both parties in the quarrel stopped because of her, and the diners didn't even know that the tableware was inserted into other people's hands, and the people who were inserted didn't know the pain. Read more at wuxiax.com. Everyone's eyes gathered on the woman's body, and their greedy eyes scanned the woman's body unscrupulously, wishing to have a few more eyes, so that time would be frozen forever at this moment. The woman is no one else, but the future lord of the Wuyan ZTE 5 generations Shuiying Zhao Mei Ming. Terumi Ming, what is she doing here? While others were looking at Zhao Meiming, Ye secretly looked away and lowered her head. This woman is not easy to provoke. If possible, Ye didn't want to be noticed by her at all. If he spends too long with her, he can't guarantee that he can keep his status as an undercover agent. But when he thought that he might be with a stunning beauty, Ye couldn't help but waver in his heart, and his thoughts began to waver for the first time. But how did he know that he had formed a strong contrast with others? When Terumi Ming came to the street, he caught the outstanding knight and walked towards him. "Little devil, come with me, there will be a lot of delicious food with me, so you don't have to wander on the streets and get hungry again." Terumi Mei's words were simple and clear, and Ye could not help being stunned. This Terumi Mei was a bit different from the one in the original book. But after all, it is the next 5 generations of Shui Ying. At this moment Terumi Ming already has the strength to forbearance, and she looks pretty good in Wuyan village. "Why, kid, is it possible that you still don't have enough? Can you still not impress you if you have food?" Seeing Yi still indifferent, Terumi couldn't help feeling a little angry and couldn't help stomping his feet. The people around him swallowed again, breathing began to become rapid, and they hadn't looked away at all. If it weren't for the terrifying power of Terumi Ming, these people would have long since turned into demons and rushed forward. "What?" Hearing this, Ye quivered and then came back to his senses. He wanted to say rejection, but when he looked up and saw Terumi Mei, he couldn't move his eyes immediately, and replied involuntarily, "Okay, I agree." "Hey, that's the right thing to do. Go, buy you some clothes, and then go back and take a bath, maybe he will be a handsome guy." Terumi Mei took Yi's little hand, and didn't care about his hand. Stains. A burst of warm current flowed in the knight's heart, and a feeling of being cared for came to my heart again. How long has it been since I came to this world? I have never experienced this feeling again. Fogian village, Terumi Ming, it's not bad too. Yeze said in his heart. He suddenly felt that going to Wuyan village was not a bad thing. Chapter 30, Encountered Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Chapter 30 Encountered Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. They are all small adults, why are they crying? Feeling the water droplets dripping on his hands, Terumi Ming turned around and saw Knight with red eyes, and couldn't help but jokingly said. "Hey, who is crying? It's just the sand in the eyes." Hearing this, Ye immediately turned his head, and the dead duck said stiffly. "Haha, you are so interesting." Terumi Mei was amused suddenly, and she giggled out loud. As crisp and sweet as a aureole, spreading far away, even the air seemed to become lighter. Under the leadership of Terumi Ming, Ye easily entered the Wuyan village without any interrogation. Judging from the respectful attitude of the ninja at the door, Terumi Ming's status seems to be quite high in the Wuyan village. Unlike Konoha's bright and accessible, Wuyan village is shrouded in water mist all year round. The visibility is no more than 10 meters from the eye, and there is no sunshine all year round. Therefore, as soon as he entered the village, Ye smelled a faint smell of mold and rot, as well as the smell of water vapor. The architectural style of Wuyan is not much different from Konoha, both of which are small buildings. However, compared to Konoha's flat-roofed buildings, Wuyan village is basically a spire-shaped building with smooth drainage, but at night, in such an environment, such buildings seem to be of no use. Ye carefully looked at all the buildings along the way, keeping them in his mind as much as possible. Here is where he will live for a year. Seeing Ye set his eyes on the building, without saying a word, with an expression of incomparable concentration, Terumi Mei stopped talking from the side, but pulled him to walk silently. Read more at wuxiax.com. Along the way, the Misty Ninja kept saying hello to Terumi Mei, which further confirmed Yi's conjecture. Terumi Mei's status is not low. "Hey, Terumi Mei, you will bring people back from outside, which is really strange, but this kid is really handsome, hehe, you shouldn't be attracted to him." At this moment, a powerful chakra breath suddenly struck, and Ye suddenly woke up from the state of observation. But after seeing that person's face that night, his pupils shrank involuntarily, and the person here was actually one of the 7 ninja swords, the current owner of the Shizuka sword Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. There is also the shark-faced ninja behind him, the dried persimmon ghost shark, the next shark muscle user, and the strongest power among the movie class figures in the future. There are so many chakras that they can even change the terrain instantly. The tailless beast. Hehe, Senior Watermelon Mountain is serious. How could I fall in love with him? He is only 11 years old, and I am already 18, such a big gap is impossible to think about. After hearing this, Terumi laughed. Said unhurriedly. Hehe, this is not necessarily true. There is a saying, no one can stop love when it comes to love. The 7-year-old gap is nothing, and the gap between the 18-year-old can be together. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost is actually involved in this matter. Tangled up. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is a big fat man who is more than 2 meters tall. His long hair is tied into 2 balls on the left and right. A black hair roller is tied in between. His eyes are fierce. The nose is not big, the mouth is full of shark-like teeth, and he wears the special clothing of the 7 ninja swords and wears the shark muscle on his chest. But it is not the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost that makes Ye watchful, but the dried persimmon ghost shark behind him. Ye could clearly feel the terror chakra in his body, like the ocean, which was shocking. Even the current Terumi May does not have his strong chakra breath, and the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost, without the shark muscle, is a bit stronger than the general shinobi. Even Terumi May is stronger than him. Ye didn't feel too much about the man who was killed by the dried persimmon ghost shark in the original work. Although he is not an enemy that Ye can fight against now, he knows that the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish will die soon. Around 57 years ago, Konoha would kill him and then seize the sword to defect, and Terumi will launch a coup to kill the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura, and successfully take the position of the 5th generation of Mizukage. For such a person with 6 years of lifespan left, Ye can only say, cherish the remaining time. Chapter 31, Keen Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark. Chapter 31, Keen Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark. Of course he would not remind the watermelon puffer fish of the Watermelon Mountain flooding with compassion. After all, the night is mixed in, and if there is no trouble, there will be no trouble. He didn't want to be seen by anyone, and died without a place to bury him. At this time, the ghost should still be in the mist if you don't cut it. Unfortunately, in another 5 years, there will be an assassination of Shui Ying that shocked the ninja world. Ye Xin thought. In the Third Ninja World War, there were 5 ninja swords that were destroyed by Kai's father Mat Dai, but only 2 people, Lo Quat Juzo and Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish, survived. But in a few years' time, the Lo Quat Shizo will defect, and by then, the mist will fall into an unprecedented low. Of course, all this has nothing to do with the night. In the mist now, there are only a few people worthy of the night's attention, the 4 generations of water shadows and the hidden Uchiha belt soil, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost, the dried persimmon ghost shark, the Lo Quat Juzo, never cut again, and holding the night hand Terumi Ming. Hehe, it seems reasonable for seniors to say this, I seem to have suddenly become interested in that. Terumi Ming's eyes dexterously circled, and she licked her upper lip with a sudden resuscitation appearance. This should be a very tempting scene, but Ye felt a heartfelt chill. Even the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost took a few steps back without fear. Read more at wuxiax.com. Okay, senior, if there is nothing wrong, then I will leave first. This kid has just arrived today, and I have to take him to the seal room. After Terumi said his farewell to the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost, before waiting for the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost to respond, she took Yi's hand and continued to walk into Wuyan village. Hehe, what a funny kid, I hope you can get out of the Wuyan village alive. A voice that no one can hear came from the mouth of the dried persimmon ghost shark. He glanced at the direction where Ye was leaving, and a faint smile appeared on the shark's face. Okay, everyone is gone, what else are you looking at? Let's go. Heck, looking at Terumi Ming, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was upset and shouted at the ghost. Yes, my lord. Hearing this, the smile on the ghost's face immediately disappeared, and after a response, he followed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost and walked out. There are a lot of strong people in Wien, no wonder they can become one of the 5 great ninja villages. However, with the rebellion of the dried persimmon ghosts, the Loquat Jozo, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost, and the others, and the death of Yakura, the strength of the Wien village will be reduced to the lowest, just like the Konoha village back then. Become extremely fragile. Terumi Ming, ah Terumi Ming, how much wrist power do you have to bring such a fog back to life? Ye looked at Terumi Ming's back, her eyes a little complicated. If possible, he didn't want to stand in hostility with Terumi Mei, but the reality is always so cruel. Night is Konoha, but Terumi Mei belongs to the village of Misty Hidden. The two are incompatible. Ye could not imagine what kind of expression Terumi Ming would look like when she knew that she was Konoha's spy. After going round and round, the two came to the seal room. After checking Yi's birth, he was engraved with the unique seal technique of Wien, and he officially became a member of Wien. Due to the brain trauma suffered by Ye, Terumi Mei came to her residence with her pale face on her back, and Ye fell asleep on Terumi Mei's back. He consumes too much mental power. While concealing his mental space, he must also ensure that he does not reveal any flaws, and he must operate the 9 suns to resist the invasion of the seal technique. Even with his spiritual attainments, he felt a deep exhaustion. Chapter 32, Shopping is really a woman's natural ability. Chapter 32, Shopping is really a woman's natural ability. When he got home, Terumi Ming realized that Ye on his back had fallen asleep, couldn't help but smile, put Ye on the bed gently, covered him with a quilt, and walked into the shower. In the evening sunset, lights slowly appeared in the misty village, little by little, and dim, and dim. Under the smoke, it finally brought a little breath of life to Wien village. When the night woke up, 3 hours had passed, Terumi was preparing dinner, busy in the kitchen in her apron, pots and pans clinking non-stop. At this moment, Ye seemed to see his wife in the previous life again, and she was so dumb for a while, tears involuntarily flowed down, and she felt a little choked in her heart. However, he wiped the tears from his face immediately, not wanting to be watched by Terumi Mei. "Oh, you're awake, come, eat." Turning around, seeing that Ye has woken up, Terumi Ming smiled and stretched out his hand to Ye. "Coming." Ye responded softly, put on her shoes and walked into the shower, holding a handful of cold water on her face to cover up the traces of her tears. Although the scene before him is warm, it was established before Terumi Ming did not discover Yi's true identity. If Yi's identity is leaked, then the only result waiting for him is the result of being melted into blood by Terumi Mei. Terumi Ming's dissolution, how powerful the boiling power is, it is clear to the night that he can break through the powerful blood boundary of Suzuonangu with terrifying defenses, and he dare not try with his life. But, how did I find that I seem to like this warm atmosphere? Ye looked at herself in the mirror, and suddenly realized that she actually enjoyed the atmosphere. "Hurry up and have dinner, why are you so grind?" Terumi Ming urging voice came over. Read more at wuxiax.com, coming. Ye replied softly, spit out the water in his mouth, wiped off the water on his face, and walked out. "Here, your meal." Before Ye came to the dining table, Terumi Ming had already handed the rice bowl to him, which made Ye a little uncomfortable, and the feeling of being taken care of like this was gone for a long time. For a long time, he has been busy building up his strength and has no time to take into account the quality of life. He is alive and unconscious, but until now, he feels that he is alive like a person. "Thank you." Ye took the rice bowl with both hands, thanking him with a smile on his face. "Hee, it's so cute." Terumi Ming couldn't help being stunned after hearing this, and then he couldn't help rubbing Yi's hair. But in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a warm current. Thank you for these 2 words, no one has said to her for a long time. "Eat. After eating, I will buy you some clothes, take a shower, and then go shopping with me." Terumi Ming said to Yat. Okay. Hearing this, he nodded at night, then buried his head and went to eat. What an indifferent child! Upon seeing this, Terumi shook her head helplessly, and just like the night, she immersed herself in the delicious food. 30 minutes later. After the meal was over, I consciously cleaned up the table at night, and then washed the dishes and chopsticks, sorted them out. Not bad, quite conscious. Upon seeing this, Terumi touched Yi's head and smiled satisfied. But in exchange for Ye Yun's white eyes, he was 30 years old in his previous life and in this life, but he was touched and praised by a woman 12 years younger, which made him somewhat depressed. Okay, let's go, it's rare to go shopping and buy clothes. Terumi Mei took Yi's palm and walked outside without asking Yi's opinion. Ye only felt that her palm was wrapped in soft and moist silk, very comfortable. It is hard to imagine that this is a pair of murderous hands. The Misty Street Mall is certainly not as exquisite as Konoha, but there are not a lot of people, and the variety of goods is dazzling. Chapter 33, Little Bargaining Expert Fei Kun Yat. Chapter 33 Little Bargaining Expert Fei Kun Yat. But with his previous life experience, after seeing high-rise buildings and neon lights, he suddenly came to this misty shopping mall. He only felt like he was in a country clothing store. The gap in his heart was a little difficult to change for a while. But Ling Yi's strange thing is that on each shop, there is a small red sign that says, Operation Permit. Moreover, there is a line on the street that does not seem to be a good person. Stop by in a shop. Who are they? Ye yanked Terumi Ming's hand and asked, pointing to those people. Hey, the elders are just doglegs. The job is to collect protection fees in each shop, and rely on the protection of the elders to dominate the ordinary people. Looking in the direction of Yat, Terumi Mei saw the group of people and couldn't help but said coldly. I don't have the slightest affection for these people. Oh, that's the case. Ye nodded in response. It seems that no matter where it is, there are protection fees. During the 4 generations of Shui Ying in power, Wuyan village implemented a completely closed policy, but this does not mean that there is no exchange of goods in Wuyan. Occasionally, we can see foreign merchants appearing in Wuyan village. But all the shopping malls are opened by villagers in Wuyan village. This is the bottom line of Yakura. Outsiders are absolutely not allowed to open stores in Wuyan village. Therefore, although these street shopping malls are not as prosperous as the Country of Fire, and the decoration is not so exquisite, the misty hidden style contained in them is worth savoring. What do you think of this dress? You should look good in it. Terumi Ming suddenly took a dress and handed it to Ye asked. It's not pretty. Ye said softly, rejecting Terumi Ming's kindness. What about this one? Terumi Mei did not know where he took out a white cow printed dress and handed it to Yi. Read more at wuxiax.com. Oh, forget it, let me choose it myself, I still choose to believe in my own vision. Yetu couldn't help sweating, and Terumi Mei was no one in this aesthetic. You know, he is an adult with a 30-year-old soul, how could he like such childish clothes? Seeing that she was rejected again, Terumi Mei couldn't help pouting her mouth, her cheeks bulged, and she looked angry. But Ye didn't care about it, and walked straight to the store, and stopped in front of a black casual imitation Han kimono. Boss, just this one. Ye pointed at the dress and said to the boss. Haha, Master Terumi Mei, your brother really knows the goods. The store has only recently transferred this batch of this year's latest fashion items. They are very popular, and only this last one. As the saying goes, people depend on clothes. Your brother has such a good temperament and unique vision. After wearing it, he will definitely be more handsome and charming, don't you think? The boss introduced to Terumi Mei with a smile on his face, with witty remarks. The person who really said was so happy in his heart that he wanted to pay immediately. This dress instantly became rare in his mouth, as if he would never buy it again if he didn't buy it. However, Yesai was too lazy to listen to him continue to boast, and interrupted him, how much? Hey, 3,500 yuan, little brother, as you know, this is made of pure natural handmade fabric, soft, comfortable and durable, cut by the texture of the fabric itself. This alone will cause this piece of clothing to be several times more expensive than normal clothes. Look, is this price satisfactory? The boss rubbed his hands nervously, looking at Ye with expectation. 2,005, don't get too much. However, Ye directly lowered 1,000 yuan. In Ye's eyes, this dress only needs so much, and the boss will not lose money. Hey, how can this be? This is made by hand. It is absolutely comfortable to wear. There will be no allergic reactions. If you miss it, you will not have it. If you see it but never own it, this is definitely your loss. Upon hearing the price quoted by Ye, the boss immediately became anxious, and quickly grabbed Ye's hand with a pitiful look on his face. Sister, let's go to the next one. However, how could Ye, who had been bargaining in the past life, be fooled by the boss and turned around and left? Hey, 2,005 is 2,005, really can't be less. Seeing that Ye really planned to leave, the moment Ye was about to step out, the boss finally accepted Ye's price. Chapter 34, Someone always interrupts when shopping. Chapter 34 Someone always interrupts when shopping. Okay, the boss is really a refreshing person, this is 2005, you take it. Pay the money with one hand, deliver the goods with the other hand, get the clothes at night, and Terumi will pay. Then, Ye took the dress and walked into the fitting room, and replaced the already worn-out dress. Wow, so cute! When the knight walked out of the fitting room, I suddenly felt that my eyes were dark, and I was swept into a huge chest. Let me go, I'm out of breath. Ye couldn't help rolling his eyes, and shouted blushingly. I don't know why, Ye feels extremely relaxed when facing miming, without any burden on her heart, and she doesn't have to put on a fake smile at any time. Haha, I'm sorry, but I didn't expect you to be so handsome. Hearing this, Terumi Ming let go of Ye in embarrassment, but his eyes were still full of surprise. Short hair, white and soft face, sword eyebrows and dragon eyes, piercing spirit, not strong body but the right proportions, ape arms and waist, giving people a capable feeling. With this outfit, it looks even more elegant. What a small gengtai! Hehe, did you surprise you that way? You could not help sweating on seeing this, and said somewhat disapprovingly. 1 hour later. Ye finally realized what is pain, shopping with a woman, really tired than fighting the enemy. Ye only felt like she was going to fall apart, and she was sluggish, but Terumi Mei was still full of energy, and she was alive and kicking. Take a look here and there, read more at wuxiax.com. Hey, this is probably a woman's unique shopping talent. Ye couldn't help but smile, but secretly he kept inquiring about all the information about Wuyan village from the conversation of the villagers. Fortunately, Minyan Mito didn't let Ye go to steal the sealed book of Wuyan village, or he would die of depression. But at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared to stop Terumi Mei, and Ye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Master Terumi Mei, there are intruders out of the village, please support immediately, said the black shadow, kneeling in front of Terumi Mei. The moment he heard this news, Ye was overjoyed. If you want to know the strength of the Misty Ninjas, watching them fight is undoubtedly the best way. Cut, I see, I'll be right there. Hearing this, Terumi Ming said a little bit of annoyance on her face, a little angrily. Yeah, you go back first, my sister will be back soon. Terumi Ming became different in an instant, and his body was full of the aura of a strong person, with strong majesty in every gesture. However, Ye's answer surprised Terumi Mei. Ye said, Sister, can you take me to see it too? I'll watch from a distance, and I won't disturb you in the fight. Oh, are you sure? Ye's words immediately exchanged Terumi Mei's suspicious gaze. She pressed Yeto's head and asked with a serious face. Ye's question is indeed a bit abnormal. After all, if it were a normal child, he would never ask such a question. As my sister's deputy, if I don't even have the courage to go to the battlefield, how can I help my sister? I don't want to help my sister serve tea and water for the rest of my life. Although I can't say that I can have the strength of my sister, but at least I must be able to help my sister. Although I am still young, at least I am still a man. Too weak is not enough. Ye looked directly at Terumi Ming's eyes full of tremendous pressure, her eyes were clear, and she said decisively. Hee, okay, it's worthy of the person I like. Terumi Ming, much better than those of you. At the same time, you will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future. After listening, Terumi Mei's serious face immediately turned into a smiling face, touching Yi's head and said with satisfaction. Be careful, don't die. Terumi Ming took Ye on her back and told him again. Don't worry, sister, I will definitely survive, and nothing will happen. After listening, Ye couldn't help but stunned, and then smiled confidently. In order to hide his breath, he continuously placed more than 10 sealing techniques on his body, leaving only half of his mental power to be used. Therefore, as long as Yun does not take the initiative to expose, even Terumi Ming will not see the flaws. Chapter 35, Best Output Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark. Chapter 35 Best Output Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark. The border of Wuyan Village. 2 Dun to Long Spear. Earth Dun Earth Spear. Earth Escape the Art of Earth Dragon Bullet. Water Escape the Technique of Water Dragon Bomb. Water Escape Water Flow Whip. Water Escape Water Turbulence. Water Escape Water Vortex Strikes. The ninjas of Yunyan Village suddenly appeared on the border of Wuyan Village, attempting to invade Wuyan Village. Naturally, the mist ninjas had nothing to say. The enemy was jealous when they met, and they completely let go of the fight. The field of vision was full of dazzling ninjas. Surgery Bump. The strong waves attacked 4 times, with unimaginable terrifying power, and the blowing water ripples continued and rolled away. Huang Tu, what are you doing here? Don't you want to provoke the battle between Wuyan Village and Yunyan Village again? Standing in the front of the team, the watermelon puffer ghost sternly questioned the middle-aged man with a big jaw on the opposite side. But what greeted him was a super large rock. Covering the sky and the sun, just like this, fell towards the ninjas in the misty hidden village, without any mercy from his subordinates. Lois, one of the important pillars of Yunyan Village, the right and left hand of the 3 generations of Earth Shadow 2 Balance Onoki, is similar to the position of Kakashi in Konoha. Of course it is impossible for Lois to tell his purpose. It is certainly not a good thing to show up on the border of other people's villages for no reason. Read more at wuxiax.com. This level of ninjutsu is not something we can fight against. Disperse. Zongren basically didn't dare to face the boulder, and quickly dodged in order to avoid casualties. Water Escape the Art of the Great Waterfall. Just when the watermelon mountain puffer ghost was about to take a shot, one person was faster than him, releasing a huge wave of at least 30 meters in length, blasting violently towards the boulder. The boulder shattered in response to the sound, unable to resist the force of the waterfall, and the waterfall continued to move forward without stopping, rushing towards the rock. What? Some reacted quickly and avoided, but this was only a minority. Most of Yanren had no time to escape, and they were swallowed by the current, and some even bled because they couldn't bear the impact of the water wave. Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark, you guy, who asked you to take action, according to the rules of the war, I can kill you directly now, believe it or not. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost suddenly turned around, and shouted at the Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark behind him murderously. Being robbed of face by his subordinates is simply terrible for the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost who wants face. What he said just now was not a joke, he really had a murderous intent on the Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark. The boulder threatens the Wuyan village, and someone has to take action. That's it. Hearing this, the Dry Persimmon Ghost replied expressionlessly, not afraid of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Hey, Only this time, there is another example, don't blame me for turning my face and not acknowledging people. But the dried persimmon ghost shark is a high-level combat force in Wian village. He does not dare to deal with the dried persimmon ghost shark so lightly, only cold give up with a snort. But this does not prevent him from remembering the hatred of the dried persimmon. Soil escaped the art of light and heavy rock. The watermelon puffer fish had just settled the matter with the ghost shark, and Huang Tu attacked again. The same was the attack of the boulder, but this time the boulder looked light, and its speed was also different from that of the cloud and mud just now. Attack together. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost couldn't figure out the details, so he ordered the misty ninjas behind him, and after speaking, he quickly sealed the seal. Water escape, water rushing wave. This is the same for all Wu Ren, with the same mark on his hands, and 8 or 9 white pikes spouted from his mouth, flying towards the boulder. Water escape, the technique of water shark bombs. After the ghost shark released the water rushing wave, Kiin released a second ninjutsu. I saw a ferocious water shark leaping out of the water, exuding a fierce aura, and rushing towards Yanin like a javelin. This shark is extraordinary. It can swallow all the chakra attacks and is the unique secret technique of the dried persimmon ghost shark. Chapter 36, Grumpy Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Chapter 36, Grumpy Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Tudun Tulia Wall. I don't know the fine bottom of the rock to create an excavated wall to fight against. When he thought it would be able to withstand it for a while, he was bitten off by this fierce shark along with the earth wall and people. The dripping blood instantly turned the lake red. No, this water mackerel has the function of devouring chakras. Retreat. Huang Tu was also very frightened, and secretly said, "What a domineering ninjutsu!" After the horror, it turned into terrible anger, and just this blow killed 3 Iwanan elite fighters. Dried persimmon ghost shark, die for me! Huang Tu's eyes were red, and his fat body shot quickly like a cannonball. Rock ninjutsu is extremely violent and is not suitable for close combat. Of course, the ghost shark who knows this is not willing to fight close to the Lois, and some people will not just look at it. Boom! Huang Tu was blocked by a bandage-wrapped knife, and the watermelon mountain puffer ghost took the shot. Facing such a violent bombardment from Lois, he actually carried it down abruptly without moving his body. Catapult! The watermelon puffer fish ghost grinned, his arms suddenly exerted force, and the shark's muscle shook, and all the force that the Lois had just applied to the shark's muscle was rebounded to the Lois. The big Lois body was shot back like a blue ball. Water escape, water dragon whip. Taking advantage of this gap, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost quickly formed a seal, and a huge water ball suddenly appeared on the surface of the water below the Lois, blasting dozens of outrageous water whips and heading straight into the Lois. Read more at wuxiax.com, and the Lois in the air is like a huge target, there is no possibility of avoiding it at all. Boom! However, as the left hand of the 3 generations of Earth Shadows in Yanan village, how could it be that the Lois was so poor that after being hit, the Lois turned into a piece of wood and smashed to pieces? Stand-in surgery. Dried persimmon ghost shark, staring at the Lois. After the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost shouted to the dried persimmon ghost shark behind him, he actually turned his attention to the rest of Iwa Shinobu. Water escape, the art of the great waterfall. A huge waterfall that obscured the sky and the sun suddenly rushed towards Iwano. The huge momentum seemed to be able to destroy the sky and the earth. Tudun Tulia Wall. But Yan Ren is not a vegetarian, and together they have created a row of 100-meter-long super-long mud walls, arranged at an angle of 45 degrees, and they have worked together to take the blow. If it's the guy just now, we might still be struggling, but your power is really not that great. Iwa Shinobu's words made the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost feel depressed and want to vomit blood. You guys, die for me! Although he knew that it was a radical technique, the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost was still inexhaustible. The enemy once again lost face in front of everyone, and how he can bear the face, only killing can calm his anger. Water escape, water vortex strikes. The entire lake was tumbling, and a huge vortex of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared at the feet of the Yan'an people. The powerful stirring power was shocking. All of IWA Shinobu couldn't help taking a breath, and fell into despair, completely wondering how to avoid this trick. Earth escape, cracking the earth and turning palms. The Lois suddenly appeared at the edge of the whirlpool, beating heavily on the water. Boom! The entire lake trembled violently, and then two thick rocky mountains pierced straight from the whirlpool, as if the entire lake had been overturned, pushing up all the rock forbearance, and letting me destroy it. Dynamic state. Retreat to a safe area for me. This trick won't last long. However, before Yanren breathed a sigh of relief, Huang Tu shouted at Zhong Yanren with a solemn face, as if he couldn't hold it right away. And the fact is indeed the case. The stone mountain was quickly eroded and destroyed by the whirlpool, and in a blink of an eye it has sunk into half of the arc. It's rare for you to come to Wuyin to be guests, so you must treat yourself to the landlord's friendship, right? A cold voice cut through the sky and reached everyone's ears on the battlefield, arrogant and cold. Chapter 37, Anticlimactic Battle. Chapter 37, Anticlimactic Battle. Dissolve, escape, the technique of dissolving monsters. If you don't see the person, see the trick first. A yellow-brown scorching hot water flow fell like a parabola toward the Yan'an, even the air was distorted, and the surroundings became extremely sultry. This is blood succession boundary. Lois reacted quickly and avoided flexibly, but his face was full of solemnity, and he did not dare to show the slightest carelessness. Tu dun tuliu wall. What? Yuiwa Shinobu tried to resist with ninjutsu, however, the earth stream wall was instantly melted into slurry. And that Yan Shinobu only reacted a little bit slower, half of his body seemed to be gnawed by a wild beast, completely disappeared, groaning, panicking. And this Yan Shinobu saw that he could not survive. In order to reduce the pain, he committed suicide on the blade of his companion. There is such a terrifying power. Upon seeing this, Huang Tu couldn't help taking a breath, and got goosebumps all over his body. Boiling escape, skillful fog technique. However, the visitor didn't want to let go of these Yan Shinobi's thoughts, and once again let go. A white mist of water spread rapidly along the surface of the water. Be careful. Although I don't know how powerful this trick is, Huang Tu knows that he must not underestimate and relax his vigilance. Tsaizi. Read more at wuxiax.com. The facts are just like Huang Tu's guess. As long as the mist is touched, no matter what it is, it will be corroded instantly, making people too late to react. Although Terumi Mei hasn't reached the level of the original work, it can corrode Susanoo's realm. But for these Zongren, it is still very scary. Flash! Huang Tu shouted, launching the instantaneous technique and retreating sharply, not daring to face each other. Terumi Ming, you are here. The watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost looked like a stranger, and said hello to her. Don't do anything, withdraw. In the distance, looking at Terumi Mei who had joined the battlefield, Huang Tu's expression was gloomy and stopped Shangnan who wanted to rush forward, and gave an order to retreat. After speaking, he turned around and fled the battlefield quickly, not allowing Terumi Ming and the others to have time to react. Okay, don't chase the poor, just repel them, and let Master Shui Ying have a headache for the rest. The watermelon pufferfish ghost stopped Warren who was trying to catch up behind him, with an unknown gleam in his eyes. No one knows that the reason why Yan Ren appeared at the border of Wuyin village today has a great relationship with him. It was he who colluded with Yunyan village and asked Ohaiki to order Lois to retrieve the information he had sold about Wuyin village. And this battle is just a real drama performed by the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost with Huang Tu in order not to be exposed. Cut, it's a hard-fought guy, I'm running away. Upon seeing this, Terumi Mei couldn't help stomping his feet, his expression unhappy. Okay, the rest stayed on guard, some people cleaned the battlefield, dried persimmon ghost shark, Terumi Ming followed me back to report. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost as the supreme commander in the scene, his words are commands. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, and then they retreated. Some are specifically responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and restoring the cleanliness of the lake. Some are responsible for investigating in case the enemy attacks again. This Yan Ren came to be a little weird. He suddenly came here and didn't see what their obvious purpose was, what they wanted to do. Terumi Mei was puzzled by Iwanen's anticlimactic actions, and her forehead frowned slightly. Humph, who knows, maybe they are just being bored. Upon hearing this, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost snorted coldly. Perhaps. After listening to it, the eyes of the dried persimmon ghost shark flashed an unpredictable light, and a dangerous smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He has been aware of the behavior of the watermelon puffer fish ghost, but there is no evidence. And a few hundred meters away from the battlefield, creeping on a tree at night, using a telescope to observe the situation on the battlefield. It's a terrible battle. Is this the strength of Wuyan village? It's worthy of being one of the 5 great forbearance villages. Recalling the battle just now, Ye couldn't help but exclaim. The kind of ninjutsu battle like breaking through the mountains and cracking the rocks and overwhelming the sea gave Ye a great shock, and made his desire to become stronger even stronger. Chapter 38, The Plan Can't Keep Up with the Changes. Chapter 38 The Plan Can't Keep Up with the Changes. But this was only a battle at the ninja level, and no shadow level powerhouse was involved. If it was a shadow level confrontation, then what kind of earth-shattering scene would it be? Sure enough, the scenes in the original book where Shan Gren was killed by a spike were just an example. How could Shan Gren be so weak? Ye couldn't help but complain in his heart. Just like the Hyuga Niji in the original book, he was so strong, but he was ridiculously killed by the avatar of Togo, which made people have to sigh the power of the plot. But it's a mess, but yet is very clear that in the following plot, Shang Ren is indeed not much better than Zhan Wuzhou. After all, most of the enemies who played in the later stage were movie-level figures. Not to mention there is a godlike existence like Uchiha Madara. Ye once again told herself, if you want to survive in this cruel world full of plug-ins, you must continue to enhance your strength, at least to have the strength of Kakashi in the 4 world wars. Otherwise, by the time of the 4th Ninja World War, he will be a cannon fodder who can't live for 2 seconds. After all, whether it is Liudeo Deiji, or Liudeo Madara, or Kagaiji, they are all superpowers at the 6th Deo level, and they can kill a large number of ninjas at the ninja level with a wave of hands. If Ye doesn't want to die young, he must make his own strength reach the level of Kakashi in the remaining 13 years. But just this goal also puts endless pressure on Ye. You know, most of the ninjas in the original book only possessed shadow-level strength after the age of 20. Apart from Akatsuki, there are only a few protagonists: Naruto, Nishaizu Suzuki, Heifeng Mizuman, Uchiha Shisui, etc. People did it, read more at wuxiax.com, and these people are all extremely talented people. Besides, they are not so talented, let alone the night where the talent is not very prominent. Although the Zhuyang Zhenjing is constantly transforming his body and making his talents become higher and higher, but if he wants to be like Kakashi in the 4th World War when he is 24 years later, 13 years later, the strong one is undoubtedly an arduous task. He has given up his previous plan, at the age of 15, strive to become or have the strength of the ninja. At the age of 20, break through the shadow level and become a shadow level master. At the age of 25, become like the 4th generation of Reikage. A master, able to defeat a movie-class powerhouse. Such a plan is too self-righteous and does not match his actual situation. His plan has been changed to, become an upper ninja at the age of 15, strive to reach the elite upper ninja level at the age of 20, break through the shadow level at the age of 24, bid farewell to the cannon fodder who can only survive 2 seconds. Counting it up like this, he doesn't have enough time at all, on the contrary, it is not enough. Moreover, the plan will never keep up with the changes, and yet doesn't know whether he can achieve the goal according to the plan. Even though he has grown from a boy without the power to restrain the chicken in just 4 years, he has grown into a strong young man comparable to Zhong Ren. Of course he started quickly. It took him 4 years to reach Zhong Ren instead. Slow. Like Uchiha Itachi, he had the strength of Zongnan within less than a year, and Naruto also had such strength shortly after he became Shinin. It can be said that people are more angry than people. But if he wants to cross the obstacle of Zhong Ren and possess the strength of Shang Ren, he will have at least 7 years or more. No way, talent is flawed. After all, even if the 9 tails are aside, Naruto Uzumaki can be regarded as a ninjutsu wizard. This can be seen from his rapid learning of Helix Pill and the perfect fairy model. At any rate, they are also the descendants of the genius Naruto Fengshiman and Uzumaki Kuna. Even if there is a slight genetic gap, it will not be much worse. I can only keep working hard. Yeze encouraged himself in his heart, but he was holding a notebook in both hands, and quickly recording something on it. This was all his cultivation experience. After hurriedly recording his experience this time, Ye immediately stuffed the book into his ninja bag. After finishing his clothes, he stood up from the ground. How about it? I was scared. Terumi Ming walked over with Lianbu, squatting down in front of Ye, holding Yi's pale face, and asked caringly. Chapter 39, Bet with Terumi Ming. Chapter 39 Bet with Terumi Ming. Well, that's amazing. I will definitely become a powerful ninja like my sister in the future, so that I can fight with my sister. The paleness on Yi's face was of course pretended. Although this level of battle surprised him, his face was not scared to turn pale. But I have to say that his Zhengtai face is indeed very deceptive, and Terumi Ming never thought that the child standing in front of her would be an undercover agent sent by Konoha. Okay, finally my sister didn't misunderstand you. It's good to have this kind of courage. However, to become a ninja like my sister, it will take a long time to work hard. Hearing this, Terumi Ming burst into laughter, rubbing Yi's hair with her bare hands, messing up his hair. It's helpless. Ye could only sigh inwardly about this. He couldn't escape with these clutches. Well, go back, those people won't come again. Since you have such ambition, then my sister will give you a surprise too. As long as you can extract chakra within 3 days, I will teach you a practical ninjutsu. How about it? Terumi Mei looked like she was deceiving a child, bewildered against Yi's face. Okay, deal, wait and see, sister. I can do it. As if she had been tempted by Terumi Mei's words, after a struggle with her head, Yu made a decision and shouted in contrast to Mei Mei, read more at wuxiax.com, quite different from the usual calm appearance. Hehe, then I'll wait and see. Upon hearing this, Terumi gave a can't denying a laugh. She didn't quite believe Ye could do it. Chakra doesn't mean something that can be extracted as soon as it can be extracted. It took her 3 days to achieve it, and her talent is very good. Humph, just wait to be surprised. Ye lowered his head and smiled. This can be regarded as pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. As Ye who already possesses the strength of Zongnan, it couldn't be easier for him to refine chakra. However, it is impossible for him to reveal that he has the strength of Zongnan, otherwise, Terumi Ming will be the first to find out that something is wrong, and it is Ye himself who suffers. After returning home, Ye immediately asked about chakra. He didn't want to wait any longer. Okay. It is in line with the character of children who are competitive. As a ninja in the hidden village of Mist, Terumi Mei can teach all ninjutsu below the sea level, and the ninjutsu above the sea level needs to be approved by Shui Ying. But in fact, this is just a cut scene. After all, people who can pass the seal room inspection generally have no problems. As a ninjutsu, and not an ordinary ninjutsu, Terumi Mei can actually teach all ninjutsu below A grade at night, but it's okay. After all, the outflow of ninjutsu below grade A will not cause much trouble, and as long as you don't master ninjutsu above grade A, it will not pose much threat to the Wuyin village. However, in order not to be stolen, there will be rules for teaching ninjutsu above the sea level to be approved by Water Shadow. Seeing that the knight's interest was so high, Terumime was unhappy with the knight's interest. He knelt down and said, "Chakra is composed of mental energy and physical energy. The two types of energy are extracted from 200 million cells in the body. Because of different attributes, they are divided into different types. Generally there are 7 types of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. Among them, the body energy is determined by the body strength. The stronger the body strength, the more body energy can be extracted and the purer it is. The mental energy is increased through the increase of experience, and there is generally no way to increase it significantly." Chapter 40, Possibility of Blood Succession Limitation. Chapter 40, Possibility of Blood Succession Limitation. And chakras of different attributes can also be changed by stacking. 2 types are the blood following the limit, and the 3 types are the blood following the elimination. Feng Shui is ice escape, fire and thunder is flame escape, mine is lamb escape, water and fire are boiling escape, earth fire is melting escape, thunder and earth is rigid escape, wind and fire are burning escape, wind and thunder are rapid escape, wind and fire are earth escape for the dust. Water, fire, and earth are the evacuation. And my elder sister has 2 kinds of blood inheritance limits, melting escape and boiling escape, so the elder sister's chakra attributes are water, fire, and earth. How about it? Awesome! Terumime said, flaunting Chei. I don't know why, in front of the knight, Terumime looks like a little girl, without the majesty of being a shinobu at all. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Ye pretended to suddenly realize, but Gu Jingwubo was in his heart, and he even knew more. For example, the unity of the 7 attributes is the bloodstain trap. The moment you get the bloodstain trap, you will become a 6-level powerhouse, because only a 6-level powerhouse can withstand this ability. It's like Mu Dun, which is composed of the power of the 3 attributes of water, earth, and yang, while Thou Dun is composed of the chakra mutation of the 2 attributes of wind, yin, and magnetic. The magnetic escape is formed by the superposition of thunder and earth. In terms of Yi's chakra attributes, he can also have a blood succession boundary, Yan Dun. This is also one of Yi's plans. He who has seen Hokage in his previous life deeply knows the power produced by the fusion of these 2 attributes. In this world, what he needs very much is a blood inheritance boundary. Moreover, he faintly felt that the power of the Yan Dun he synthesized may be even higher than the original, because the 9 Suns scriptures are continuously improving the purity of chakra, which has 2 attributes of thunder and fire. Read more at wuxiax.com. Don't you see, the magnetic escape ninja Troy in the original book is just a ninja, but enjoys the treatment of the upper ninja level. No way, the strength of the blood succession boundary ninja is generally stronger than that of the ninja of the same level. Come on, I'm optimistic about you. After saying that, Terumime gave Ye a thumbs up and encouraged him. I started. Ye directly ignored Terumime's encouragement, closed her eyes screaming, and began to refine chakra with her legs crossed and the knot print. Are you really an impatient kid? I can't stand you. Upon seeing this, Terumime could not help shook his head, turned and walked outside the door. As a more important person in Wien Shangnan, she naturally can't be as leisurely as she seems, and there are many things waiting for her to deal with. After laying down an unbreakable barrier, he hurried towards the Water Shadow building. She didn't notice that when she turned and left, Yi's eyes suddenly opened, then smiled, and Jian quickly formed. It's been suppressed for so long, I want to get a lot of chakras in this one. Ye whispered. As the martial arts cheats of the previous life of the 9 Suns, the real power of the 9 Suns is far more than making the quality of the chakra of the knight 3 times stronger than the chakra of the average person. The 9 Yang Zhenjing also makes Yi's meridian tenacity and width more than double that of the average Zhongren, and strengthens his physical fitness. Therefore, the knight can withstand the more powerful and violent chakra flow. Therefore, the power of the ninjutsu he released is much stronger than that of the ninja of the same level, and the speed of recovery is also faster. If you think that this is the full effect of the 9 Suns true scriptures, then you are underestimating the 9 Suns true scriptures. The last function of the 9 Suns scriptures is something that night dreams of, but also surprises inexplicably. The 9 Suns scriptures also have the ability to open up Dongfu. Chapter 41, 3 Freaks of Dongfu. Chapter 41 3 Freaks of Dongfu. What is Dongfu? That is, the place where chakras are stored. There is only one cave mansion in this world, and he owns 3. Of course, the theory of Dongfu is his own unique title. People in Naruto world naturally don't have this name. In addition to the Danshin, the other 2 caves that Ye possesses are, the Linghai at the heart, and the sacred platform at the head. In other words, Ye is equivalent to possessing 3 fuel tanks. After exhausting the chakras in his Danshin, he still possesses full combat effectiveness. This point can even be used as a killer tool, which will surely defeat the enemy by surprise. Because no one would have thought that the nightclub would have 3 places to store chakras. And how similar it is to Tsunade's Yin Seal technique in the original book. You can also store excess chakras, or you can release a huge amount of chakras to fight again when your chakras are exhausted. If this situation continues, my final chakra volume may become a tailless beast just like the dried persimmon ghost shark. But that's okay, in this world, chakra is the guarantee of life. Unless it is those ninjas who specialize in physical skills, otherwise, if chakra runs out, even if the shadow-level powerhouse does not have much combat effectiveness. Since sneaking into the mist, he has been suppressing the movement of chakra in his body. Read more at wuxiax.com. Although only 1 day has passed, the chakra accumulated in his body is enough to recover from 0 to about 40%. Under the nourishment of the 9 Suns, Yi's body energy is very vigorous. Therefore, the refined chakra is also very impressive, which can be worth the consumption of several B-level ninjutsu. Let's learn a little about medical ninjutsu, so that you can make a simple response when you are injured, without delaying the injury. Ye murmured in her heart as she refined chakra. As for why he wanted to learn medical ninjutsu, it was probably because he had an inexplicable love for medical skills in his previous life. Moreover, if he has mastered some medical ninjutsu, he can also deal with some injuries that are not fatal by himself, without dragging minor injuries into serious injuries. However, in my current situation, it is still too early to say all this. At least I have to wait until I return to Konoha. If Danzo hears that I am interested in medical ninjutsu, he should agree to let me go to the hospital. It is not a day or 2 for him to covet the hospital. Furthermore, his transplantation of Shulan-yun and Mudun cells must also be performed by a medical ninja, and this medical ninja is still a loyal subordinate to him, and he has no reason to refuse. Yet is really clear about Danzo's character, greedy and cautious, but with ambitions that don't match his strength. What a terrible 9 Suns Sutra! The chakra refined in 1 day is filled with half a danshin, and it will be almost full when I try it again tomorrow. The 200 million cells in Yi's body are constantly releasing chakras, and the trickle converges into a billowing river, rushing into Yi's danshin, making Ye couldn't help groaning in comfort. It is good to have a magical skill, which is comparable to the hard work of others for a few days. As a traverser, there is nothing wrong with it. Thinking of this, Ye couldn't help but show a smile on his face. This place can give him things that the world could not give him in his previous life, such as killing, cultivation, and so on. He dared to refine chakra in Terumi Ming's room so openly for 2 reasons. First, because he knew that Terumi Ming had gone, and he would never be able to return for more than an hour. Second, he set up a barrier of perception around the house. As long as Terumi Ming stepped in, he would wake up in an instant, causing him to enter a state of disguise. What's more, his appearance is extremely deceptive. As long as he doesn't make any abnormal noises, even those dark parts will not find anything abnormal. As a newcomer who suddenly joined Wuyin village, it is certain to be monitored by Anbu. But Terumi Ming's home, they didn't dare to break into it casually, and they couldn't afford the consequences. Chapter 42, Amazing Chakra Volume at Night. Chapter 42 Amazing Chakra Volume at Night. After I am fully proficient in the thunder and fire ninjutsu that I have mastered at this stage, I should be able to start to master the change of nature and practice. Although it is not impossible now, but for the sake of the overall situation in the future, I still bear it. Ye has a clear plan for his life. As a man with a 30-year-old soul, he knows when to do and when not to do. Call. It feels like the body is full of power, as if it can tear everything apart. This is the magic of chakra. Ye stood up, feeling the full of chakra in his body, lying comfortably on the chaise couch. However, compared to those people today, I am still too weak and small. When and how long will I be able to reach their heights? Let's keep working hard. Thinking of the shocking ninjutsu confrontation of those elite ninjas today, the pride that had just risen in Yi's heart suddenly disappeared without a trace. He turned over and sat up again, and continued to refine the chakra. Efforts to fill up the danshin, and then transported to the two places of Linghai and Gentai. Compared with danshin, the storage space in these two places is undoubtedly larger, and the higher the upward, the larger the space. The storage space of chakra in Gentai is twice that of danshin. And if the night danshin is filled with chakras, it can be used to activate the A-level ninjutsu once, the B-level ninjutsu twice, and the C-level ninjutsu twice, and use the instant 3 times at the same time. Read more at wuxiax.com. This is only the amount of yet as the lower ninja, and when he breaks through the middle ninja, this number will increase again. Whenever the knight breaks through a level, his chakra amount will increase. It is foreseeable that when the knight breaks through the shadow level in the future, the chakra volume will probably not be much worse than that of a person like Senjujuan. At that time, the knight would really become a tailless beast like the ghost shark. I still have a lot of potential. Thinking of the heights he might reach in the future, Yi's mood suddenly improved a lot. However, the future is only the future after all. It is better to be a more steadfast person and go step by step. The knight continued to refine chakra, and the room became more and more silent. In 50 minutes, Ye got up and stood up, exhaling a long breath, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The pubic area is almost completely filled. My chakra amount is at least 3 times that of a ninja of the same level. Such chakra amount should be comparable to the blue lacking Kakashi in the original book. Ye calculated the time and sealed herself again. Terumi Mei should almost come back, so she should prepare so that she won't find any flaws when Terumi Mei returns. Ye sits cross-legged and pinches Xian. There is no difference from just now. The only difference is that he has a little bit of agility. 5 minutes later, Terumi Ming opened the door and walked in. Seeing Yi's sweaty still refining chakra, a hint of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect Ye to work so hard. Haha, interesting. Terumi Mei smiled and walked into the inner room. Seeing her appearance, she should be going out. Little ghost, there are 3 days of food at home. I go out for a day and you will stay home for me. Don't go anywhere. I don't want to see a cold corpse when I come back. You know. Terumi Ming walked to the knight in a strong outfit, and told him. After speaking, no matter if Ye heard it or not, he opened the door and walked out. Got it. Ye answered, no matter if Terumi could hear it or not. Even people like Terumi Ming have been dispatched to perform the task. It seems that something big has happened to Wuyan. Ye guessed in his heart. Chapter 43, A Battle Undocumented in the Original Book. Chapter 43 A Battle Undocumented in the Original Book. The facts are indeed as Ye guessed, the Wuyan village has really encountered a major event. The cause is naturally related to today's battle between Yan Ren and Wu Ren. Although Wuyan village implements a closed policy, it does not mean that Wuyan village will not want face to be bullied. It doesn't matter if I am invaded into the border, and there are so many Wuran casualties, and even the information about the border of Wuyan village has been stolen. Yakura can swallow this breath. Even the watermelon puffer fish ghost was severely reprimanded by him, and accompanied him to Yan'an village to ask for an explanation. But in fact, this operation was carried out by Uchiha taking soil under the control of Yakura. He wanted to further deepen the enmity between the two villages in Yan'an and Mist, put the world in turmoil, give Akatsuki a chance to develop, and make his Moon Eye plan be implemented more quickly. However, I have to say that the 3 generations of Soil Shadow Onoki have no other skills, and the skill of Muddy is admirable. After some negotiations, Yakura was angry, and the final result was that the mist and the rock were dry. As soon as Union Village and Cheyenne Village heard the news, they immediately grappled and started to move. A 4th ninja world war that could break out at any time has plunged the ninja world into a tense atmosphere. Even Konoha silently strengthened his defenses and was ready to go to war. Not to mention other small ninja villages, trembling, always paying attention to the words and deeds of these big men, so as not to be affected by the war and innocent casualties. Could it be that the arrival of my own butterfly caused the butterfly effect? I shouldn't. I didn't do anything. How could it cause the butterfly effect? Read more at wuxiax.com. When Ye heard about this from a ninja who passed by Terumi Mei's house, he couldn't help being shocked. But he changed his mind, and immediately rejected the speculation just now. Too pretentious. You know, as a low-key traverser, he is not like other traversers. He started to make noise at the age of 5 or 6. He became famous at the age of 11 or 12. It is even more terrible at the age of 13 or 4. Abduction of a girl can be called incomparably against the sky. Then, this is probably an undocumented war. Judging from the original work, this war shouldn't last long. Yeze thought in his heart. But what he didn't know was that although this war had no effect on other shinobu villages, it was of great significance to Wien. Dry persimmon ghost sharks, without killing the 2 people, began to be paid attention to by other forces, and gradually emerged. Of course, this is something later, not to mention it now. On the battlefield of the land of the earth, gunpowder is full of smoke. The people in Wien village and Yan'an village have been facing each other for a long time, and standing in the front of the 2 teams are their respective leaders. Iwa Shinobu is a 3-generation Tukage 2 day-to-day Onoji. This is a veteran ninja who has survived from the Uchiha Madara era. He is strong and the same as the 3rd-generation Naruto. On the side of Wien village, there is a 4th-generation Mizukage Yakura who is wearing a green coral costume with a coral rod and has the appearance of a child. Behind Ohaimu, there were 2 people lined up with Lois, Terracotta, a fat man, in his 20s, with a Maitreya Buddha-like smile on his face. Huang Tu is a strong man. He has a daughter, Hei Tu, who will become the 4 generations of Taiyang in the future. He is a sturdy figure, with a big chin and an open mouth as if it can cover the whole face, which is a bit funny. There is also Deidara, an explosive genius who has never defected, and an explosive ninja hunter, with a strong camp. But behind Yakura is not bad, Terumi Mei, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost, Loquat Jozo, Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark. No more people around Yakura, magnificent. Onoji, since there is no way to solve the problem with words, let's use force to solve the battle. Go. Yakura had no patience anymore and gave an offensive order. When the words didn't work, he could only solve it with force. As a 3-tailed man, Yakura has never lacked chakra. Therefore, it is not economical at all to use it, and opening the mouth is a terrifying cascade technique. And Yan Shinobu obviously wouldn't stand and be beaten, and a terrifying battle kicked off like this. Chapter 44, Use Battle to Test Strength. Chapter 44 Use Battle to Test Strength. In the battle, Iwamarai's strengths were both lost, Onoki was injured, and Yakura was seriously injured. The personnel on both sides suffered heavy casualties, and the entire battlefield was smashed, filled with blood, which made people nauseous. However, after this battle, some people were consummated, and their names began to spread throughout the ninja world. The dried persimmon ghost shark in Wien village, No More Cut, Deodara, Hunter, and others in Yan'an village. In recent years, Wuyan village has implemented a closed blood fog policy, which has made it more difficult to detect its intelligence. This is something that the other 4 ninja villages, which are also the 5 ninja villages, cannot tolerate. The purpose of this battle is to test the reality of Wuyan village, so that the remaining 4 forbearance villages can readjust their policies. In this battle, Wuyan village did not perform very well. Of course, it was also not ordinary. The entire ninja world had a clear understanding of this force, one of the 5 largest ninja villages. Don't provoke easily. This is the conclusion drawn by the remaining 4 ninja villages, and it is also the voice of many small ninja villages. Who could have imagined that after the disaster of the 7 withered ninja swords, Wuyan village could maintain such a powerful strength? It can only be said that Wuyan village, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, has a profound background. As long as there is no major fault-like event, it is impossible to fall out of the sequence of the 5 great ninja villages. Konoha, Yunyan, Cheyenne, the 3 forces were a little surprised by the strength of Wuyan, but Yunyan saw that things could not be done, and stopped trying to move around. Ninja world, just like this, restored the surface calm. The many forces that had been secretly worried, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Among them, Otonin village built by Otomaru in Tanokuni. Read more at wuxiax.com. Does Heian Ninja Village both lose? It is worthy of the 50-year heritage of Wuyan village. But I'm very curious, what would you do with the dissident Kagaya clan, Yakura? Osamu Ime smiled, and murmured expectantly. At the same time, Konoha Ninja Village, in the Naruto office. 3 powerful pillars emerged all at once, and Wuyan village is indeed underestimated. 3 generations of Hokage stood by the window with a pipe in his mouth and sighed softly. Looking at his frowning brows, it was obvious that he was upset. The shadows of Yunyan and Cheyenne also reacted similarly, and the eruption of mist was indeed beyond their expectations. I thought that Wuyan village was a late decadent lion, but now it looks like a sleeping lion. No matter which force it is, before making a small idea, you must first weigh your own weight. No one wants to see rice without stealing chickens. But after Ye heard the news, his focus was not on this. Because he suddenly remembered, the Hui clan, one of the 2 Wuyan families, seemed to betray during this time. Although the rebellion was finally brutally suppressed by Yakura, the Kagaya clan was killed except for the survival of Junmaro, regardless of the old or weak, women and children. But after this repression, Wuyan village has also suffered an unprecedented heavy hit. At the same time, it has also made the big families that were already at risk of themselves even more crying. This led to the subsequent rebellion of the Shouwiho clan, the Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark, No More Cut, the rebellion of the Lo Kuachai Zhang, and the death of the Watermelon Puffer Fish Ghost. A series of blows almost made Wuyan village fall out of the top 5 forbearance villages, and its strength dropped to the lowest point in history. Just like Konoha in the future after the Uchiha clan's demise. But at that time Konoha was still supported by the Hyuga, Inyazuka, Akimi, Yamanaka, Yum, and Nara clans. But in Wuyan village, there is no family that can take the shot, and can only rely on the sole support of Terumi Mei, who reached the shadow level at the time. Just like the sand-hidden village that lost the 5 generations of Fengyingara in the future, it is necessary to rely on the alliance with Konoha to maintain the name of the 5 great Shinobu villages. During that period in the original work, Wuyan village had a special term called the period of cold winter. Chapter 45, Concealment of Identity. Chapter 45, Concealment of Identity. Although Ye wanted to tell Terumi Mei very much about it, others said it lightly. Besides, he couldn't tell Terumi Mei. If his identity as a spy is revealed, then there is only a dead end waiting for him, and burying this matter in his heart is the most correct decision. For things that are set to happen and are of no benefit to him, he still should not intervene too much. After all, the weakening of Wuyan village is a good thing for Konoha. Moreover, he believes that Terumi Ming's strength is enough to support the big ship of mist. I don't know why, Yi's heart just feels a little uncomfortable, as if his conscience has been condemned. However, after the Mito Minion incident, Ye fully realized the importance of power. Therefore, when he retires from Wuyan village, he must find a way to find a job in Konoha. It is impossible to be under Danzo. After all, those official positions in the roots are just imaginary, and all people are ultimately under the orders of Danzo. But the Anbu is different. As long as Ye is willing to work hard, there is no need to worry about not being a full-time official. His idea of cultivating his own power can be realized. However, it still cannot exceed the bottom limit of 3 generations, otherwise, this old fox would not blink his murderous eyes. When Terumi Ming arrived home with a tired face, although her body had been bandaged, her clothes were still stained with blood that overflowed. "Sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you hurt so badly? Come, lie down and rest, I'll help you bandage." Ye pretended to be surprised and heartache, and lay on the bed with Terumi Mei supporting her. Read more at wuxiax.com. After covering her with a quilt, she turned around and headed for the shower, took a basin of water and came over to help Terumi Mei clean her face. Looking at her blood-stained face, Yi's heart was a little congested, and what a fierce battle it took to make a beauty-loving woman even the most basic cleaning. "Hey, it seems to be the right thing to bring you back. It's rare to see someone as early as you." Terumi Ming looked at the night when she came out of the shower with a basin. Her pale face couldn't help but smile. "Sister, you feed me, live with me, and treat me so well, what is it for me to do this?" Hearing this, Ye first froze for a while, and then smiled. Although she was surprised that Terumi Ming didn't stay in the hospital, but Ye knew that some things were better not to ask. "Are you wondering why I didn't stay in the hospital, but returned home?" Seeing a trace of doubt flashed across Yi's face, although it only flashed past, Terumi Ming still caught it. "You said it yourself, but it's not what I want to ask." After listening, Ye shrugged. "Chuck, interesting," Terumi Mei said with a laugh from Ye teasing. Then, after she calmed down her smile, she said, "Wuyan village is different from the other 4 ninja villages. Medical ninjas are very scarce and cannot receive too many patients. So, all of us ninjas have basically learned some medical techniques. We will deal with ordinary injuries by ourselves. Only the serious ones will go to the hospital for treatment. You understand?" Terumi Ming said it was relaxed, but Ye felt a kind of unwillingness and longing from her words. Why are there in other ninja villages, but not in Wuyan village? In fact, there is another thing she didn't say. It was before, and now Wuyan village is of course different. The reason why I didn't go to the hospital was just because I wasn't used to going to the hospital. The smell there was too bad. Oh, that's the case. After listening, Ye nodded and said, with a suddenly realized expression on his face. By the way, how is your chakra refined? Do you feel that way? Terumi Ming asked suddenly. Oh, don't mention it, I don't feel it at all. But don't worry, sister, I will succeed. When he said this, Ye couldn't help but shook his head, his face full of frustration, but immediately, he was overwhelmed with more confidence. Oh, isn't it? Then I'll wait and see. Terumi said, sure that Ye would not succeed easily, and replied disapprovingly. Then, she closed her eyes and enjoyed the cleaning service provided to her at night. Chapter 46, Stand Firm in Zongren. Chapter 46 Stand Firm in Zongren. In an instant, exhaustion rushed in like a tide, causing her to fall asleep. She had just had a big fight, and she needed a good rest for a few days. 3 days passed quietly. And yet, during this period, the chakra was successfully extracted. Hey, I really found a treasure. I didn't expect your kid to be so powerful, you can't see it. Terumi Ming's injury is almost healed, and she looked at Ye and said with surprise. In that case, you should fulfill your promise and teach me a ninjutsu. With a look of Gujing Wubo, Ye said after taking a glance at Terumi Mei, the happy in his eyes could not be suppressed. Well, if that's the case, then you are optimistic. I only use it 3 times. Whether you can learn it or not depends on your hard work. Terumi Ming took out a grey scroll from his chest and threw it to Ye, then Yue immobilized chakra, which slammed into a piece of wood. How about, kid, awesome, I will give you 7 days, if you can master this ninjutsu, then I will teach you another ninjutsu. Terumi Ming appeared in front of Ye with a bang again, watching Ye's provocative expression condescendingly. No problem, isn't it just a stand-in technique? Let me show you a miracle by my genius yet. Ye patted his chest in response, with a look like a bamboo on his chest. However, Terumi Ming did not think that Ye could do it. She had studied this for 4.5 days, and she was under the condition that there was enough chakra to use the substitute technique. Read more at wuxiax.com. Learning ninjutsu is not as simple as refining chakra. Yet, but only just learned how to refine chakra, how to learn the substitute technique in 7 days. In that case, I'll wait and see. Terumi Ming touched Ye's head and said. Although I don't think it can be done at night, I still need some encouragement. However, reality hit Terumi Mei's face again. Yet actually learned the substitution technique within 7 days. I didn't see it. You actually have such a strong ninjutsu talent. If so, then try to learn these 2 ninjutsu. Terumi Ming was surprised. The more he looked at Ye, the more pleasing he felt, and as he said, he threw it to Ye 2 scrolls again. Unsurprisingly, it was the clone technique, the invisibility technique. The instantaneous technique is a C-level ninjutsu, and Terumi does not feel that Ye is qualified to learn it. Give you half a month, as long as you learn these 3 ninjutsu, then congratulations, you will become a glorious ninja. Terumi Ming said with a smile. However, Ye could feel the evil taste under her smile. However, for these 2 ninjutsu that can no longer be familiar with Ye naturally has no problem. On the contrary, because he saw the cultivation method not exactly the same as Konoha in the mist, Ye became more proficient in these 3 ninjutsu. After half a month. Even though Terumi Mei was observing Ye's every move in secret, he didn't find any flaws. Ye was copying his actions exactly according to the state of practicing these 3 ninjutsu for the first time. Terumi could see that there was a ghost. When Ye learned these 3 ninjutsu, a month has passed. And when Terumi Ming was not there, Ye secretly refined the chakra several times, filling the 3 places of Danshan, Linghai and Shentai. Ye only feels his body is like a balloon filled with air, full of power. But there is nowhere to go for the extra chakras, so he runs the 9 suns at night to use it to nourish the body and repair previous injuries. After doing this, Ye's body has grown a lot taller, and his body strength has reached the real Zhongnan level. This also represents Ye, formally gaining a foothold in the level of Zhongren. Chapter 47, The 3 Men Under the Control of the Curse Seal. Chapter 47 The 3 Men Under the Control of the Curse Seal. Every time Ye completes a goal task, he will get a new reward, and this time, Terumi Ming taught Ye the Misty Chakra extraction method. To become a powerful ninja, the correct way of extracting chakras is essential. Because of Ye's horrible talent, Terumi has a passion for talent, and wants to cultivate Ye into her confidant in order to better change the future of Wuyin village. If you want to be a powerful ninja, you can't have enough chakras, and Kakashi Heiji is an exception. Therefore, Terumi Mei began to teach Ye chakras refining methods, so that Ye chakra volume reached the lower endurance level as soon as possible, so that he could take Ye out to perform tasks and let Ye grow up in battle. But this time, Terumi Ming didn't make a bet with continue Ye, because she knew Ye must do it. After half a month, officially start the task with me, and be mentally prepared. Don't be scared by the blood when the time comes. After leaving this sentence, Terumi Mei ignored the night, and walked directly outside the house. She didn't specify the amount of night to reach, because she wanted to see where the limit of night is. After Terumi Ming left, Ye also got up from the ground, walked to the bed and looked at Terumi Ming's departure direction. After confirming that she had really left, he took out a small note from her arms. Yin. After the seal of Yin was formed, a goshawk suddenly appeared and swooped down and landed on Yi's shoulder. This is the channel for him to transmit information to the outside world, and it is a temporary psychic technique given to him by Mito Minion. Read more at wuxiax.com. Go, bring this information to Minion Mito and Hokage 3. Ye touched the eagle falcon's head, rolled up the paper and stuffed it into the letter box on the goshawk leg, and then threw the goshawk away. Boom! The goshawk disappeared into the room with a bang, as if it had never been here. For a month, Yake hasn't been cultivating all, and when the night is quiet, he still has to summarize the information he has collected. No way, you can finish your bet on your knees. Mito Minion, you must have a toothache with hatred for me now. Hey, no one except me can relieve your grandson from the threat. So, you'd better not give me any extra moves, otherwise, don't blame me for turning my face and not recognizing people. Ye clenched his fists and said coldly. Konoha Orphanage was his only fetter in this world. If they were hurt, Ye didn't know what crazy things he would do. But Ye would not know. On the day he left Konoha, Minjai, Wei and Ryumaru suddenly disappeared from the orphanage for a few minutes. It didn't take long, and the three of them didn't show any abnormalities, and pharmacist Yanai didn't care too much. But since this incident, Minjai and the three of them will often disappear for a few minutes, searching the orphanage and there is no trace of them. They, who have always had a gentle personality, have become more and more gloomy, making people afraid to approach. Pharmacist Nanoyu originally wanted to investigate, but Shimura Danzo warned him to do his own thing and not to be nosy. Frightened by Danzo's majesty, she had to give up the idea of investigating. Even if there are all kinds of doubts, she can only keep it in her heart and do what she should do. But she clearly knows that as long as it has a relationship with Tuanzang, there is absolutely nothing good. Because Danzo never does good things. It's not that she doesn't want to manage, but that she can't manage it. If she intervenes, she will be retaliated by Danzang instead. For the orphanage, she must have a choice. But even without investigating, she could guess some details, and the three of Minjai were definitely cursed. She is convinced of this. Pharmacist Yanai guessed right. Ming Yi's trio had indeed been cursed on their bodies, and they were controlled by Mito Minion and Shimura Danzo. Based on their relationship with Ye, they were not afraid that Ye would not obediently submit. Therefore, Mito Minion looks forward to coming back night and day. Once Ye removes the chakra from his grandson, what is waiting for Ye is his endless revenge. Chapter 48, The First Ninja Mission in Wuyan Village. Chapter 48 The First Ninja Mission in Wuyan Village. Of course, if Ye died unfortunately, then the three of Ming Ye would be buried. Ye died, and his grandson's life would be lost. Minion Mito hopes that the knight will return safely. He has one more obedient puppet, and Konoha has one more combat power. Why not do it, and his grandson's life is also saved. But it is conceivable that if the knight returns safely, Mito Minion will make endless difficulties for him. Mito Minion has never been a broad-minded person. He was so embarrassed that he was threatened in public by Ye that day, and he couldn't swallow that breath. After the three generations learned about this, they just sighed. For Konoha's stability, sometimes appropriate sacrifices are inevitable. In fact, Mito Minion only gave him the corresponding benefits, otherwise, how could the three generations let go? If Ye were to know about this, he would probably burst out in an instant and directly rush into the Hokage office. It's a pity that Ye didn't know about this. After sending out the information, Ye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then felt more pressure on him. Because he has only completed 1/10 of this work, he still doesn't know anything about the specific situation of Wuyan Village. And he believed that with Mito Minion's naturally greedy temper, he would definitely order Ye to collect more information. At this point, Ye had already made psychological preparations. As Terumi Ming's little follower, he has already taken a small step. Next, he will follow Terumi Ming on missions. The chance of appearing in the mist will definitely increase greatly, and the more times he appears, and the face is familiar, no one will doubt his identity. Read more at wuxiax.com. He can take advantage of this opportunity to make a rough survey of the terrain and the distribution of forces in the hidden fog village. At the same time, he can learn more information through the conversations of the Wuyan ninjas, and thus have a clearer understanding of Wuyan. Half a month's time passed away like running water. Terumi Ming arrived as scheduled, with a task list in his hand, and walked out the gate of Wuyan village with Yet. Your task today is to kill a little bandit leader in the water country. Remember, there must be no hesitation. It's either you or he died today, understand? Walking on the road, Terumi Ming deliberately slowed down so that Ye could keep up, while exhorting Ye Yun. At this moment Terumi Mei was like a superior, full of majesty and cold murderous aura, completely different from the appearance of a normal little girl. I know, I won't relent. I hate robbers the most. My family was killed by these people. Hearing this, Ye pretended to gritted his teeth and said, eyes full of flames of hatred. He was right when he said that. Before Ye was possessed, the original owner of this body was killed by bandits. Well, very good, I am very happy that you have this consciousness. In that case, it depends on your performance. Hearing this, Terumi Ming couldn't help flashing a hint of surprise on her face, and smiled at the corner of her mouth. She said in her heart, it's a dragon or a worm. Go and prove it to me. If you really are a dragon, then Terumi Ming doesn't mind letting you soar above the 9 heavens. Of course, Ye didn't know Terumi Mei's inner monologue, but he knew that if he wanted Terumi Mei's continued trust, he had to show his own value. Otherwise, in this cruel world, no one would be willing to adopt a useless waste. Even if Terumi Ming is very close to him. An hour later, the two arrived at their destination. Terumi Ming directly blasted the gate of the village with a water escape ninjutsu, and then hid, leaving only Ye to mess in the wind. You really have your style of doing things. Upon seeing this, Ye couldn't help shaking his head and sighed, then took out a handle of kunao from the ninja bag, held it in his hand, and rushed inside. As a novice on the battlefield, Ye can't show a proficient appearance, so Terumi will definitely see the flaws. At that time, it will be really dangerous, let alone undercover, you can't even keep your life. You know, even if Terumi Ming's strength ranks very high among Shangnan, she is only one step away from the elite Shangnan. He is not Terumi Ming's opponent. Chapter 49, The First Battle of the Misty Village. Chapter 49 The First Battle of the Misty Village. Ye Qing, who was familiar with the road, pretended to be a novice on the battlefield, stopped at the gate of the thieves' camp, and waited for the arrival of the thieves. But speaking of it, Ye is really not a veteran on the battlefield. After all, he has only experienced 2 battles with his own hands. He has never killed anyone before. And this time, it was his 3rd combat experience. When he saw that the attacker was only an 11-year-old child, the bandit leader couldn't help but stunned for a moment, and then laughed grimly. Although I don't know what method Ye used to destroy the gate, if the opponent is only Ye alone, then the bandit leader is not worried at all. Even if Ye is a ninja, in his opinion, Ye's Haizuo is just a ninja who has just graduated. He couldn't win the game as an adult, but he didn't believe it. An 11-year-old Zionin would be his opponent at a nightclub that was not half his height. Haha, boss, you are completely underestimated. Kill him, and eat human hot pot tonight. The robber on the side took the opportunity to stir up trouble, looking as if the matter was not big enough. No one thinks the bandit leader will lose. Hearing this, the bandit leader couldn't help licking his lips, and there was a terrifying flame burning in his eyes. It was Chi Kuokuo's desire, and the back of the night looked cold. Hello, my sexual orientation is normal, Ye cried in his heart. The bandit leader came slowly towards the knight and said with a grinning smile, although I don't know where your confidence came from, I don't know how you broke the door. However, if you don't have foreign aid, then I can tell you with certainty that you are dead today. A tender little like you, it will taste great after cooking. Read more at wuxiax.com. If it is an average young person, I am afraid that he has already been frightened by the savage and hideous face of the bandit leader, but yet obviously does not have such a problem. Okay, what do you do with so much nonsense? Who lives and who died, will know who has fought. Yeke has no leisure to listen to so much nonsense from him. As a villain, he must have the consciousness of being a villain. Don't you know the villain died of talking too much? If this were in the land of fire, he would have rewarded him with a giant fireball a long time ago. Really long-winded. Call out. Ye grabbed 3 kunao from his ninja bag and threw them to the robber, and he, following kunao, quickly approached the bandit leader. Hey, gadgets! There is no sense of power. However, the bandit leader just lifted a knife, knocked off the 3-handed kunao that had been shot, and then continued to chop off towards the knight. In the face of the attacking sword, Ye didn't avoid it, as if frightened, unable to move. Little devil, you can't do it, it's really bad, if so, I will accept your life. Seeing this, the bandit leader couldn't help but said contemptuously, and slashed the knight, splitting the knight in half. Boom! However, before the bandit leader was happy, the cleaved knight bang turned into a cloud of smoke and turned into 2 pieces of wood. Not good. His eyes widened in shock, and he yelled. Just as he was about to dodge, the pain of a foreign body piercing suddenly came from behind, and blood spattered out. Bah! Enduring the pain, the bandit leader turned around and swept through the knife, splitting Ye, who had no time to escape, into 2 halves. The bandit leader could clearly see the unwillingness, shock, and fear of death in Ye's eyes. This made him feel that this is definitely Ye's deity. Otherwise, how could the clone have such an expression? Boom! However, his thoughts fell through again, and the knight slowly dissipated, still just a clone of the knight. Chapter 50, Life is not limited, but also dripping with blood. Chapter 50. Life is not limited, but also dripping with blood. This guy actually used the clone technique and the substitute technique at the same time, and even I didn't realize when he used the clone technique. Is this guy really just someone who just learned the 3 Shenzhen technique? The first time he can come up with such a wonderful tactic, this guy is really a genius. Terumi Mei, who maintained his invisibility technique not far away, couldn't help but admire in her heart. You know, she did this back then, but it was a year after she mastered the 3-body technique. It seems that I really picked up a treasure that can pass the inspection of the seal room. It shouldn't be a spy from other shinobu village. It can be well cultivated, and it will definitely become the pillar of the mist in the future. Terumi thought in her heart. But Ye suddenly appeared at the feet of the bandit leader. Without a flash, he cut open the thigh artery of the bandit leader, and the blood flowed unceasingly, spurting out like a fountain. What? The bandit leader made a sound of pain, and felt that his right foot was gradually losing consciousness and his head was a little faint. Is this guy really just killing for the first time? How can he be so precise, like a natural killer? Seeing this scene, Terumi could not help exclaiming. Ah, kid, I killed you. The bandit leader was completely crushed, and the broadsword slashed towards the knight, with an expression that he wanted to die with him. Call out. Ye grabbed 2 kunao again and shot them at the bandit leader, making him have to return to defense and get himself out. Read more at wuxiax.com. It has to be said that Ye's method is smart enough. It is indeed the best behavior he can do so far that he hasn't mastered an attacking ninjutsu. Puff. However, the robber leader returned to defense, but he gave Ye a chance again. Ye suddenly rushed to the robber leader's left leg, and Kyo quickly slashed towards his left leg artery. Be careful, boss. Seeing this scene, the robbers who were watching the battle immediately reminded, however, his reminder was still a little slower. Puff. The tearing voice sounded again, accompanied by the blood spewing out and the robber leader's cry. "Drink, fall down, silly big guy." After Ye's hit, he didn't retreat. Instead, he sprinted and kicked on the right leg of the bandit leader, smashed the joint of the bandit leader's right leg, and made the bandit. The leader couldn't help but knelt down on his knees. "What?" The bandit leader couldn't help but let out a painful cry, and Ye's series of actions could not be reacted at all. When he reacted, he had already suffered such a severe injury. "Damn kid, go to hell!" The bandit leader raised his head, like a wounded beast. He gave up the big knife and raised his hand to grab Yun. Boom! However, as a person with chakra, Ye is of course a stand-in technique to avoid the past. There is an insurmountable gap between chakra and no chakra. Just like a child with his bare hands and an adult with a knife, a child with his bare hands cannot beat an adult with a knife. "It's over, silly big guy." When Ye reappeared, the man was already behind the bandit leader, and Kiwachuyu swept across the bandit leader's neck. Puff! Immediately, blood gushed out like a fountain, and the spray of Lao Gao dyed the earth red. After doing all this, Ye suddenly moved back as if he had sensed something. "What?" And just after Ye left the place, the fist of the bandit leader swept across the place suddenly, causing a roaring wind and waves. If I hadn't avoided it just now, I might have been lying on the ground now. Chapter 51, 3 Chakra Properties. Chapter 51, 3 Chakra Properties. Hey! After finishing all this, he immediately pretended to be pale, fell to his knees, and vomited presumptuously. As for the other robbers, he believed that these people would not dare to move. Terumi Mei had already shown his figure, exuding a frightening atmosphere. All the robbers looked at Terumi Ming in shock, but none of them dared to make a joke, tease Terumi Ming, "Don't want to live anymore. How is it, how did it feel to kill for the first time?" Walking to the night, Terumi Ming knelt down and patted his back. "Haha, that's not bad, isn't it? Sooner or later if you want to live in this world." Hearing this, Ye turned his face and said with a pale face, "If you want to pretend, then you have to pretend to be complete." "Oh, well, it's good for you to have this consciousness, I really didn't misunderstand you." Hearing this, Terumi could not help laughing and nodding in satisfaction. "In that case, you should teach me an offensive ninjutsu. It's impossible for every battle to be like this. You can only run away in embarrassment." Ye seized the opportunity to hit the snake on the stick and asked Terumi Ming for benefits. "Hey, you are really a slippery head, and you know how to hit a snake on a stick. Well, because you performed so well today, go back and test the chakra attributes, and then teach you the corresponding ninjutsu." After listening, Terumi said, touching Ye's head, "Read more at wuxiax.com, okay, let's go back, I don't want to wait for a moment." Hearing this, Ye pretended to be impatient, and yelled loudly. He couldn't see that the weak person was him. However, the ugly words are at the forefront. "If your chakra attributes are 2 types of wind and thunder, then I can't teach you. Just ask for your own blessings, I hope your chakra attributes will be 3 types of water, fire, and earth, otherwise, no one in Wuyan village can teach you." Terumi Mei said pretendingly, and gave Ye a shot first. So as not to have any accidents when the time comes, and make a small mood at night. "Humph, don't worry, I must be able to learn ninjutsu." Hearing this, Ye responded confidently, as if he already knew his chakra attributes. Of course Ye knew his chakra attributes, fire and thunder. The only thing that knight can learn is fire. But it's enough. There are also many people who rely on a type of ninjutsu to eat, such as Huo Dun Uchiha Itaki, Uchiha Madara, Tu Dun Deodara, Water Dun Jian Shaojian, Dried Persimmon Ghost Naruto, Wind Dun Uzumaki Naruto, Lei Dun various generations of Reikage, as well as the super plug-in Mu Dun Jian Shaozujian are all representative figures. Only relying on the fire escape door is enough for Ye to break out his reputation before reaching the shadow level. After returning to Wuyan village to hand over the task, Ye couldn't wait to drag Terumi Mei to her house, looking anxious. Okay, now start the test. Hold this paper and inject your chakras. Chakras with different attributes will respond accordingly. The water attribute will become wet, the fire attribute will burn, the thunder attribute will shatter, the wind attribute will split, and the soil attribute will fold. Come on, let me see what your chakra attributes are. Terumi Ming handed Ye a brown note with a look of expectation. Hey, it will definitely surprise you, maybe it will have all 5 attributes. After getting the chakra paper, Ye said confidently. After speaking, he gathered his energy and poured the chakra on the chakra paper. However, the result was a bit unexpected by Ye and Terumi Mei. The chakra properties of the night are actually 3 types of water, fire, and thunder. Among them, the thunder property reacts the most strongly. The chakra paper turns into fragments in a second, then slowly burns up, and finally becomes a little moist. Chapter 52, Terumi Mei drew flatbread. Chapter 52 Terumi Mei drew flatbread. Haha, it's really interesting, your chakra attribute is actually 1 gram and 3 tolerances, water overpowers fire, water and thunder can merge into a haze, thunder and fire can become a flame escape, water and fire can become a boiling escape. Live jokingly. You know, most people generally only have 1 or 2 chakra attributes before reaching the upper ninja, and few people have 3 chakra attributes when they are under the ninja. Of course, things like blood succession are not so easy to synthesize. Only people with sufficient chakra, firm heart, strong maneuverability, and a certain chance can succeed. Otherwise, the ninja world would have already boiled over the limits of blood. Then, in other words, my sister can teach me ninjutsu. The existence of the water attribute made Ye a little surprised, but an additional water attribute is absolutely beneficial and harmless to him. As long as he wants to, he can have 3 blood succession boundaries at the same time, and his strength will be greatly enhanced. Well, if that's the case, I will teach you 2 basic water and fire ninjutsu. If you work hard, I might even hand it over to you. Terumi Ming gave Ye enough longing. You know, I don't know how many people are eager to get Terumi Ming's evasive practice method, and now, as long as he works hard, he can get a powerful blood succession boundary for free. Why not do it? Really? Ye couldn't help but feel a little dry in his throat, and he clutched Terumi Ming's trousers tightly, and asked a little gaggedly for a while. Of course, as long as you work hard to reach the strength of Shangnan, I can pass the boiling escape to you, how about it? It's a good deal. A smile appeared on the corner of Terumi Ming's mouth, looking like a grandmother wolf. Okay, deal. Ye felt a little dry in her throat when she thought that she might learn to escape. As long as he learns how to escape, and cooperates with his terrifying chakra quantity, his strength will definitely grow rapidly. Don't you see Uzumaki Naruto, who only had the strength of Shangren in the original work, used a spiral shuriken to kill the shadow-level horns? The power of ninjutsu released by Suejixun is definitely stronger than single-attribute ninjutsu, read more at wuxiax.com. Don't you see the tortoise shell that the 4 generations of Reikage failed to smash with hard work, but it was dissolved by Terumi Mei's skillful fog technique? Hehe, the idea of wanting to learn how to escape is good, but it is a pity that with your current strength, it is impossible to do it. You should learn basic ninjutsu first. Thousands of tall buildings rise on the ground. If you want to become a strong one, you must have a solid foundation. Terumi Ming poured cold water on Ye at the right time, so as not to let him indulge in self-exhaustion. Hey, too. Come on, sister, what kind of basic ninjutsu do you want to teach me? Hearing this, Ye was shocked and retreated from the state of fantasy. Terumi Ming was right, no matter how good he thinks of the future, but imagination is after all imagination. It is better for people to be realistic. If you don't learn how to crawl, you just want to run. Haha, look good, after learning these two ninjutsu, your strength can be improved a lot. With that, Terumi Mei began to jian, because it was Professor Yat, Terumi Mei's speed was very slow. Yin si. 6 seals, 6 seconds. Water escape waterfront wall. Terumi said, slapped heavily on the ground. I saw a water barrier over 4 meters long rising from the ground and blocking it in front of Terumi Ming. Next is Huo Dun. Terumi Ming said, and his hands began to form seals again. Si Wei Shen Hai Nun Yin. Still 6 seals. The same as 6 seconds. After it was printed, Terumi Ming's mouth suddenly bulged, and chakra all gathered in his throat, terrifying. Art fire escape Ho fireball. A huge fireball of more than 7 meters was ejected from Terumi Ming's mouth and fell to the ground, immediately dispelling the mist in the air and illuminating the entire room. Yet only felt like he had come to the flame mountain. The scorching heat wave made him feel severe pain in his skin, and he couldn't open his eyes at all. And the earth, as the fireball rolled, a broad trace appeared, and it was burned into crystals, shining brightly in the sun. Chapter 53, Night of High Hopes. Chapter 53 Night of High Hopes. It's amazing. Yes laughed loudly, pretending to be shocked. In fact, he is indeed a little surprised. Terumi Mei is not a ninja who specializes in fire dun, but she is still able to release such a terrifying Huo Dun ninjutsu, which shows her ability to manipulate chakra. General Shinin can use ninjutsu which he doesn't have. But few people can make a C-level ninjutsu out of A-level ninjutsu like Terumi Mei. If you work hard, you might be able to reach the level of sister, come on. Hearing this, Terumi Ming touched Yi's head and smiled. No matter who it is, he must like to hear praise from others. Well, I definitely will, in the future I will definitely reach the level of your sister. Hearing this, Ye squeezed his hands and raised them, and said firmly. If this is the case, then you should practice hard. When you learn something in the future, follow me out and start performing tasks. Only ninjas who have grown up in battle are real talents. Terumi Ming stared at Ye Yun's eyes and said with high hopes for Ye Yun. Okay. Ye Shen agreed with Terumi Ming's words. Only those who have been baptized in battle can truly stand alone. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yes, this is the specific training method of the two ninjutsu just now, you can figure it out for yourself. I believe that based on your talents, these two ninjutsu should not be difficult for you. Terumi Mei took out 2 scrolls, one red and one blue, from her chest, and handed them to Yamaki. Hey, elder sister, if you trust me so much, aren't you afraid that you are also a spy sent by other shinobu village? Upon seeing this, he said jokingly in the middle of the night. Hearing this, Terumi squinted and chuckled, Humph, if you are a spy, I will not let you go first. I told you to know how powerful boiling and melting are, and even the scum will not be left to you. My sister's hot red lips are not for nothing. With that, Terumi Mei's scarlet lips closed slightly, and her fragrant tongue licked her upper lip, full of the fatal temptation of UG. But Ye knew that Terumi Mei was absolutely not joking. If she really exposed, Terumi Mei would definitely kill her relatives righteously. Terumi Mei is a member of the dark side of the Misty Village, and also a member of the dark side of the peak era of the Blood Mist Village, cold-blooded and decisive, but not as kind as he seems. Why did you suddenly ask this question? Why, is there really something wrong with your identity as a kid? Terumi Ming suddenly seemed to react, staring at Ye and asked. At night, I could feel the air suddenly becoming heavier, and the atmosphere was instantly suppressed. No, of course not. How could I be a spy? You know that I am not a spy if you look at me. What's more, even if I was a spy, I would be instigated by my beautiful sister, wouldn't I? Ye waved his hands and smiled flatteringly, completely shit. Hey, greasy mouth. After hearing this, Terumi could not help snorting angrily, but couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, very satisfied with Yi's flattering. Well, give me a good practice. If I don't see you proficient in these 2 ninjutsu in a month, you know the specific consequences. Terumi Mei suddenly pressed against Yi's face and said gloomily. Ye felt a yin wind suddenly coming from behind, and couldn't help but shudder. Hey, I will definitely, promise to complete the task. Ye Zhang patted his chest loudly and said confidently. Then wait to see your results. If you don't do it, you will not be allowed to go out for 1 month, even if you are trained, don't ask me why. After that, Terumi Ming turned around. Leave. As one of the best in Huiyin Shangnan, she naturally has many things to deal with every day. In addition, the village has not been very peaceful lately, so she has been toiling around every day. Chapter 54, Plan to Fish in Troubled Waters. Chapter 54 Plan to Fish in Troubled Waters. There is no way, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The Huiye clan, who had always been arrogant and disobedient to discipline, began to do things again, and this time they still planned the position of Shui Ying. How can Yakura tolerate this? The dignity of Mizukage cannot be challenged. If the Hui clan succeeded, wouldn't he be a joke? Regarding the premeditated rebellion of the Kagaya clan, Yakura's attitude was to resolutely suppress, and this was also supported by the high-level villagers and most of Shangren. Politics has never been right or wrong, only the conflict of interests. Ye knows that in the next month, the entire Misty Village will fall into chaos. Yakura's energy will be put on the Kagaya clan, other aspects of monitoring will decline, and this is the time for him to gather intelligence and ninjutsu. Of course he wouldn't honestly follow Terumi Ming's instructions. With his strength, as long as he is not too eye-catching, no one will notice his abnormality at all. After all, his current strength can be regarded as a firm foothold in Zhongren. If his attributes change in the future, he will cultivate successfully, his strength will skyrocket again. If the blood legacy boundary can also be successfully integrated, he has the confidence to compete against the shadow-level powerhouses. Moreover, Ye knows that this day is not far away. He is confident that he will master the changes in nature within 2 years and reach the strength of Shangren. With Terumi Ming's teachings, Ye has no doubt about the feasibility of his plan. Read more at wuxiax.com, it can even advance the time to become a movie-class powerhouse. A 17-year-old film class should not be considered rare. As for Chaoying, Ye has no idea. This level is not something ordinary people can reach. What is Super Shadow? It means literally, beyond the shadow level, it is a level that even the shadow level must evade. Uchiha Madara, Senju Azuma, Senju Kuma, and Six Pen are all figures in this level. If you want to have the strength of Shinobu within 2 years, it is a good shortcut to have a blood succession limit. Ye intends to use Boiling Dun as his first blood succession boundary. As for why the first one is Boiling Dun, it may be because Boiling Dun is the lowest and best mastered among the 3 blood succession limits. Moreover, he can also get the guidance of Terumi Ming, which will greatly shorten the time for him to master Boiling Escape. Yan Dun, at the very least, had to wait until he reached the upper ninja level before he could start. It was not certain whether he could succeed or not. After all, this is the super strong blood succession that can only be obtained by mixing the 2 most violent attributes. However, this Yan Dun has nothing to do with Yan Dun, the second pillar Uchiha Sasuke in the original book, who manipulates Amaterasu with the writing wheel I, and cannot be compared. Yi's Yan Dun is the limit of blood, and Uchiha Sasuke's Yan Dun is just a kind of ninjutsu written about the manipulation of the wheel. And the difficulty of synthesis of Lan Dun may not be much worse than that of Yan Dun. In the original book, Darui of Union Village, Konoha rebels and stays low, and Ryudeo Madara has this bloodstain, especially the effect of Uchiha Madara, which can be regarded as destroying the world. Yin si yin si yin si. Ye Yun's hands were imprinted, and the chakra in his body was also running at the same time, and then he saw Yi's palms pressed together, he took a sharp breath, and his cheeks swelled into the shape of a frog, and he sprayed out a 4-meter-long water curtain to block him. Hehe, it seems that I am quite talented in ninjutsu. The first release has such an effect. Seeing the water barrier released by him, Ye said with satisfaction. Ye said that he was very pleasantly surprised by the sudden addition of water attribute chakras. Most people have fixed their attributes from the moment they extract chakras, and the chances that they can develop new attributes are too small the day after tomorrow. Chapter 55, The Psychological Shadow Left by Yuan. Chapter 55 The Psychological Shadow Left by Yuan. He did not deliberately exercise, but he possessed the water attribute chakra in his body, which can be said to be a surprise. Moreover, there are no side effects on him, so why not do it? The appearance of water attributes will greatly shorten his time to become a strong man. Why do ninjas who possess the limit of blood will be paid special attention? Isn't it because the ninjas of the limit of blood have special combat power? It can be said that having a blood succession boundary is something that every ninja dreams of, but the blood succession boundary is not so easy to obtain. This can be seen from the few ninjas in the original work. Moreover, most of the ninjas' blood inheritance boundary is innate, and the only people who are synthesized are Uchiha Madara, Terumi Mei, Onaki, Hirago, and Troy. The method of synthetic blood follow-up is complicated, and it has great risks. It is basically confidential and not for outsiders. Therefore, even if there are many people who have the conditions for synthesis, few succeed. In a few days, it should be the day when the Hui clan is destroyed. If I remember correctly, that man should also appear in Huiyan village by then. Yi's mind could not help but reappeared the man's face exuding the cold air. He had just arrived in this world. Before he understood what was going on, he was bitten by this man and fell into a life and death crisis. Read more at wuxiax.com. Although later, because of the 9 Sons scriptures, he was not eroded and killed by the curse seal, but it made his physique better. But if he could, yes, she didn't want to experience the desperate feeling of powerlessness again. This man has no one else except Ashimaru, and only he can make Ye leave a psychological shadow. It's better to be careful when you go out. If you run into that guy, you may not even have a chance to escape. Ye brow frowned. Only by experiencing it personally will you know how strong the Dashiwan is. Although he was defeated by Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope writing round eye illusion because of his lack of illusion talent, there is still no denying that he is a powerhouse. Among the 3 forbearances, Jira, who opened the fairy mode, was also the strongest, then developed the Ashimaru of the white phosphorus Orokai, and finally was the Tsunade who mastered the Yin seal and the 100 Heroes art. And the first 2 people are both strong in the Shadow Pinnacle level. Does the Ashimaru only have that strength in the Konoha collapse plan in the original book? It would be biased to say so. In order to give the 3 generations a decent way to die, he deliberately hid part of his strength. It just ended sadly because of being caught off guard by 3 generations of ghouls. Otherwise, with all his strength, whether the 3 generations can win is really a question. After all, the HE art possesses the ability to regenerate infinitely, and a person with plenty of chakras like Ashimaru will die for 3 generations even if it is consumed. It is undeniable that the 3 generations have had the strength of Ying Ding. After all, there is a super shadow master, but that was also when he was close to 50 years old. When Konoha's collapse plan occurred, the 3 generations were already 68 years old. After 18 years of degradation, how much of his strength would remain? The title of the strongest Naruto is a misnomer. Not to mention the god of ninjas, the suppressed ninja world was breathless with Senjutsu. Even the 3 generations of his master, Jian Shaojian, known as the god of water, is much stronger than him. The 3 generations of the title of the strongest Hokage makes people feel embarrassed every time they mention it. However, this can't be a reason to stop me from going out to explore. I want wealth and danger. If I don't even have this courage, how can I go to the road of the strong in the future? Ye clenched his fists and let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 56, Qianlong out of the abyss. Chapter 56 Qianlong out of the abyss. Half a month passed away quietly, and the rebellion of the Hueye clan that shocked the ninja world took place as scheduled. If possible, the Kagaya clan didn't want to rebel, but Yakura was really deceiving people too much. Not to mention the continuous reduction of the resources of the Hui clan, and deliberately suppressing the tribe of the Hui clan to make things difficult for them, making their lives increasingly difficult. Finally, under the instigation of high-level officials, even ordinary Wuren dared to ride on their heads and bully them. How can this make them tolerate? The Hui clan came from a militant clan, with a grumpy temper, and the most unbearable to be bullied. After a simple plan, they met to rebel. On this day, all the residents of Wuyin village received an order from Shui Ying to close the door. Without his order, no one was allowed to go out without authorization. Everyone can feel the abnormality in the air, and the desperate murderous intent has been solidified to the point where it is chilling. But Ye has been practicing muffledly. Of course, while practicing 2 new ninjutsu, he did not neglect other ninjutsu exercises, Huo Lai Huyu, Angry Thunder Tiger, False Darkness, and Walking on Earth. And the Thunder Dance Bondage ninjutsu he hasn't used all the time, the 12-pillar wall prison. In all, he has mastered 7 types of ninjutsu, which is quite a lot for a Zongnin. After all, the number of ninjutsu that Zongnin can master is only 3 or 4. He has mastered 7, which is already remarkable. Read more at wuxiax.com. I have been burying my head in painstaking cultivation, my body is about to rust, finally it's time to act. Ye opened his eyes and whispered. He has been in Wuyin village for more than a month and a half, but he has been cultivating all the time, and there is basically no chance of actual combat. But today, the Wuyin village is in chaos, the opportunity should not be missed, and Yi's eager heart can no longer bear it. He desperately wants to go out for activities. Whether it is for the task or to calm his eager heart, this opportunity should not be missed. However, before that, there is still a need to change your identity. After all, you can't use the identity of the body to move. Seeing that he was only 1.3 meters tall, Ye stood up and said. Transformation, change. Ye shouted. Transformation is one of the most basic ninjutsu. It is not difficult to use, but it requires the user to have the specific appearance of the item that he wants to change in his mind, otherwise it will not succeed. What Yi changed was a funny star from a previous life, with a ruffian face and not very tall. With this mask again, as long as I don't say it, I'm afraid Terumi Mei won't recognize me. Ye didn't know where he took out a fox mask and put it on his face, and said in his heart. From now on, I am a fox, not the Knight of Feikan. Yi's voice also changed, becoming a lot more vigorous, but in the vigor, it was a little bit sharper, with its own characteristics. Today, it will be a day of killing, but I'd better keep a low profile, otherwise, if you attract attention, you may reveal your identity. Also, I hope I won't meet the fellow Ashimaru, and I don't want to meet him at all. Yeze said in his heart. He knew that when he went, he would inevitably encounter the Misty Ninja or the Hui clan. But no matter which side, as long as he shows his ninjutsu, he will be exposed immediately. Because there is no one who releases Thunder Run ninjutsu without using ninja sword in Wuyin village. Nor will I see a ninja who is characteristic of men release Huo Dun. As we all know, in the entire Wuyin village, there is only one person who can escape from the fire, and that is Terumi Mei, but it is clear that Terumi Mei has been with them and it is impossible to walk around at will. Therefore, Ye must be careful and careful not to reveal his feet and reveal his identity. But Yakura should be grateful to Yakura for his order. All the residents locked their doors. Therefore, there was no one on the street, which brought great convenience to Yakura's investigation. Chapter 57, The Blind Cat Hits the Dead Mouse. Chapter 57 The Blind Cat Hits the Dead Mouse. After 2 hours of surveying, most of the topographical map of Yejiang Wuyin village has been drawn, but this does not include Terumi Ming's home, and the route may not be all right. Of course, he would not be so stupid to paint the map all at once, so that it would only show that his political consciousness is too low. Moreover, it is normal for things like drawing topographical maps to have some deviations, and even Medomonitis cannot be blamed. After drawing the route, Ye himself made a copy of it for spare use, and then summoned Konoha's shinobi from a hidden place and sent the information out. However, at the very moment when Ye-yun sent the information to fly, a sharp sense of danger struck from behind him, making him shiver, pulling out the short blade from his waist and slashing across. Base. The short blade and the kunai bumped together and exploded fierce sparks, making a crisp sound. It wasn't until he turned around that Ye couldn't see clearly the face of the attacker. About 20 years old, his face still has a little immaturity, but his strength has reached Zhongren, and his strength is not small. Unexpectedly, there are spies in the village. This is a surprise. It seems that my luck today is really good. The person said. Oh, you can beat me so sure. I want to know, where do you get the courage? Ye said with a playful smile, and then suddenly turned into a thunder and lightning, piercing, dazzling light illuminating the entire forest. What? This person didn't expect Ye's reaction so fast. He was caught off guard, and his whole body was instantly paralyzed. Furious Thunder Tiger. Read more at wuxiax.com. Ye appeared behind this person, quickly forming a seal with both hands. An A-level ninjutsu, with a length of 13 seals, was completed in 2 seconds. Before, it took 3 seconds. Roar. A huge thunder tiger roaring angrily rushed out, without giving this person a chance to shout at all, and directly knocked it out. A piece of blood flew in the air, and finally hit a big tree surrounded by 5 people, life and death unknown. Hey, is this my current strength? Sure enough, ninjas who have experienced life and death battles are qualified ninjas. Only 3 battles have given me so much understanding of ninjutsu. Ye shook his hands and exclaimed. However, Your Excellency has been watching for so long, it's time to come out. Ye suddenly grasped the short blade, suddenly turned and shouted to the woods behind him. But no one responded. Don't respond to me? It seems you must force me to take action. Upon seeing this, Ye hummed a smile, and the dazzling thunder light shone again in his hand, instantly illuminating a few meters nearby. Lei Dun Go. Ye slapped heavily on the ground and shouted loudly. Boom! Under the powerful attack of thunder and lightning, all the flowers and plants along the way withered, and there was also a blast of thunder. And the big tree hidden by the target that Knight aimed at, also exploded, and dense cracks appeared on the tree, as if someone gave the tree a punch. Call out! A black shadow finally rushed out from behind the tree and stood opposite the Knight. How did you discover me? I should be hiding well, and I didn't exude any aura. Sua Ying asked with sharp eyes, looking at Ye with confusion. Hehe, even if you suppress your breath, you can hide it well, but can you change the fact that you are alone? As long as you are still alive, there is temperature, heartbeat, and pulse. You may not notice these things, but in my senses, these things are like a huge thunder. I just want to ignore it, but I can't ignore it. To me, you are like a large multi-million-watt light bulb. Do you think I can't detect your existence? Seeing this person's eyes full of doubts, Ye said with a smile. Chapter 58, Warlike and Wounded Knight. Chapter 58 Warlike and Wounded Knight. That's it, this is really a peculiar investigative ability. If it is so, then you can't let it go. If someone like you grows up, it will definitely be a huge threat to us in the fog. It is better to solve you here. If you don't have any other tricks, then you will stop here. You are not very lucky. You met me. I like killing people the most, especially geniuses. After speaking, he saw that the man pulled out the long knife behind his back, chakra exploded under his feet, and rushed to the Knight. Missed hidden murder technique. This person was so low, and the long knife was shining with a cold and deadly cold light, and he was already close to Ye's neck. Even at night, I couldn't help being shocked. I didn't expect that there would be such a strong young man in Wuyan village. Sure enough, Guangzhen's original work would die miserably. There is no such person in the original book. This unscientific. Base. Ye held the short blade with one hand, and struck the long sword from bottom to top. The collision was a burst of sparks, and Ye couldn't help taking a few steps back. I just felt a huge force coming from this young man's hand, making his arm numb. In that case, thunder armor. Seeing that he was not the opponent of this person in power, Ye immediately sealed the seal, and the whole person was immediately wrapped in violent thunder and lightning, and this young man naturally withdrew in the first time. Of course he didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the man just now. He deeply knew the power of Ye Lei Dun, read more at wuxiax.com. However, after the release of the A-level ninjutsu just now, how many chakras do you have? How long can you maintain this state? This person said to Ye, as if he was completely in control. Haha, you don't need to worry about this, I think I can still survive until the moment I kill you. It's been a long time since I fight with others, Ye feels a little uncomfortable. But it doesn't matter, with such a strong opponent, he is not afraid that his skills will be unfamiliar. He felt so happy, his body was eager to fight. Empty cut. Physically, the knight has never fallen. However, the practice of knight physique is mainly in swordsmanship, so his swordsmanship is very threatening. Base. The short blade was wrapped with lightning, and it ran into the black-clothed boy with a violent aura, exploding a fierce spark. Humph! The black-clothed boy snorted with difficulty, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Ye's power to increase so much at once. Hee, are you surprised? Ye laughed when he saw this, and he lifted his leg and threw it toward the boy's chest. If this kick is hardened, the black-clothed teenager will be greatly affected if he is not seriously injured. Shui dun shui kingbo. The black-clothed boy quickly became imprinted, but compared to the knight, his speed was much slower. A stream of water with a sharp cutting force came towards the knight, so that Ye had to give up the idea of attacking the black-clothed boy and retreated instead. Call out! However, when Ye retreated from the blow, the boy in black rushed towards Ye again, and a long knife pierced Ye's head. Base. The spark burst, Ye couldn't help groaning, his figure trembled slightly, a cut was made in his right arm, and the long knife was separated by a short blade, only half a finger away from his cheek. Boom! Upon seeing this, the black-clothed boy just kicked, stepped directly on Ye's chest, and knocked him out fiercely. Puff! This foot, like a few hundred caddies, made Ye only feel hot in his chest, his blood violently churning up to his throat, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he was forced to retreat from the lightning armor. Chapter 59, Jedi Seeks a Ray of Life. Chapter 59 Jedi Seeks a Ray of Life. Water Escape Water Slug. After hitting Fei, the black-clothed boy continued to seal, but on his right leg, there was an obvious burnt mark. That was caused by the lightning on Ye's body when he hit Fei just now. At the moment of printing, Ye suddenly felt a terrifying sense of crisis under him, causing his pupils to shrink into needles. I saw that the ground under him was suddenly shrouded in a piece of water, the ripples on the water rolled, fist-sized water clusters condensed, and then blasted toward the knight. Water escape waterfront wall. Upon seeing this, Ye hurriedly Jian, based on the surface of the water, created a barrier to protect himself against the bombardment of the water mass. However, the sense of crisis has not been lifted, and Ye used the lightning armor without hesitation, and wrapped himself up. Boom! Facts proved that Ye's approach was correct. When he was just protected by lightning armor, a powerful bombardment came from under his ribs, which bombarded him again. Even the thunder and lightning armor trembled, a lot of dents went in, and there were signs of shattering. Call out! But Ye's crisis was far from resolved. The black-clothed boy rushed to Ye and stabbed him with a long knife, not giving Ye the slightest chance to react. Base. Ye timely blocked the blow with a short blade, but he was in the air, where there was a place to take advantage of it, and once again he was knocked out like a sandbag and hit the ground heavily. Read more at wuxiax.com. The black-clothed boy stuck a long knife on the ground, his hands quickly sealed, only a piece of his hand shadow and a more powerful aura could be seen, which was shocking. Water Escape Water Dragon Bomb. In the original book, Kakashi used this trick to defeat No More Cut, but this trick has too many marks, which can be called the best of Naruto. There are a total of 44 seals. Even if Uchiha Itachi came, he would take more than 7 seconds at the speed of 6 seals per second. As for this black-clothed boy, it has been longer, but his speed is no longer slow, and the speed of 4 seals in 1 second is enough to scorn most people. After all, not everyone can be as perverted as Uchiha Itachi, and the speed of ordinary people is only 3 seals in 1 second, like the third generation. And to release this ninjutsu, it takes 14 seconds for the boy in black. Although Ye didn't know what this person thought, perhaps he thought he had little chance of resisting. But there is no doubt that this is definitely the beginning of his launch of the Jedi anti-kill. Because his Jedi speed is not known how much faster than this boy in black. Moreover, he did not have more than 15 ninjutsu handprints. Since you gave me a chance, then I had no choice but to accept it disrespectfully. It took a total of 11 seconds from being knocked into the air to getting up and standing still, and there were 3 seconds left, but this was enough for the knight. He didn't dare to underestimate the water dragon bomb. Therefore, he must use his strongest ninjutsu to challenge. As for the black-clothed boy on the opposite side, ninjutsu had reached a critical time. Lay done Angry Thunder Tiger. With a low voice, his hands have turned into a phantom, which makes people look dazzling. Then, Ye was surrounded by violent thunder and lightning, and the thunder blazing shining, exuding a powerful atmosphere. Roar! The two actually completed the seal at the same time, and a manifested object appeared behind them. Behind the knight is the thunder tiger shining with light, and behind the boy in black is the hideous water dragon. Ye could clearly see the shock in the black-clothed boy's eyes, as if she was shocked at why he was able to release such powerful ninjutsu as the Angry Thunder Tiger. In response, Ye smiled and said, "I want to defeat me, so I can't help but look down on me. I am not good at anything, but I am more resistant to beatings, and there are more chakras. How is it?" Chapter 60, Shocking Explosion. Chapter 60 Shocking Explosion. Hey! Stop talking nonsense! The black-clothed boy snorted coldly, his eyes flashed, and the water dragon behind him burst into the air, making the air much heavier. Ye did not dare to neglect. Thunder Tiger roared away. Boom! Water to thunder. The two types of ninjutsu, which are not mutually restrained by attributes, show a one-sided situation. I saw that the water dragon was quickly electrolyzed and weakened, turning into wisps of translucent gas visible to the naked eye, permeating the battlefield. But Thunder Tiger didn't suffer much damage, and the thunder light shot, and continued to chase the boy in black. The boy in black seemed to have 10,000 alpacas flying by in his heart. When did a Zongren's chakra volume become so terrifying? It is still easy to release A-level ninjutsu twice in a row, it's not scientific, okay. He originally thought that Ye could no longer release a strong ninjutsu confrontation, so he chose the powerful water dragon bomb to defeat Ye in one fell swoop. However, the reality is too unexpected. After the water dragon bomb was released, he actually fell into a disadvantage instantly. Humph, why, can't you believe it? I admit that you are stronger than me, but you don't seem to have much of combat experience. However, this thing has a decisive effect on the battle at the same level. If you don't know how much combat power the enemy has left, you dare to use the ninjutsu at the bottom of the box. You are really innocent and cute. Read more at wuxiax.com. In order to better avoid the pursuit of thunder and lightning, the boy in black had to grit his teeth to release the water dragon, and then fled in embarrassment under the chase of the thunder tiger. Haha, I don't know if you have ever heard of it. After the water hits the thunder, it will have a terrible reaction. The power is no less than dozens of detonating talisman. Seeing the black-clothed boy running awkwardly under his thunder tiger, Ye opened his mouth and reminded him with a smile. Fart. However, all he got was the indifferent answer of the boy in black. He successfully avoided Thunder Tiger's attack, stood on the tree and looked down at the night, condescendingly filled with the aura of a superior. And Thunder Tiger slammed into the forest, broke 3 big trees that were hugged by 2 people, and exploded. In this case, it seems necessary to let you know what the power of knowledge is. Hearing this, the corner of Ye's mouth couldn't help raising his mouth, revealing an expectant smile. Huo dun huo lu yu. Yet also didn't talk nonsense. Ji Yin was a lowest level Huo dun ninjutsu and flew towards the boy in black. If you just said these things, then I can only say that I am too disappointed. The black-clothed boy flexibly escaped the attack of the fire and rain, and said indifferently to the night. But he didn't realize that the temperature of these torrential rains could be said to have no temperature at all that flames should have, and they headed towards the forest. Haha, is this really the case? However, after hearing it, Ye gave a chuckle, then turned around and fled. Explode, hydrogen-oxygen bomb. Yeze said in his heart, and had already issued a death notice to the boy in black. Don't want to escape. Upon seeing this, the black-clothed boy yelled and wanted to pursue him. Boom! However, before he left, there was a terrible thunder roar in his ears, as if it was blowing in the depths of his soul. The scorching waves of air flew in, instantly burning his clothes to ashes, and continuing to burn his skin. He was like being thrown into molten hell, couldn't help screaming, and his heart-piercing pain was nothing more than that. But the terrifying temperature is only one of them. What is even more terrifying is the air wave produced by the explosion, which is not inferior to the power of the detonation talisman. A stone over 3 meters in size turned into powder in a flash, like a destroyer, destroying all items in the range. The entire forest was glowing red and skyrocketed, seeing that the thick fog that had been shrouded by the fog all the year round was dispelled, revealing the bright starry sky outside. Ever since, Terumi Mei, who was on a repressive mission, saw such a scene. In the forest in the northern part of Wuyan village, a huge flame suddenly rose up, covering an area of more than 20 meters, with violent power. Even she could feel the violent slight shock here. What kind of person is fighting there? This level of destructive power is at least the elite forbearance. Terumi Ming frowned and said in confusion.